Chapter 1651 Extracting the Bloodlines of Olden Emperors. Dreadful. This was the only word that could explain the sequence of events in a certain enclosure of space that culminated in the attack that tore apart the natural laws of reality for many light years as the tyrannical will of an emperor controlling three bodies was imposed throughout. Blank whiteness was spread throughout as amidst this torn space trying to weave its laws back together. The dazzling branches of an infinite willow tree could be seen pulsing mesmerizingly while taking in the golden true blood of three extremely powerful olden emperors that just had their wills extinguished. Nobody had been the wiser about this beforehand. But the eyes of an extremely old existence locked onto these actions at this moment in time as she also looked at the improbable results of the battle before her, a battle against truly powerful existences that was perilous to their lives, and it had ended in a few microseconds. The actions of the one responsible were all under heavy watch from the pure white-furred Genevieve that denied the status of a mixed-breed disaster remnant, her soul currently on very high alert when staring towards the anomaly of an existence that had just eradicated an illusory legend through unexplainable means. She was on high alert only briefly as she pulled on the many concepts within her origin and closely looked at her destiny before her eyes flashed with understanding. And her defenses lowered, the multicolored rotating rulers of reality wrapping around her, and Beatrix faded as one could now clearly see her form with her solidified crown, the flames of different races bowing and paying homage to her still rotating around her body. The Empress trusts me so much to stop being on high alert. An authoritative voice filled with calmness rang out as the rainbow-colored branches receded backwards and space-healed, the unnamed Kainos Emperor speaking out as he still held hope Genevieve would forcefully harm herself by unlocking more of her potential. He was able to theorize that for her to achieve her prior glory, she had to successively open up barriers and restrictions in their own times or means that if she forcefully broke them to achieve things like taboo concepts that she didn't have the qualifications for now, she had to pay a high price. He wanted her to continue paying this price as she achieved her former glory, akin to him fattening up a sheep for slaughter. Your attacks became progressively stronger after each one. If you were planning on going against me as well, you would have simply tried when those three fools perished. The mind of this past olden emperor was sharp as her figure floated forward fearlessly, going towards the center of the transcendent plant kingdom where an enthroned infinite willow tree could be seen bounded side by side with two more true sanguine clones in samsara cosmic Tao origin true forms. Which leads me to believe that there is something that you want. Alexander King, her figure came to float beside him with cold and emotionless eyes as after she had ascertained Noah did not show killing intent towards her now, she grew truly bold. Essence flashed as Noah's two other true sanguine clones stared at Genevieve coldly before disappearing. Noah's infinite willow tree form also fading away into gorgeous multicolored lights as 10 dazzling ascendancy halos came back to rotate over his body and reveal his cosmic humanoid form in all of its splendor. The same cosmic humanoid form currently looking at Genevieve with a devilish smile. He tapped on his throne as his consciousness was receiving wondrous loot prompts for the eradication of three olden emperors as well as the formation of three brand new resplendent treasure caches that were due to his actions of utilizing all three remaining chances of this ability on these enemies. He didn't even leave a single chance, as if he could increase the number of times he could use it in a matter of days. He knew he would simply do it again one way or another as the allure of loot from a legend's visage was too dazzling. There were these three gorgeous treasure chests that his main body would unlock, and there was also the infusion of golden true blood that was already collected and sent back to the main body as 60,000 units of the essence of reality were utilized to begin the process of hematopoietic progenitor that would allow him to extract and obtain three more olden bloodlines. While his main body oversaw all of this and the coming influx of hundreds of fairly high-tier quasi-taboo nomological edicts, his enthroned true sanguine clone was focused on a certain empress as it was time to decide her direction from here. Noah's stellar eyes looked over her form curiously as he tapped on his throne while speaking calmly as if he hadn't just wiped out two existences that were close to achieving the stage of reality. Tell me, what do you think the result would be if we fought? You and this clone of mine. His words felt grand and elevated as Genevieve's will reacted strongly against him, the surrounding space shaking as Noah only smiled further at this. Your non-answer tells me you understand how incredibly difficult it would be to extricate yourself, with my own destiny telling me that if I push you to the point of death, the last thing you unlock before death might also jeopardize this clone of mine. That is why we are still here. A wrathful silence ensued as the healing space trembled from their clashing wills. Anger is always bubbling with Genevieve as she actually had another existence talk to her in such a manner. A legend that was adorned and showered with respect in the past, while controlling her boundless wrath at the current situation, her true form released rays of burning light as it faded, her pure-blooded cardinal royal human form returning as she stroked the crimson gold skull of madness before she asked once more against her very pride, "What do you want, BZZZT?" Noah's tyrannical will thrilled as it saw this ancient existence actually hold herself back as she knew if conflict broke, Noah would at most lose a clone while there lay a possibility of her losing her life. Tap, what I want. Noah continued tapping on his throne as his eyes actually gazed away from Genevieve and into the remolding space behind her, his gaze looking at a certain direction that if they followed, they would reach a certain astounding bloodline domain. I want to get my hands on the runic ecritures of modus operandi under the pure-blooded cardinal royal humans. And it just so happens that you are a future candidate that should be one of the few remaining alive after the assassinations by Enders. Getting your hands on such a thing should not be too hard. Noah's will was laid out as his future plans began to set themselves. For the purposes of achieving the realm of reality and breaking past the shackles while forming the largest number of reality passages possible. This clone would continue the journey into the lands of the pure-blooded cardinal royal humans to fish amidst the chaos, a modus operandi, or as he ascertained from the memories of the royal humans, he killed multiple scripts of modus operandi lying in the hands of this bloodline. Chapter 1652, Extracting the Bloodlines of Olden Emperors. LLL, as his true sanguine clone stared down against the ancient will of Genevieve, his main body was overseeing the coming boons from the deaths of the three Olden Emperors, bountiful prompts he could never get tired of rose over his eyes. 23,384,559 cosmic filament cores obtained. Ding! The effects of Loot Multiplier are applied, 23 seeds of reality are obtained, 50,247,485 runic dowline enhancers obtained. Ding! The effects of Loot Multiplier are applied, 50,247 evolutionary Kainos runic lines of ascendancy are obtained, 1155 trillion skill points obtained. Ding! The effects of Loot Multiplier are applied, 1155 reality resource points obtained, 3,000 high-tier reality crystals have been obtained. The origins of the three existences that had reached a legend's visage were similar in the number of their forged cosmoses, since they were fewer. Noah obtained fewer seeds of reality, but the strength of their souls and reserves of essence of reality were vastly different, that he obtained more reality resource points and reality crystals compared to the group of Enders. Then there were the concepts that these three Olden Emperors held, where just the three of them collectively had more quasi-taboo nomological edicts than all of the ninth firmament Enders combined, as Noah was receiving an influx of hundreds that were first directed to the soul library while his soil adapted to them while it was being constantly strengthened. The effects of absolute looter are applied, the flames and bloodlines of the quasi-taboo nomological edicts of nine-horned reality. Emperor, Dimensional Eye, Surpassing Gaze, Archaic Emperor. Have been granted. The flow of hundreds of quasi-taboo nomological edicts should have stolen the show for Noah, but it was actually something else entirely, as one of the major gains before the opening of the resplendent treasure caches was the extraction of the Olden bloodlines that these existences held. Through hematopoietic progenitor, the Olden bloodlines and authority of the Olden Emperor of Speculum, Olden Emperor of Polydity, and the Olden Emperor of Advertent Tyranny have been obtained. BZZZT, the blood of the Olden Emperors had coursed through his true sanguine clone and reached his main body, as with the sacrifice of tens of thousands of units of the essence of reality, the wondrous effects of three new Olden bloodlines being achieved by him came to be, and yet this wasn't everything, as wisps of vibrant information bloomed within Noah's mind. The authority of Emperor bloodlines are unique, as when one defeats another, the authority is merely stolen and supplemented to their own. You have gone beyond that to attain their very bloodline itself as new possibilities arise. His body and origin felt like they were burning as bountiful sources of power bloomed. The authority of emperors and their collected bloodlines can be permanently absorbed into the unnamed Kainos Emperor bloodline as their core abilities are retained, while elevating the Kainos bloodline further, with the possibility of elevation from quasi-venerable to a venerable Kainos bloodline being made an eventuality as you absorb more authority and bloodlines of emperors. A glorious path once more opened up before Noah as the choice was clear. Freewebble.cm, a collection of average bloodlines of emperors that even he had defeated, or the forging of a singular bloodline that trumped over everything else. the choice didn't even have to take a microsecond. Assimilate the olden bloodlines of speculum, advertent tyranny, and polydity. Olden bloodlines were extracted and made his own as before they could even settle. Everything about them was taken to be assimilated under his Kainos emperor bloodline. As at this moment, Noah's origin began to bubble with unbound regality as an already ridiculous bloodline began to be elevated even further. Boundless strength flowed within his main body as he ascertained all the new gains and watched the assimilation of olden bloodlines, his three true sanguine clones in the azure forsaken treasure reality finally making great stretches of progress around this time, as with them utilizing the authority of ascendancy halos and increased power. They swept through the treasure islands of this reality with haste. There were many dazzling floating islands with rainbow-colored bridges connecting each of them, the serene sight of piles of gold freely lying everywhere being pleasing to the eyes as any soul crystals were dug up along with any loot that Noah came across. Within each floating island, another unique destiny goblin or two could be found, as after Noah swept across 11 treasure islands, 17 seventh firmament destiny goblins followed him obediently, making their sweeping of this forsaken treasure reality even faster. This was how they arrived into the last treasure island, at the very depths of the glimmering floating landmass with golden vegetation etched throughout it. Within the innermost cavernous space, Natalia and Noah, followed by a party of destiny goblins, stared at the figure of an enthroned creature that was far different from the others, this existence boasting powerful waves of power at the 8th firmament of ascendancy. As it wasn't as Noah expected, it wasn't an upgrade from the destiny goblins to a destiny goblin king waiting for them, but a different creature entirely, as they came face to face with an enormous golden slug-looking creature that had dazzling jewels and crystals stemming off of its body. Around this creature, a destiny domain space surrounded it as two golden pages releasing an air of ancientness could be seen, surrounded by naturally formed primordial treasures, soul crystals, and other unknown glimmering loot, ultimate amalgamation of greed, a collective of fortune and greed into an existence at the 8th firmament of ascendancy. The identity of the creature was revealed as Noah looked at curiously, while Natalia had a somber expression at the heavy aura this existence revealed. There were no ascendancy halos or anything emitted from it, its golden slug-like body filled with treasures merely lying on an old golden stone throne as it stared dangerously at the intruders. Master, this is the ultimate concentration of greed and destiny within this reality, with its sole purpose being the preservation of its domain space, as it is a soulless creature. A leading destiny goblin behind them spoke out as Noah nodded lightly, Natalia seeming worried as she gazed at the 2 pages of the Azure Treasure Emperor's runic écriture of modus operandi that they could not get their hands on unless they defeated this 8th firmament creature. She had no idea of the true extent of the being currently with her. Chapter 1653 Azure Treasure Emperor's modus operandi. Noah's 2 other true sanguine clones were finished with the exploration of the other unexplored treasure islands, as Natalia had yet to see them, so she had no knowledge of just how ridiculously advanced Noah's level of power had become within this past day, as she simply gripped the heart splitter bow tighter while speaking to him. It cannot be too easy at the end, as it is not a destiny goblin appearing that you can easily overcome, but this powerful creature. We might be capable of bringing it down with long-distance attacks while the destiny goblins attract its attention, but it will still be extremely dangerous. She spoke seriously, as even though she felt it was dangerous, she truly couldn't allow their exploration to stop here, as 2 more pages that would complete a modus operandi were right there. She vowed to get it even if she had to fight with her last breath, as there was also another reason for her confidence. The dazzling stellar-looking being whose very figure seemed to be made of cosmos, when he had abruptly taken this form a while back. Natalia did not probe as to her, it didn't matter what race this being was. They were each on this path because they were searching for something, and they were now this close to getting their hands on something that many bloodlines would fight to death over. She turned towards him to hear his thoughts and plans, as she still saw him as carefree as ever, his face actually having a light smile as he spoke while raising his hand, the glimmer of ascendancy halos rising around him. No plans or ganging up on it will be necessary. Confusion swept over the overseer's expression as before she could ask. Her origin shuddered as her eyes were drawn to his finger. Her very origin quaked as she felt a horrific ray of stellar light be released from the finger of this peerless forger before her. This ray being something that could make any existence in the 7th firmament of ascendancy tremble, ascendant reality sever, but, bzzzt, a ray of vacillating realities barreled out and cut apart space as it entirely superseded the innate defensive barrier around the slug-like ultimate amalgamation of greed. This creature's fat muscles barely rising before it exploded into a mass of golden flesh and light. Boom! Natalia's heart trembled at such a scene, while the destiny goblins behind her instantly fell to their knees at such a show of power, paying respects to Noah with fearful excitement at their master's unfathomable power. An eighth firmament ultimate amalgamation of greed. Destroyed with a single flashing ray of light, how did. Natalia had been faced with many surprises while traveling with this being, but nothing was more dreadful than this as she confirmed once more with her awareness and soul that the being before her truly was still in the seventh firmament of ascendancy. She couldn't probe any reality passages or see any indications to say otherwise. So how were the sequence of events that this being undertook even possible? Natalia locked onto him with any move he made as she sought answers, yet Noah wasn't even gazing at her as his eyes curiously looked at a prompt before him. The ultimate amalgamation of greed has perished under your hand as your destiny and fortune is elevated greatly. The ultimate passive skill destiny domain space has been granted. It allows its user to spread out a single domain space around a certain area as with the passage of time, unique treasures will naturally form in this domain. The more fortune and destiny an existence has, the faster and more abundant the treasures that form over the years are. A ridiculous prompt rose over Noah's eyes as he now seemed surprised as well, Natalia having to look at him with even more incredulity as she wondered what the hell he could be surprised about, the passive formation of loot over time in a domain? This is just, Noah shook his head at what seemed to be the ultimate present of this forsaken treasure reality apart from the Azure Treasure Emperor's runic écriture of modus operandi. Observing his elevated destiny and fortune as he waved his right hand, his authority barreling out as it caused the two floating ancient pages and all the other loot in the domain space to flow towards him, Natalia looked at this in a daze as she finally voiced her words out. How are you capable of releasing power that can eradicate eighth firmament existences? Did you have this when the gazer was coming for us? Her eyes were filled with disbelief and skepticism as she began to question everything she knew about this existence, but her destiny didn't tell her anything about him being harmful to her. As she was further confused, Noah grasped the two golden pages in his hands as he smiled while speaking plainly. No, I held power at the first and third firmament when you met me and as we moved. Over the past day, I've just had my first body make some progress by powering up a little bit. And I can do this much now. Silence reigned in the surroundings after these words as even the Destiny Goblin stared at Noah blankly, yet he had a bright smile on his face as he got what he wanted as he didn't bother with this. 2 more pages of the modus operandi. With this, it can be completed. His heart felt grand achievement for rapidly exploring this reality and getting his hands on such a treasure, but Natalia was still lost as her confounded voice echoed out once more. Don't we still have a few more treasure islands to explore and obtain the other pages? Oh, my clones took care of that. A voice rang out from the entrance of the cavernous space of this treasure island as another stellar form of Noah that looked exactly the same as the one Natalia had been traveling with appeared, another one following closely behind while followed by a few Destiny Goblins as each of them carried 2 pages of the Azure Treasure Emperor's modus operandi. Natalia Rostova looked at this scene with utter daze as the Destiny Goblins scrambled to pay their respect. The clones meeting up with all the loot of the Azure Forsaken Treasure reality as with it. A complete modus operandi could be obtained. Chapter 1654 Azure Treasure Emperor's modus operandi. LL. The figures of 3 stellar clones met on the last treasure island as they held everything required to bring to fruition a unique treasure that always remained behind locked doors of all-powerful bloodlines. Natalia stared at the scene before her in disbelief as from the 3 Noahs, a few ancient gold glimmering pages flew out until 12 shining points of light formed. The Azure Treasure Emperor's runic écriture of modus operandi. Let's see what you have in store. BZZZT, Noah's eyes released luminous light as he observed everything with great concentration, the 12 ancient pages having been pulling the moment they neared each other as in a chain reaction. Strings of golden light shot from each as they connected to each other. Zip. These strings then pulled the pages together as one by one. They were stacked on top of each other akin to archaic metal doors closing every microsecond, until in mere moments, pristine light of authority and power spread out as when it dimmed ever so slightly, the hidden wonder within was revealed, surrounded by a natural golden halo of light. A smooth golden scroll that had the runic écritures meaning, Azure Treasure, could be seen floating silently. It seemed like an entirely blank scroll with the only words being Azure Treasure, but Noah could feel this single scroll filled with such astounding waves of destiny that the entire Forsaken Treasure reality could not even compare. The Destiny Goblins were bowed down while paying obeisance, and the figure of Natalia stared at the glimmering golden scroll with complex eyes as it was everything she wanted. A runic écriture of modus operandi could not even be preserved in memories as to learn it, one had to come in direct contact with it. This was how Noah had learned the low-tier defective celestial modus operandi, and he now reached out to grasp onto the dazzling scroll that had been achieved with a decent amount of effort. His fingers reached out for it, but the page itself shockingly seemed alive, as even before Noah fully unfurled his hand the page floated over by itself. Oh, such a scene could barely be thought of for long, as in the next instant that Noah came in contact with it, boundless information surged into him as yet another method for one to break their shackles and begin rotating their origin akin to a genuine reality showed itself. High Azure Treasure Emperor's runic écriture of modus operandi, a unique understanding of the revolution of reality that incorporates the weaving of destiny and fortune with the rotation of all stellar bodies. The immense focus on destiny and fortune with the revolution of reality was studied by the Azure Treasure Emperor long after he had achieved reality, this high-tier runic écriture of modus operandi being a penultimate design he managed to forge after 1 billion years. The destiny and fortune of existences that open their reality passages with this modus operandi will experience an immense curve as the resultant passages formed are termed destiny reality passages that reinforce greater concentrations of destiny, fortune, and essence of reality. This modus operandi can guarantee up to 20 destiny reality passages for the most talented existences with a bountiful foundation, with this number scaled upwards depending on the destiny and fortune of the existence breaking their shackles. The method of plucking destiny and fortune while rotating the stellar bodies is a wondrous treasure landed in Noah's arms as after information about it flowed into his mind, something else also came as Noah heard a deep voice filled with age surge from the golden scroll towards him. His eyes flashed with sharpness as he allowed it in after examining it, a booming voice ringing out in his mind. I forged this modus operandi to try and use destiny and fortune to guarantee the seat of emperor. And I still failed. I hope the destined existence to put all of its pages together in this little treasure reality has a greater destiny than mine to use this tool and achieve something special. An old voice filled with solemnity and sadness echoed out as it seemed to hold great attachments and regrets, causing Noah to gaze at the pristine golden scroll within his hands as he sighed. It was a truly stupendous tool, but even the emperor that forged it had perished. It guaranteed 20 reality passages for the most talented of beings, as when Noah read on the revolution of the stellar bodies within one's origin, the same phenomenon that had occurred when he first grasped the low-tier defective celestial modus operandi played out again as with his permission. His cosmos rotated in a certain manner for just a microsecond before he stopped them, this mere moment of rotation causing a shocking illusion to flash behind the true sanguine clone in question as it nearly caused Natalia to drop the heart-splitter bow within her hands. Behind Noah's figure ever so briefly 30 dazzling illusory mountainous-like reality passages formed. Not 20 as the high-tier modus operandi stipulated, with Noah's destiny and fortune scaling this number up by 50%, the reality passages didn't glow with the stellar color of purple-blue similar to all the ones Noah had seen before, with the illusory reality passages appearing behind him being gold in color as they shone in a mesmerizing fashion. If Noah chose to proceed and break his shackles at this moment, he could actually build 30 reality passages, as this number must have increased due to his destiny and fortune as well as his increasingly robust foundation as he broke all sorts of limitations. Destiny reality passages, huh? Noah nodded his head after affirming this, his actions nearly causing those around him to go crazy as Natalia had an utterly defeated look of disbelief on her face. You can break your shackles at any time and achieve such a feat? Her eyes flashed with longing as she asked, imagining the austere sight of golden reality passages as Noah's figure nodded, his eyes shining sharply as he began to float towards her. I can. But that is me, and you are you. I have other plans for myself, but you can go ahead and learn this Azure Treasure Emperor's runic écriture of modus operandi in order to break your own shackles. WAA, Chapter 1655 Azure Treasure Emperor's modus operandi. LLL, Noah was straightforward as without Natalia, he would have not been led into this forsaken treasure reality, as he would not bully the being who had initially found it. Natalia's gaze hardened as she gazed at Noah and then the glimmering gold scroll, her hands reaching towards it as an influx of information similar to Noah flowed into her eyes shining brightly an instant later. If your talent is stupendous, 20 destiny reality passages are possible. How many reality passages does the primordial legend that you want to kill have? Noah voiced out freely as the golden scroll naturally floated back into his hands. Natalia's eyes released a sharp luster at this question as she voiced out with confidence, less than 10. And what do you think of your talent and foundation? Do you think you can forge more than 10? An important question that caused the burning light within the eyes of Natalia to dim. Everyone knew themselves the most as Natalia understood her foundation and destiny best apart from anyone else, and she could give a confident answer at this moment as she stayed quiet. Noah looked at such a scene as his eyes began to curve, a devilish smile coming onto his lips as he spoke calmly. I have a way that will guarantee you achieving at least 15 if not more destiny reality passages. WAA, his words caused Natalia's eyes to flutter, locking onto him as her origin buzzed. How? With a devilish smile, a tyrannical aura had already begun leaking from Noah as he spoke. As you've noticed, I'm a little exceptional in the things that I do as even now, not just 8th firmament existences. But even average 9th firmament existences cannot compare to me. Whatever revenge you have to take, whatever legend you have to kill, I can confidently say that you can achieve this under me within a few months, if not weeks. Boastful words echoed out as they occupied the mind of Natalia Rostova entirely. Under you, yes. Be one of the many generals under me that shall explore these expanses of realities. And breaking your shackles to form more than 15 reality passages should be easy, as your enemies shall become my enemies. A talented existence under him who had enough fortune to locate a forsaken treasure reality and a possible enemy at the level of a legend that could be a source of wondrous loot in the future. How could Noah let such a chance slip away? There was more to his intentions apart from this, as for now, the will of the tyrannical emperor echoed out as the past overseer of the Isles of the Gilded Forge received a bright prompt proposal before her very eyes that told her to pledge her fealty to a single being. Silence reigned in the surroundings. As for those proficient in destiny, they would already know the choice to make in this shocking situation as the eyes of Natalia moved from Noah to gaze at the over a dozen destiny goblins still kneeling towards his 3 bodies. Her own goals flashed before her eyes as when superimposed with all the things she had seen with him in their time. The choice was clear. With a heavy heart driven only by revenge, the figure of Natalia Rostova bowed towards Noah while speaking out stellar words. I pledge fealty to the tyrannical emperor. BZZZT. Waves of essence bloomed out as yet another destined existence fell under Noah's banner. Her eyes gradually expanded with more shock as with the pledging of fealty. She felt the strengthening of her body and soul as well as the eruption of her seas of destiny just from being connected to this being. Before she could express her shock though, she felt her surroundings glimmer with scintillating lights as Noah's voice echoed out, "Good. Let's wrap things up here and I'll bring you to the base of operations. There, I'll give you a few limit-breaking tools and get you ready to break your shackles. I want to see the process of forging reality passages and a revolving reality in a crystal-clear fashion." Ridiculous words left his mouth while his body began to buzz with essence that began to permeate outwards, covering the cavernous space they were in and spreading even further outwards as Natalia held in her shock while asking, "What are you doing now?" Just forming a connection with this forsaken treasure reality is when it's assimilated to my own reality. I wonder what will come of it. Ridiculous words followed by vibrant essence erupted out, the golden scroll floating near Noah shining with pulses of light as uniquely. It made the spreading of his essence and the connection to this treasure reality much easier than it would have been if Noah had tried this before, while being gradually covered by a hazy golden light. The azure forsaken treasure reality began to fall under the authority of a certain being as it would be pulled towards a stellar growing reality, in a region of space filled with dense vegetation. The transcendent plant kingdom glimmered with intensity and fervor as 2 Kainos emperors gazed at each other wordlessly, waves of destiny surging around them both as they seemed to be having their own battles. Off to the side, Beatrix had a heavy expression due to the silence after such a long period of time that her expression eased greatly when her empress spoke in the next second. "Very well. A modus operandi for you so long as you continue to use your astounding destiny in a land where legends live. Let's go to the pure-blooded domains and see whether destiny will carry you against the eyes of legends." WAA, the dominating words of Empress Genevieve ended as the enthroned Noah smiled. The transcendent plant kingdom beginning to fade around them along with his throne of unnamed tyranny. Beatrix sighed inside as she knew very well what the cold eyes of her master were thinking as they gazed at the one they knew as Alexander. She had far surpassed a level of intrigue and anger as at this moment, she wanted to rip apart this being's main body to pieces as quickly as possible no matter the price. But she couldn't yet locate him as she had begun to rush her awakening already by unlocking concepts her soul was not yet ready for, and Beatrix worried for what she might do next if this being before them continued to show anomalous capabilities that forced the Empress to continue unlocking concepts much too early. "Let us not lose sight of the ultimate prize, Empress." Beatrix had this thought as she planned to talk to the only being she cared for when the time was right. Because now the reigning will of an existence that had just wiped out too many 9th firmament existences still imposed down around them. "If you've been evading the eyes of legends this whole time, why can't I?" A gaze of boundless confidence stared at the dark-haired Genevieve, this Empress staring back in turn at the stellar cosmic being as she snapped her hand to bring back a cuboidal vessel they had been utilizing all this time. "Oh, let me do the honors this time around." BZZZT. Noah's will surged out as above them and eclipsing everything. A transport-type quasi-taboo primordial relic in the form of a dazzling reality appeared as iridescent reality, was called out, glorious in stature and putting everything else to shame. Noah's stellar figure floated to land atop the seemingly endless vessel that looked like a stable glass structure holding a reality filled with countless cosmos. A thin multicolored barrier surrounding it all around in a circular fashion as when he arrived, Noah called upon the feature of pocket reality, of the infinite reality to begin erecting structures within this quasi-taboo vessel. Futuristic structures where one could find lodging, expansive high-rise glass buildings with open roof pools, bubbling golden springs filled with hazy mist where one could go and relax, huge forges and grills to cook primordial beasts. Everything that one could imagine for relaxation arose on top of the iridescent reality, as its size alone was vaster than many cosmos. The figures of Genevieve and Beatrix arrived onto the quasi-taboo vessel as they looked at the paradisical sight atop it, their eyes flashing coldly as they gazed at the unnamed Kainos Emperor who at this time had erected a singular crystalline stellar throne at the very center of this vessel that he went to sit on, gazing towards them in a carefree manner as his voice echoed out, "Make yourselves at home as we head out to our false home." Towards the pure-blooded domains where even primordial legends can be seen, towards the pure-blooded domains, towards the belly of the beast, shivering, with dominating visage, the vessel of the unnamed Kainos Emperor followed the memories of defeated enemies as he went towards one of the innermost domains of primordials where occasionally, the visage of genuine legends could be seen. Chapter 1656 Immense Gains. A sense of calmness and prosperity spread out over the infinite reality as this seemingly settled down. Seas of different types of essence were still constantly being forged throughout the stellar bodies of this expanding reality, but the effects of the first infinite dream had ended as everything calmed. A perilous battle that would have been lost if sufficient preparations weren't made was also won as the gains from this battle propelled Noah into a level of strength that only very unique existences at the ninth firmament of ascendancy could display. The gains from this battle had to be properly digested as there were truly too many things, from the first 5 resplendent treasure caches. Noah still had 2-dimensional essence shards to utilize and allow for the reality-altering nullification of resources for 2 abilities. Many possibilities rose in Noah's mind as among them was an ability that required 10,000 units of the essence of reality in addition to trillions of units of mana to cast. If he nullified the resources for this ability, he could effectively refine his origin and soul to achieve the limit-breaking extreme mana physique that boasted a strong foundation to allow for even more reality passages to form during the time when he broke his shackles. Yet he was also currently at the stage of having reserves of 100,000 units of the essence of reality, and he had thousands of ascendant flasks of life and death that recovered all resources entirely as if he consumed a single one. To completely refine the limit-breaking extreme mana physique, a bit less than 1 million units of the essence of reality were required in total, as this amounted to the usage of 10 ascendant flasks of life, a measly number compared to what he had as due to his rapid pace of progression. Even something like 1 million units of the essence of reality was an achievable resource in a short period of time. Due to this, even though this ability required 10 times the amount of essence compared to Sever, it wasn't chosen to utilize a dimensional essence shard over. But there was an ability similar to it in terms of how many units of the essence of reality it ate up. Noah's destiny strongly pointing towards it at this moment, as it was Ruination's feature. It required 10,000 units of the essence of reality, as it also wasn't a limited use ability like, with Noah needing to corrupt all of the new quasi-taboo nomological edicts he held. As if one did the math, the required units were in the millions. Noah could even go further if he nullified the resource requirement for this ability, as he could corrupt the thousands of insuperable nomological edicts he had gained from the 7th, 8th, and 9th firmament enders, along with the few hundred from the followers of the will of the past emperor. Even though they placed quasi-taboo nomological edicts in their halos, they had lived for too long, as they also held many insuperable and even quasi-insuperable nomological edicts. If Noah freely corrupted even insuperable nomological concepts and then placed them in the soul library for his people, the amount of power he could raise with them was ridiculous, as the ability of was at the very forefront for the utilization of dimensional essence shard. The mention of the followers of the will of the past emperor caused Noah's expression to turn slightly somber, as even at this moment, he continued to sift through the billions of years of memories of 3 existences who had their own stories, his soul relishing on arguably one of the most important loot out of all this, memories, the memories of the dimensional archaic devil bird, 9 reality horned unicorn, and the eclipsing celestial void. They were something that caused Noah to want to tread even more carefully in the future, as they told off too many disastrous secrets and built a brutal and fantastical world that Noah was being given a glimpse of at this moment. from the memories of these three beings, Noah learned of the primordial will-bearers' existences who were under the authority of a legend as they moved with their orders. The three will-bearers Noah had faced were under the Olden Emperor of the Golden Eye, with Noah finding something dreadful whenever memories of this being rose in the long history of the dimensional archaic devil bird and others. The visage of this legend was clouded by a misty light whenever they appeared in the memories, as Noah couldn't even discern who they were or what they looked like, and this applied to all legends that these three primordial will-bearers had been lucky enough to come across. Everything about them was clouded even in the memories of others. This showed a mere glimpse of the power of legends as Noah planned ahead for many contingencies and possibilities. Amidst his thoughts, though, he was awoken to the appearance of the last reality that was fusing into the infinite reality for the next few days until he initiated infinite dream once more. Noah's will had spread over the forsaken treasure dimension as what should have been an impossible task became easy whenever Noah grasped the golden scroll of the Azure Treasure Emperor's runic écriture of modus operandi. This lute acting akin to a master key that made all connections flow as at this moment, Noah saw the unique sight of a dazzling river of reality over 10 times larger than even prime realities begin stacking up over his infinite reality and beginning to fuse with it. BZZZT, arcs of golden light began to bloom as the Azure Forsaken Treasure reality was pulled in to be assimilated into the infinite reality, its restrictions being broken apart as its treasure islands and domains disappeared into fantastical light that all surged towards the core of this reality. Along with this, the brilliant luster of 20 true stars of conquest began to form as they caused Noah's eyes to smile dangerously. Others didn't see this as his people were stumped to see an even greater disruption at this moment when everything should have already been done. A clone of Little Henry, Amelia Osmont, Adelaide, Barbados, Halcyon, Athena, Emperor Penguin, Sword Emperor, Steel Mikhail. Nearly all of Noah's closest women and most powerful generals could be seen within the novice universe as they watched this shockingly unfolding sensation once more with their vast consciousnesses, but they were on for a surprise at this point in time as Noah took the inhabitants of this new reality and teleported them into the novice universe after he felt the breaking apart of the spatial restrictions. SHAA, the dazzling figures of destiny goblins bloomed before everyone along with the return of Noah's clone, the eyes of his people lighting up at his presence as many even shot towards him. But they all came to a stop in the next instant as, apart from the destiny goblins, they saw Noah's figure floating beside a curvaceous and utterly exquisite crimson golden-haired Natalia Rostova who was clutching her heart-splitter bow tightly. Silence reigned as Noah's people looked at this being with slight surprise, the reactions of others being more prominent as one could see Barbados's figure shaking her head while voicing out prominently the moment they appeared, Don't tell me it's another woman. Little fish, don't you think you have enough?" Barbados showed a playful teasing expression as she acted dismayed, the gaze of Amelia Osmont becoming stern while the little Henry she held in her arms looked at the scene of his father floating down with even more respect. Barbados's words nearly halted the introduction as Noah shook his head with a smile while floating forward. "No such thing. I merely bring another general in our ranks. She will more than likely be the first in this reality to break past her shackles and reach the 8th firmament of ascendancy. So watch closely and gain something when this happens." WAA, the past overseer of the lands of the primal titans and the Isles of the Gilded Forge, arrived into a new land filled with mystery, a fantastical reality also being assimilated into the infinite reality at the same time as its results were bound to be astonishing. Chapter 1657 Immense Gains. The Azure Forsaken Treasure reality was quite different from emerging or prime realities, as what was assimilated from it more than anything was its unique authority. 20 resplendent true stars of conquest formed as each one was suffused with waves of milky white light, descending towards Noah's body and sinking into him freely. Austere golden waves of destiny bloomed at the very center of the infinite reality as the changes due to this forsaken treasure reality were displayed in Noah's mind. The feature of treasure destiny domain space has been added to the infinite reality. The feature of spatial restriction has been added to the infinite reality. The assimilation of a forsaken treasure reality actually granted 2 new features, Noah's soul beginning to peruse through them as he found spatial restriction to be unique in that it allowed Noah to impose restrictions similar to a treasure reality where the inhabitants could not freely teleport. He could apply this towards the whole reality or to specific sections, or even apply it to certain groups of people. It was something unique that Noah planned to play with later, as the second feature to be gained was something similar to the ability Noah himself had gotten when he defeated the ultimate amalgamation of greed, treasure destiny domain space, 3 destiny domain spaces can be enacted in the infinite reality as over time, the formation of naturally formed primordial treasures, soul crystals, resource crystals, mana stones. And many other unique types of loot shall take place. More methods for him to attain loot and strengthen his reality overall is when the assimilation of the Forsaken Treasure reality finished. One of Noah's clones took the task of communicating with his family while also preparing to show them something very few would get to experience: the breaking of shackles from the 7th firmament to the 8th. The new entrant Natalia Rostova would be the subject of examination as Noah began giving her limit-breaking elixirs he could forge with ease at this moment to start the preparations. This was just one of the numerous things Noah would be overseeing in the next few days. He had many other things that he had to do. In this calm period of time after such a perilous battle was great to get them out of the way. Especially with the time delay of the cosmic Holy Land, mere a day or two passing in the outside realities would mean Noah achieving all that he wanted in the cosmic Holy Land. As for what had to be done, the deconstruction of all obtained cosmic Daos into the maximum allowable runic Dao lines. Then their enhancement with evolutionary runic Kainos lines of ascendancy. And then proceeding with the limit-breaking extreme mana refinement that will change all runic lines into runic Kainos mana lines of ascendancy. These were just among the first set of actions Noah would take. After this, there was the spreading of shards of a seed of reality to quickly raise his strongest generals into 7th and 8th firmament existences after Natalia, this being especially the case as his reality now had a runic écriture of modus operandi that its inhabitants could utilize. In this coming closed-off session for the next few days, Noah was planning to have his clones take care of everything with his people while his main body focused on completing his physiques, strengthening the soul through the soul crystals and extinguishing of unneeded nomological edicts, optimize his 600 slots of flames of edicts and his ascendancy halos to all be entirely quasi-taboo, then make all of these concepts into ruin concepts by corrupting them, utilize the remaining affixes of reality through ruination, refine limit-breaking elixirs and pills, forge relics, set up his own destiny domain space. There were frankly too many things to be done as they would all be taken care of in this coming period of time in the cosmic Holy Land. Many choices like this went over Noah's mind as his main body was currently situated on the throne of Arcadian tyranny while he utterly burnt and desecrated minor, greater, and quasi-insuperable nomological edicts with the authority of this olden bloodline in order to strengthen his own soul. His strongest bloodline was also undergoing constant reforming and strengthening as 3 new olden bloodlines were becoming incorporated into the unnamed Kainos Emperor bloodline, this process taking time as Noah would find out the gains from it soon enough. While this occurred, he stared at 3 glimmering resplendent treasure caches he had yet to open as the biggest gains out of the last ones included 3 blueprints of taboo relics. Apex, Pioneer, and Fortress. He had obtained the blueprints of such terrific items as each had drastic material requirements, with Noah being blessed by having many of these materials through the very same caches or having already obtained them from the Forsaken Treasure reality, yet each blueprint had a single or 2 items that Noah did not have on hand and nor could he get easily. For 2 of the blueprints of taboo relics, their last material even required Noah to delve into the Dream Dimension and the Mirror Dimension. This was a task for the very near upcoming future as for now, Noah was curious about the loot in the 3 resplendent treasure caches that came from beings far stronger than 9th firmament enders. Now, what will you 3 hold? BZZZT. Golden splendor shot out as 3 resplendent treasure caches began to open, dazzling prompts rising before Noah's eyes as just the first few caused his mind to buzz. The quasi-taboo relic, Gloves of the Starry King, has been obtained. 800 olden orbs of transmogrification have been obtained. 5,000 high-tier soul crystals have been obtained. The taboo relic, Lethe, has been obtained. Hung, everything came to a stop. The other golden prompts of the resplendent treasure cache faded as finally, something undeniably shocking had come up before Noah's eyes. A taboo relic, 1658 Lethe. Noah's expansive space was nearly endless in size as if anyone ever got their hands on it. They would die of greed just from the sheer number of ridiculous treasures and loot within this space, from dazzling orbs that allowed one to obtain quasi-taboo nomological edicts to mountains of soul crystals and reality crystals, to even an assortment of quasi-taboo relics. His expansive space contained a great deal of things as treasure mountains rose everywhere, all of Noah's loot constantly being placed in this space if he gained it from enemies or when he opened his treasure caches. This meant that when he received the prompt that spoke of a taboo relic, this treasure appeared in his expansive space right away as it brought drastic changes even in this space. Hung, the nearby quasi-taboo relics trembled as if they had wills. Unconsciously being pushed aside as a mass of stellar obsidian darkness descended, orbs of transmogrification, naturally formed primordial treasures, soul crystals. Any other loot nearby was pushed aside for miles as the grandeur of the taboo relic ridiculously occupied an empty space as the other loot weren't even allowed to near. BZZZT. Whatever relic was hidden in the stellar obsidian darkness released arcs of profound soul-shaking light as it floated majestically, showing its glory. Amongst all other loot, until a microsecond later the glimmering will of the unnamed Kainos Emperor called upon it, silence descended as this ridiculous relic actually didn't answer the call of its new owner. Rumble, it was a shocking action for the unnamed Kainos Emperor to not be able to even call upon his items in his own expansive space, his shocking will and authority barreling down with ferocity in the next moment. You cheeky little thing, that you better come out now and be obedient before I collect a dozen more taboo relics in a few weeks and leave you to collect dust. Words of shocking authority that carried a form of undeniable truth, a truth that told this domineering relic these words would be adhered to if they didn't get what they wanted. A microsecond later, the mass of stellar obsidian darkness disappeared as a taboo relic answered the call of its owner, in the cosmic Holy Land. Noah's vibrant eyes gazed at the relic that had actually snubbed him in the beginning as information began to flow in his mind while this taboo relic floated towards him. Lethe, this was the name of this taboo relic, as such a word had the meaning of a state of forgetfulness or oblivion, such meaning only giving Noah an indication of what this relic would hold. As his eyes pierced across the stellar obsidian veil surrounding it and saw it with all of its glory, his eyes were first met with the distinct light of 9 pulsing obsidian rivers of reality, their illusory light actually free-flowing across what seemed to be a shawl, or better known as a cloak or mantle. An air of ancientness surrounded it as it seemed to be there and not there every other microsecond. Noah having to steal and focus his soul just to make sure that the taboo relic was still before his eyes. What was most astounding was the fact that this stellar dark cloak with the light of 9 obsidian realities had 10 spinning multicolored rings of light around it that constantly gave off a heart-throbbing authority, multicolored rings of light that were very reminiscent of ascendancy halos. With haste, Noah's eyes released piercing rays of light as they took in all the information about this relic and displayed it brilliantly in his mind. Taboo, Lethe, a tool of ultimate possibilities due its confounding nature and capability to alter the natural laws of reality passively. It is a relic at the level of taboo as it required special authority to merely equip, the base of such authority being a taboo concept. The activation of its abilities can only be done through essence or authority that stems from taboo. It is a tool that grants its user the Veil of Lethe, a constantly adapting passive ability that shows others what the user wants them to see and hides what should remain forever unknown. This includes their realm, destiny, the strength of their souls and concepts, bloodlines. Any concepts of reality that define an existence. Furthermore, the Veil of Lethe carries its reality-altering effects onto selected enemies as they begin to act carelessly and with heedlessness towards you. Such actions of forgetfulness eventually leading them to their oblivion. This veil can withstand even the inquisitive glare of penetrative taboo concepts when enough mana and essence of reality are provided, as Lethe also holds the unique authority of 10 malleable ascendancy halos that can be commandeered by the user to act as their own additional authority once equipped, with these malleable ascendancy halos mimicking the highest tier halo currently achieved. Even though its uses are more auxiliary, Lethe also contains the ability of Shield of Oblivion that can be enacted by 1 quintillion units of mana and 100,000 units of the essence of reality through the authority of taboo. This ability granting a reality-altering shield that can grant a base 100 true reality defense values. Remaining features include character selection, memory alteration, oblivion, and concept edit. It is a relic of extreme power as its utilization can allow one to better understand taboo and even aid on their path to enact more of such concepts, with results varying depending on its utilization. Unbelievable details flowed over Noah's mind as if it was anyone else, they would be too awestruck to even continue on for the next moments. Yet Noah's eyes released beams of light as while staring at the cloak that glimmered with 9 illusory obsidian releases and undulated with 10 halos of multicolored light. His body erupted with oppressive pressure as 10 dazzling black ascendancy halos bloomed. This was because the ridiculous relic before his eyes was something that one couldn't even adorn and utilize to its full extent, as the authority of taboo had to be there for one to play around with this taboo relic. Chapter 1659 Lethe. An authority of taboo was required as wondrously. Noah had such an authority even though he didn't have a taboo concept. Bzzzt. Domineering arcs of light bellowed out as the taboo relic Lethe finally undulated with less light as Noah's authority bounded out, its glorious visage beginning to flow towards him as his hand beckoned towards it now with the authority of his black tier ascendancy halos that held the authority of taboo. They were halos that one could normally only achieve with the flames of taboo concepts, and Noah infused his essence through them to command this relic before his eyes as it moved behind him and went on to clasp onto his back, around the same moment in time, within a cluster of innumerable realities. The gaze of a legend was a terrifying one to have directed at you, with it being silent most of the time as their concepts of taboo acted in such a way to not cause a reaction with one's destiny. This meant that a legend could be tracking down an existence without their knowledge, as when they were found and the visage of a genuine legend crashed down, they wouldn't even know how they died. The only way to counter such a gaze was with your own protective taboo concepts and authorities, as normally, only legends could counter legends. This was why at this moment, a terrifying will of the Olden Emperor of the Golden Eye had locked on to a particular existence, as even though the culprit was masked around the authority of a disaster remnant that was naturally hard to grasp due to these beings' history, other lines of destiny were grasped from the primordial blacklist as from this. Many things could be stipulated. Noah Osmont. Your will is stipulated across multiple realities as karma connects you to the primal titans. 7th Firmament of Ascendancy? Rubbish. The shocking visage of the Golden Eye couldn't even be seen properly as this existence gazed at multiple golden strings that had begun to feed him information, with him manipulating their origin as his goal was to eventually find out everything about the existence that had killed his will bearers and then locate them. Now. Where can I find you? Oh, BZZZT. Heavy obsidian sparks erupted out as the golden lines that the Olden Emperor was pulling upon shattered and fizzled out of nowhere. Just when the Olden Emperor of the Golden Eye was about to make some headway into the identity and position of an existence that was already hard to track due to unknown factors, yet now, everything about him faded as no feedback of information was coming across, even though multiple taboo authorities were active at this moment. But it felt like they were being stopped by an unshakable veil. BZZZT, an unshakable veil that even when the authority of the Golden Eye raged out with more intensity, it remained unshaken. It was the veil of Lethe. Curious. Does he have a legend protecting him, or the will of a terrifying existence was confounded as the veil of Lethe had passively acted to confound its first target? A legend had lost a trace at an opportune time that would have caused some troubles to a certain existence unless his destiny had begun to quickly alert him while contending against the authority of taboo. And such an occurrence had occurred more than once in the past, where just as tremendous possible peril was about to descend, it was unconsciously evaded within a difference of seconds or even microseconds. How could this be explained? Was it purely due to the unconscious augmentation of destiny altering things naturally and steering events in such a way? Or was it something else entirely? Was a passive ability that one received if they equipped Lethe, but it could draw upon mana and essence of reality as required if an inquisitive taboo authority was geared towards your direction? Noah shockingly felt such a pull the moment he utilized the authority of his black tier ascendancy halos to adorn the obsidian cloak onto his back, thousands of units of the essence of reality instantly beginning to be drained from him along with trillions of units of mana. Oh, his eyes flashed with solemnity as while his body was erupting with untold grandeur due to adorning a taboo relic. The feedback from Lethe told him that the passive veil of Lethe was now actively stopping the piercing gaze of an existence, as if Noah didn't coincidentally happen to obtain this relic and equip it. Would a clone of his have been found? Or would his main body and infinite reality be revealed? These questions caused Noah's excitement for the taboo relic to take a backseat briefly as he re-evaluated everything, with his destiny having affirmed to him that through his taboo authority of the black tier ascendancy halos, he would be masked against even legends so long as he didn't have them heavily focus their attention on him. This was the only assurance that had allowed him to continue into the pure-blooded domains where one might run across a legend. But it seems like such a legend had actually focused on him, as Noah could only think of a single being that was connected to the will-bearers that he had eradicated. And yet, the veil of Lethe had cut off anything that this being had attached to, as after a few microseconds, the usage of essence of reality was stopped as the veil calmed down. The singular feature of this taboo relic had already shown its ridiculous usages for any worries about Noah becoming entangled in the sites of legends. They could all be forgotten, as the number of things he could mask now were too many. For an example, BZZZT, a hazy dark veil of authority wrapped around his body as it extended upwards at this time, going on to extend past the solidified crown of the unnamed Kainos Emperor, a crown, an authority that showed itself clearly at all times as it disdained being hidden. Noah couldn't change the reality of this solidified crown, but he could set the authority of Lethe to alter the perceptions of others when they stared at him, as he commanded the authority of this taboo relic to not show what floated above him. That was all. WAA. If someone were to be looking at Noah at this moment, they would notice his dazzling solidified crown fading from sight in a wondrous fashion, a relic that was capable of even silently hiding an authority that disdained being hidden. This wasn't all, as Lethe wasn't just a taboo relic. It was also a limit-breaking tool. 10 malleable ascendancy halos came with this relic as they were multicolored when the cloak was unequipped, but the moment Noah adorned it, shirring, they turned a dangerous shade of black as horrifically, Noah's body erupted with an even more domineering authority as 20 black tier ascendancy halos began to undulate around him. 10 were blank and without any flames of edicts, as 600 concepts had to be conjured up and placed within to fully complement its authority, but the sheer possibility of this affirmed that on this day, Noah had broken past the limitation of the number of ascendancy halos that a seventh firmament existence could have, as from 10. He currently wielded 20, and all this was just a single aspect of the taboo relic. Lethe is more than all of this. There was that if Noah cast while fused with just 10 of his ascendancy halos with the true form of a samsara cosmic Tao origin, he could achieve 75,000 true reality defense values from this shield alone without even placing any other modifiers in the picture. And he had many modifiers to think about, as the actual true value was unknown due to the fact that he now held an additional 10 black tier ascendancy halos. This was only half of what Lethe could do, as apart from all this, there were still 4 features another hadn't even delved into yet. Rendition of Noah powering up with the concept of reality passages. Chapter 1660 Lethe 3. After the already shocking capabilities displayed by Lethe, there were still a few other features that remained. Character selection, the holder of Lethe can design a specific identity and reality to present to others, with multiple differing identities with their own unique concepts being capable of being designed and chosen at will. A base bloodline can be set for the character to be designed as concepts are built around it, the result being something that cannot be differentiated by even existences with taboo nomological edicts unless they know what they are looking for. Years' worth of history and destiny about a character can be designed that will be what others find if they decide to gaze towards your direction. Memory alteration, under the authority of Lethe, the memories of targets can be altered in unique and unknown ways, as if they cannot defend themselves. An existence could be made to lose memories of those closest to them or believe you were their closest, most trusted person. Oblivion, through resonance with the relic and the user, the relic can fully fuse into your body as an increased authority of taboo is granted. In the case of Lethe, the unique concept of oblivion is applied to its authority as it grants all offensive abilities an additional base of 100 true reality damage values. This ability requires 100,000 units of the essence of reality and 1 quintillion units of mana to cast, and then requires the same number of resources to keep active every 5 microseconds. Concept edit, the concepts under the user of Lethe can be modified in different ways, with the cost always being varying essence of reality depending on the changes. The ultimate skills of flames of edicts can be altered, or even the core meaning of an edict or Tao, wondrous new features that might seem ridiculous to some or average to others, and it was all due to how one used them. Concept edit and memory alteration had the potential to be ridiculous reality altering skills if used in certain ways, with memory alteration even being something that could heavily affect the destiny of many beings if used properly. Then there was character selection that allowed Noah to design multiple characters with years' worth of histories and destinies, such a thing being much needed as he couldn't just have legends try to peer into him and find nothing. A detailed false history would cause others to glance at him once and look away, while finding no history and information will only cause any passing legend to focus on him. Then, there was the Shield of Oblivion, that granted 100 true reality defense values and only needed to be cast once with its 100,000 units of essence of reality resource cost, with this number needing to be paid again only if the shield was broken so that it could be reenacted. Lastly, there was Oblivion, that granted 100 true reality damage values to all offensive abilities and required 100,000 units of the essence of reality to cast as to keep it active. This resource along with mana had to be paid every 5 microseconds. If Noah was fused with his 10 halos, equipped the dimensional war beads, and then fused with Lethe through Oblivion, Ascendant Reality Fireball would actually be capable of releasing a base 120 value that, when multiplied by a 750 multiplier, 0.90000 true reality damage values could be reached, and this wasn't even accounting for what the additional 10 ascendancy halos from Lethe would grant once Noah's soul was strengthened enough from burning concepts and absorbing soul crystals. The idea alone could make someone gaze at everything in disbelief as they countered the probable damage with Ascendant Reality Sever as well, and just what the mere concept of a 10th chain of Sever that would bloom 10 Ascendant Reality Fireballs would mean. Unheard of damage values in the hands of an existence in the seventh firmament of ascendancy as one wondered. When Noah eventually broke his shackles and ascended to the eighth and ninth firmament, would he be capable of reaching damage values that were the norms for those who had an established reality, WAA, grand ideas without an abundance of information? Noah let such thoughts free as after affirming the ridiculous capabilities of Lethe. He adorned this cloak as he looked like a stellar cosmic existence that had now placed a shawl glimmering with 9 black illusory realities behind his back, 20 black tier ascendancy halos undulating over him up and down as it was enough to frighten any weak-minded existences in the firmaments of ascendancy. With this in place, the remaining loot from the resplendent treasure cache finally resumed after being pushed aside the past few microseconds. The sui generis enlightened primordial relic, Belt of Endless Space, has been obtained. 6,000 ascendant breaths of reality have been obtained. The sui generis enlightened primordial relic, Chainsaw, has been obtained. The quasi-taboo relic, Helm of the Warring Emperor, has been obtained. 50 flasks of liquefied realities have been obtained. 2,000 high-tier naturally formed primordial treasures have been obtained. 1 ascendant dimensional essence shards has been obtained. 100 dreamstones have been obtained. The blueprint of the taboo consumable item, Kainos Orb of Transmogrification, has been obtained. There were multiple new things to rise before Noah's eyes, but he honed in on one of these new forms of loot that particularly caught his eye while controlling himself to not yet hone in a certain taboo blueprint, his eyes first landing on the flasks of liquefied realities. Flasks of liquefied reality, 50. A single flask contained the broken and ground down reality into the form of a glorious liquid that can only be enjoyed by existences capable of doing such an action. They have no restriction on the number of flasks that can be taken by a single person, as drinking a single flask of liquefied reality increases one's maximum reserves of mana by 1 quintillion units, maximum reserves of essence of reality by 1,000 units, and the maximum reserves of destiny and fortune by 1 trillion units. A fantastical limit-breaking tool appeared as even the limit-breaking elixirs Noah had forged. Point 1 could only have a limited maximum amount before their usage ran out, but not the flasks of liquefied reality. Freewebble.com, can one imagine that? Turning an entire reality into a liquefied mass that you then drink? How would that feel coursing down your tongue? How would your origin feel at the cosmic filament level as it is bathed by the liquid form of a genuine reality? Chapter 1661 Lethe. For 10,000 was a hard restriction for the maximum reserves of the essence of reality that was set for those in the seventh firmament. 100,000 was another limitation above that was set for those on the eighth firmament. It didn't mean that most existences in the eighth firmament reached the 100,000 cap, just that the most astounding and genius of existences had this as their limitation. This was the limitation Noah faced now while still in the seventh firmament of ascendancy. So what could stop him now if he swallowed multiple liquefied realities to break apart this limitation? It was an action that would further build his foundation to ridiculous levels as he exceeded all known boundaries before even breaking his shackles. The resplendent treasure caches from the 3 olden emperors always went above and beyond to surprise, as after a taboo relic and something like liquefied realities, a single-dimensional essence shard was replenished, as there was even another item from the set of the Warring Emperor, this time a helm. Unlike the Aegis of the Warring Emperor that granted the 20 true reality defense values, the Helm of the Warring Emperor granted 5 true reality damage values and 5 true reality defense values. As it wasn't as domineering, but if Noah gained the third item from the Warring Emperor set, his destiny told him there would be a boon to look out for as one of the set effects should be achieved at that time. Then, there were the Dreamstones, and the last item Noah controlled himself to gaze at last, the blueprint of the Kainos Orbs of Transmogrification. The Dreamstones, 100 out of 100, crush a single Dreamstone in your hands and fall into a dream that lasts 1,000,000 years. Dreamstones are rare materials found across the dream dimensions, as they temper the disposition and soul of an existence, allowing them to live 1,000,000 years with the passage of mere hours in the outside cosmos. An existence before and after crushing a dreamstone could be vastly different in their thought process, as the strength of their soul will experience varying levels of elevation depending on what they accomplished in their dream. Blueprint of the Kainos Orb of Transmogrification, the methodology to craft an amalgamation of authority privy only to the Kainos era, with its usages indicating a relation to taboo. The materials required to forge it are 1,000 naturally formed primordial treasures, 5,000 ascendant breaths of reality, 5,000 mirror essence crystals, and 50,000 units of golden sand. More information of the usage and applications of the Kynos orb of transmogrification will be available once forged. Stupendous new forms of loot appeared as the Dreamstones had their own wonders, and then there was the blueprint of the Kynos orb of transmogrification, another pathway towards taboo, is it? A devilish smile rose on Noah's face as he read all the materials required to even forge a single Kynos orb of transmogrification. A decent amount of work laid on his plate to find even more materials at this moment. BZZZT, his body even released pulses of profound light at this time as the assimilation of 3 Olden bloodlines into his unnamed Kynos Emperor bloodline continued, Noah turning his sight to the many tasks he had to accomplish. With the materials he had on hand, it was also possible for him to bring to fruition a goal that he thought would take weeks to achieve, Ruination, WAA, the Crimson Gold. Humanoid figure of the treasure with spectacular capabilities appeared, emotionless on the surface as always, but one could see a hint of excitement hidden deep within the endlessly red eyes. There are many things to do. But why don't we get started with you? The cards were set, a great number of materials and means were laid out before Noah's hands as he had many tasks to do, proceeding first with the elevation of Ruination as there were many other tasks that required to make use of all the things he had gained. Now, it was time to utilize everything as by the time his true sanguine clone reached the pure-blooded domains, his power would be entirely different from what it was now. Within the cosmic holy land, many actions began to be taken as in the outside realities. Time passed, war bloomed across the vast realities as within a certain hidden infinite reality, there was only calmness and peace as the inhabitants within were isolated from any form of conflict. They would never know the effort and sweat that went to make all this happen, as only those in the vast realities suffered as many bloodlines became entangled in conflict, each side seeking supremacy as a new era ushered in. Due to the level of power of the beings involved, countless events and things could occur within a single second, much less a few hours that they could fill many pages of one were to write them down. Such events bloomed as the river of time and destiny flowed. A mere 2 days passed just like this, nearly 2 days. Yet the changes to the hegemony of many bloodlines and realities were greatly different. As past all of this, there were the biggest changes that would occur with the being that had hidden himself in his reality to utilize the many boons he had on him. Across the vast realities, a vessel in the form of a flat reality was tearing across the boundary between realities, beautiful structures akin to a fantastical small metropolis being seen atop this vessel as the aura of 3 prominent beings could be felt. Atop one of the tallest skyscrapers, an exquisite scene of a grill could be seen. The glistening golden meat of 9th firmament primordial beasts could currently be seen simmering as the unnamed Kynos Emperor poured golden liquid over it that caused crimson flames to rage even higher around it, a shocking smell erupting out that would cause anyone to drool. To the opposite end of the skyscraper, the figure of Empress Genevieve adorned in a free-flowing white fluffy cloak and the tight golden wrappings would be seen, her figure putting most ruling queens to shame, as Beatrix could be seen dressed similarly to her left. The two of them were staring at the scene of Noah freely grilling Enders while they neared the pure-blooded domains, but their eyes weren't on the meat that was even affecting their senses, as they were instead staring above the head of the unnamed Kynos Emperor. You have lost your crown. The eyes of Empress Genevieve were exceedingly cold as she finally spoke about the disappearance of the solidified crown on top of Noah. Yet Noah continued grilling freely as he replied back, I will never lose my crown. WAA, a play of words as the unnamed Kynos Emperor asserted that he would never lose his authority. Even if they could not see it, Genevieve's lips curved into a sneer at this reply as she gazed out from the quasi-taboo relic iridescent reality and into the vastness of space they were crossing. You know that in the olden times, any existence who was capable of hiding their authority as an emperor was called a coward. And also someone that was feared, as one would never know when they would make a move. She seemed to be thinking of the past as she spoke, Noah's voice coming to ring in her ears as it took her out of her memories. Does the Empress think of me as a coward or someone to be feared? BZZZT. Dazzling waves of destiny erupted from the stating of these words as Noah even turned away from the meat he was grilling to gaze at the Empress while waiting for her reply. But, before the conversation could even continue, a burst of violent spatial essence could be felt towards the distance that the iridescent reality was actually going towards. The eyes of all 3 beings atop it gazed forward, as since they were nearing the pure-blooded domains, they would naturally start coming across terrifyingly powerful and important existences, but the aura and destiny of the ones that could be felt up ahead. Was something entirely unexpected. The unnamed Kynos Emperor was arriving into new lands as along the way, an unexpected welcome party came across them. Chapter 1662, a meeting in progress. 3 personages had been on the road for the past 2 days as they neared the pure-blooded domains. At this moment, the iridescent reality flowing freely with stellar bodies, as when it felt the vibrant force coming up ahead, it slowed down and calmly came to a stop. The pure-blooded domains were different compared to the stretches of the boundary between realities in other regions under the authority of other bloodlines, where one could routinely see vessels in the auras of existences floating throughout, as there were even checkpoints and stations to eventually cross as one delved in further. This was because once they entered the periphery of these pure-blooded domains, they could have access to the lands of the pure-blooded cardinal royal reality. Ursity, infinite willow trees, and humans, along with the two other profound primordial bloodlines stretching their influence across realities, the 5 pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodlines held the most power among primordials. With the normal cardinal royal bloodlines like the royal wolf bloodline or royal spirit bloodlines were considered second class, most legends that have propagated outside the vast realities stemmed from the 5 pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodlines, with their history among the primordial being deep and entrenched throughout, as it was even rumored that the last true emperor who had obtained authority had stemmed from these 5 bloodlines. Eons of history, and immeasurably powerful, these were. The lands Noah was entering, as at this moment, the profound coagulation of auras they felt spatial essence from began to materialize before their eyes. Noah's eyes sparkled as he gained even greater interest. His will seeing the appearance of a small legion of white-robed primordials who were mostly in the 9th firmament of ascendancy, with the frontmost beings actually letting out power as a legend's visage at the 9th firmament of ascendancy, a few hundred beings all in the same stage. It was a profound party to come across, as Noah had a fair knowledge of such small legions from the memories of the pure-blooded cardinal royal humans he had decimated and the will-bearers of the Olden Emperor. Of the Golden Eye, there were a few specialized groups hidden as the core power of primordial bloodlines. One was the will-bearers that acted under the authority of legends, dispatched to eradicate vestiges of existences. Disaster remnants, or particularly heinous existences on the primordial blacklist. Then there were small legions like the one that rose before them, primordial adjudicators. BZZZT, the word stemmed from Empress Genevieve as she and Beatrix closely gazed forward at the coming party and actually recognized some of the beings within it, seeing those with authority clearly. As among the sizable legion of 9th firmament existences, there was one fairly young man floating at the forefront with a dazzling solidified crown above his head, and a cosmic toppling young woman with a cold expression that had an illusory crown above her head. Her skin was tanned with a bronze hue as dazzling hair flowed to her shoulders. Her eyes covered by a multicolored stellar hue as the white robe was barely able to hide the curves underneath them, and her expression was akin to an empress that oversaw vast grotto sanctums with everything under her feet. The man floating next to her had an astounding identity, as he had crimson and gold hair dancing with soul-shaking light, his skin fair and his eyes entirely black as if they could swallow everything. His visage was more astounding and wild than anyone else here, as it seemed. Just from a flick of his fingers or a blink of his eyes, he could tear apart the natural laws of reality. But even though this was an astounding personage who had even attained authority as a Kainos emperor, Empress Genevieve was staring at the dark-haired brown-skinned beauty beside him as she called out with genuine surprise, "Nefertiti, WAA." The uttering of the name caused a sharp light to cross in the eyes of the dazzling woman as she replied coldly, "It is Adjudicator Nefertiti." "How many times must I remind you of this, Genevieve?" Boundless authority leaked from her as she held profound power at the 9th firmament of ascendancy. "It's Empress Genevieve." Genevieve spoke while actually going forward and tapping the solidified crown above her with a smile. "It's not the young woman who you barely gazed at in the past when you left everything behind. With this, you might actually have to call me Bloodline Master." The two spoke as if they knew each other, and they truly had a deep history, as the primordial adjudicator Nefertiti stemmed from the pure-blooded cardinal royal humans. But over 1,000,000 years ago, she had left all her authority within her bloodline to join the legion of primordial adjudicators under a single being. One of the beings talked about in the core circles of primordials as one of the true candidate emperors of the coming era due to his profound disposition and power in this, was further proved by the fact that he had already attained his solidified crown. He had many titles, but one of the most known ones was Adjudicator Ezekiel. His eyes were calm even while seeing a fellow Kainos emperor, only flashing with brightness at the quasi-taboo relic. They stood one while his gaze passed by Beatrix and then Noah, ever so briefly. His gaze passed on Noah just for an extra second before it faded, the voice of Adjudicator Nefertiti ringing out to cover everything once more. "Bloodline Master. Merely an authority in name for cowards to fight for. It is why I left it behind for you and that weak naive girl who should have been ahead of you, but you seem to have not perished amidst this blooming chaos and even made great gains." She was also gazing at the solidified crown above Genevieve, as it truly represented too many things. For a candidate emperor of a pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodline to have candidacy to become a true emperor of an era Their ascension was nearly guaranteed as boundless glory awaited for them, but shockingly, adjudicator Nefertiti actually referred to those acting as figureheads of bloodlines in authority and name for cowards. This was because genius primordials at the 8th and 9th firmament of ascendancy truly had many options to choose from for their destiny, and some believed that the most opportune destiny lay in other paths and positions, as they even disdained the figureheads that would be tasked with overseeing the day-to-day of workings of their bloodline. A weak, naive girl. Empress Genevieve said these words as the image of a young girl with exceeding disposition and beauty appeared in her mind. With her eyes trembling with light an instant later as they rose to gaze towards another direction in space, their party and the party of the primordial adjudicators were facing each other, but they felt a third part with yet another profound aura come towards their left as another entrant party appeared at this meeting today. They moved quickly as golden-robed existences making up a small legion similar to the first party they had met appeared, this one having a single young woman at the forefront that held dazzling white hair and fair skin, her eyes glazed over by illusory realities as she held a shocking disposition that could make average 9th firmament existences have their souls shatter from her mere look. Even though she herself seemed like a precious creature that evoked feelings of protection the moment one saw her, weak and naive. It is always great to hear you talk about me, Big Sis Nefertiti, WAA, with astounding visage, the last entrant of this meeting today appeared. An insignificant meeting that shouldn't hold too much importance, as the vast majority of participants didn't even gaze towards the direction of Noah, who was watching everything with shining eyes. None of them gazed at him, even though under his eyes, beams of profound loot light were filling everything in his sight, as all the existences before him were termed as possibilities of loot. None of them gazed towards him. But they would come to know him soon enough. Chapter 1663, a meeting in progress. Multiple new existences came across Noah at this moment in time, as nearly all of the new beings barely spared him a glance. Adjudicator Nefertiti, and the newly appearing woman she referred to as weak and naive, who was actually her sister of the same familial bloodline, but of a different mother. They only faced each other at this moment as no other beings mattered. The hundreds of primordial adjudicators within their legions at the 9th firmament of ascendancy only kept their heads straight like perfect soldiers, as they also didn't even spare a glance towards Noah, but a single being had spared him a glance and even gave a thought about him. Standing beside Adjudicator Nefertiti, it was Adjudicator Ezekiel, whose black eyes seemed capable of devouring everything. He couldn't help but gaze at Noah, as under his inquisitive mind, he noticed the sense of profound calmness and even curiosity that this being had when he gazed at the unfolding situation around them. Since he was with Genevieve, he should know her status and the status of the beings she addressed. He should know about primordial adjudicators, and more than anything, he should know a great deal about Adjudicator Ezekiel that stemmed from a pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodline at the same level, if not higher, than the infinite willow tree bloodline. There was the pure-blooded cardinal royal human reality Ursity, infinite willow tree, and another pristine bloodline that made up the core power of primordials was a species that always reigned supreme even within beasts in extremely low worlds that barely had a mimicking trace of their grandeur. A species commonly mentioned in myths and legends. With the bloodline that Adjudicator Ezekiel belonged to being the perfect fusion of two of such mythical species that bore fruit to the pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodline of the dragon phoenix. Not merely a stupendous bloodline of dragons or phoenixes, but a perfect bloodline that was of pure blood. Even the reality Ursity were only equal to them, as they were a ruling class that deserved respect across the vast realities. More than this, Adjudicator Ezekiel and Nefertiti's titles were further elevated, as they were the progeny of powerful families within their respective bloodlines, families filled with legends that oversaw grotto sanctums and much more. They were existences that had long since exceeded all parameters of power at the 9th firmament of ascendancy, that even those at the stage of a legend's visage were looked down on when compared to them, as they had long since the qualifications to break past the shackles of the firmaments of ascendancy and reached the stage of a legend whenever they wished, but they did not. They forged their foundations further and were existences who sought to exceed any limitations and restrictions, as they built such strong foundations that the moment they broke into the stage of reality, their power would be propelled upwards so crazily that common legends would be like children to them. This was how high the status of the leaders of primordial adjudicator legions was. So high that if they came across actual legends, these beings actually acknowledged them with respect, as they knew it was merely a choice for them to achieve the same stage. Genevieve had not yet reached such a stage before, but her solidified crown and current realm meant she would ruse to this when she was recognized after her return to her bloodline. So this existence beside her, how could he be surrounded by such prestigious personages and look utterly calm and even show curiosity? This Was the thought that the perceptive adjudicator Ezekiel had as when any beings looked at the figure of Noah? Their wills felt the aura of an existence at the ninth firmament of ascendancy stemming from him. Of course, this was only what others saw, as this was done by Noah with the identity of Alexander following Genevieve being taken to the ninth firmament of ascendancy while also being a genius, enlightened, peerless alchemist. A single set of eyes were on him as this destined meeting continued. The new entrant was a white-haired young woman that had a figure and face sculpted so well that one would only wish goodness towards her. What was most shocking was the fact that she was the third existence to now appear here who had her own solidified crown, the other two only being Genevieve and adjudicator Ezekiel. She was known as Adjudicator Caitlin, this being led her own legion of primordial adjudicators, as she only looked at Genevieve and her party briefly before locking her gaze on her sister and Ezekiel. You've come back into the domains of pure-blooded cardinal royal humans. Does that mean I am merely passing here to finish eradicating any more primordial beasts as my duty ordained me, and to affirm with my own eyes if the weak-willed girl had actually attained a solidified crown? Nefertiti replied coldly as the shoulders of Caitlin slumped ever so slightly. I see. Immense heartache and disappointment seemed to be hidden within her two words as she stayed silent briefly before she went on gaze at the figure of her sister closely. Then you should have seen everything, and should now be on your way. Words that should have been cold, but one could see the glazed eyes filled with illusory realities were filled with emotion as when Nefertiti saw it, her multicolored eyes seemed to get even angrier. Until now that you still cannot keep your emotions in check. Still naive, let's go. She reached out to hold on to the hand of adjudicator Ezekiel as her eyes sent her a message, the calmly laid-back existence that even legends would show respect to, nodding as a surging spatial light went on to cover their legion, and they very quickly disappeared from everyone's eyes. Silence reigned in the surroundings as the glazed eyes of adjudicator Caitlin fluctuated with emotion before she gazed towards Empress Genevieve and spoke as if what just happened had not occurred. Sis Genevieve, you seem to have lost your guards and even arrived at a higher stage. Let's head back. Some of our brothers and sisters have actually perished in the past days. The repercussions of the actions of primordial beasts began to show themselves at this moment as Genevieve and Noah arrived in the pure-blooded domains and were received by a powerful party of royal human primordial adjudicators, but not before they had met a party of a pure-blooded cardinal royal dragon phoenix primordial adjudicators who actually had a sub-commander that was a royal human, a small meeting that might have been considered insignificant right now, but countless grotto sanctums would bleed from the weaving of destiny around these beings and those they would entangle with when the age of emperors reached full bloom. Far away from the pure-blooded domains, within the infinite reality, Noah's main body could be seen floating in the space of the novice universe within the depths of the infinite reality, his figure alone being a feast for the eyes as one could see his whole body covered head to toe with dazzling cerulean blue runic kainos mana lines of ascendancy, his body even further being surrounded by multiple runic ecritures passively rotating around him as they read. This was, of course, the mirror visage of the completed limit-breaking extreme mana physique that was carried to completion, one of the many wondrous changes in the past 2 days that caused the Noah of then and now to be akin to two different people. His gaze was stellar and profound as his eyes seemed like they had seen millions of years of history, an extremely contrasting look when looking at his actual age that was still edging towards 27. He was staring at a party of his people before his eyes as atop the serendipity of the cataclysmic reality, little Henry could be seen having grown up at a fantastical rate in the past few days, where from a tiny chubby baby, he now looked like he was 1 or 2 years old as his chest showed an illusory sight of 10 billion royal cosmos. Bouncing on the head of little Henry was a certain universal emperor slime that showed a similar realm of power, with the maximum 10 billion cosmos allowed at the 7th firmament of ascendancy displayed as such. A stage was actually portrayed by all the clones of beings Noah was sending off on the serendipity of the cataclysmic reality vessel. Tiamat, the obsidian panther, the Leviathan. All of Noah's animus summons had made their return to power as in the past days. Noah had the completed nomological edict of the elevated to quasi-taboo and was able to elevate the stages of these beings easily with shards of a seed of reality, this being at an even faster rate of mere minutes compared to Kazuhiko, Barbados, and all the other generals that took a few hours to absorb their shards of a seed of reality to obtain their 10 billion cosmos. Each of them ridiculously stood at the 7th firmament of ascendancy as they were about to set off to seek their own destiny in the chaotic infinite realities, but before they did so, Noah wanted to show them something. You will decide for yourself how much you want to build your foundation before breaking through, and we will have Natalia show us the process of breaking one's shackles and forming reality passages today. Something as grand and glorious as breaking apart one's shackles was being used as a teachable moment. Many beings in the surroundings who weren't on the serendipity of the cataclysmic reality also watching closely as Adelaide and others who didn't care to explore outside watched on. With interest, the newly joined overseer Natalia Rostova had eaten up the limit-breaking tools Noah had given her these past 2 days as she was ready to be the first existence to break past their shackles and form destiny reality passages from the Azure Emperor's runic écriture of modus operandi. Ruination, Noah's mesmerizing voice rang out as he looked to his side where one could see the figure of a unique relic. Her humanoid form had entirely changed as she was currently adorned in a crimson gold robe that flashed dangerously with a runic écriture reading behind it. The aura of a relic she released having long since exceeded sui generis enlightened and gone straight to a quasi-taboo relic after the upgrades in the past days as her capabilities had entirely changed. Set up a mirror reality to contain everything. She received Noah's command as she moved her dazzling fingers, reality itself breaking into countless mirror-like shards as a shocking show was about to start in the infinite reality. Chapter 1664, a meeting in progress. LLL, the infinite reality under Noah was extremely vast, yet the figure of Ruination adorned in a bright crimson gold cloak with the runic écriture of Ruination written behind it merely tapped her fingers as in the next moment, the boundary of this vast reality became covered by mirror-like layers of shattered space as aside from being veiled. The whole reality was entirely shifted into a special pocket of the mirror dimension. This was just one of the enhancements that had occurred under Ruination's advancement to quasi-taboo, where her control of the mirror dimension even exceeded Noah's own control that he had begun to play with through the abilities gained from the assimilation of the olden emperor of speculum that stemmed from the dimensional archaic devil bird who could manipulate the mirror dimension. An air of power was released frightfully from Ruination after such a move as everything settled, Noah's stellar eyes coming to focus on Natalia along with everyone else as he spoke. Go ahead, he seemed to hold ultimate confidence as while being in the middle of everyone's gazes, Natalia breathed out while nodding the method of revolution of her cosmos as written in the Azure Treasure Emperor's runic écriture of modus operandi flashing before her mind as her origin surged and began to move. Halcyon, Athena, and many other distinguished existences nearby watched with rapt eyes as Natalia went on to close hers. She felt the stellar bodies within her that sought for direction. She felt her origin that wanted to know how to move to mimic a genuine reality. Normally, the origins of many existences would be sluggish and not move at all as their foundation wasn't the best, but Natalia had exceeded the number of her maximum reserves of the essence of reality and even greatly elevated the strength of her soul to be above any average seventh firmament. For her, it was only a few seconds of a delay before her origin began to move. BZZZT, arcs of profound light instantly began to form around her as it seemed swirls of black holes bloomed, absorbing light and mass itself around them as her figure remained stable. Noah watched the process with sharpness as bountiful information was being discerned by him as well the scene of the illusory black holes being seen closely as next. They began to spin and form quasars as after that, they became swirling galaxies. 5.8.12.18, 18 swirling illusory galaxies appeared around Natalia as they even ate up the surrounding space, these galaxies tinged with a golden hue as next up. They began to fracture and expand into countless galaxies. HONG, essence, and destiny raged madly from the surroundings. A nearby sea with the golden essence of destiny surged forward and went to fill the now 18 illusory clusters of galaxies, but it still wasn't enough. Reality passages. Noah began to speak as his hands moved, vibrant golden essence of destiny and fortune erupting from him endlessly as he actually aided in the formation of the destiny reality passages before him, this move even being something that would greatly benefit Natalia as it was the destiny essence of the unnamed Kainos Emperor that went on to help her. This being something that would make her future even more splendorous, or something that one can forge whenever they break their first shackles imposed upon them. 3 is enough to consider you a genius who has a fairly good chance to become a legend, as 5 means you are a monstrous being who can easily become a legend in time. WAA, yet the first being in our reality. Shall form 18 reality passages when she breaks her shackles. Boom. The 18 clusters of galaxies shattered into profound golden light that began to spin and erect outwards from Natalia's body after receiving such robust essence of destiny, forming sharp swirling edges that seemed connected to Natalia by a thin line as they expanded outward to form dazzling illusory mountain-like passages of a reality. From black hole to quasar, to galaxy, and then galactic filaments, they then formed into reality passages that connected to Natalia and began swirling to suck essence from the surrounding reality itself. All of this essence surged towards the single being who had broken her shackles as her origin was already rotating a certain way, and as it rotated, essence of all types began to gush out of her 18 newly formed reality passages that all surged into her body, making her skin glisten like an Ancient spiritual existence. This bountiful essence sunk into her muscles and bones as they were being reformed in real time, being turned into crystal and treasure-like objects as cosmos began to bloom in her origin by millions. Very quickly breaking past the limitation of 10 billion and beginning to edge upwards, if your foundation is profound enough and you have a similar number of reality passages when you reach the stage of a legend. Very few of such beings could stand before you. WAA. Noah's body pulsed with the countless runic kainos mana lines of ascendancy as multiple runic ecritures that read ancient words have rotated around him majestically, the taboo relic still wrapped over his back as it made him look like a taboo emperor that should not be seen by the eyes of others. He watched the successful formation of 18 destiny reality passages as he learned more from it than even his vassals that watched it. Many possibilities blooming in his mind as he watched how the passages formed from beginning to end. They constantly gushed out multicolored waves of essence that ceaselessly sunk into Natalia, who finally opened her eyes at this moment. Pearls of light released from them as her ascendancy value was crazily climbing up above 100 million. I succeeded, OM. Rainbow-colored light of pure essence gushed from her mouth as she spoke, her body barely being able to contain and refine the rushing waves of essence surging out from the mountain like destiny reality passages as Noah and the others smiled when they saw that in the corner of her eyes. Tears had begun to fall. With this, it is possible. With this, that legend, as she felt the boundless waves of essence, she couldn't help but choke with multicolored tears in front of everyone as she remembered how her own father had been butchered by another legend before her eyes. That primordial legend had died. And she would, we will, hung. Noah's voice boomed out as everyone stared at the dazzling 18 destiny reality passages around Natalia, the eyes of this being falling onto Noah as she experienced immense gratitude in her tears. We will pay back any of those that have wronged our people. You will not be alone in this. If a legend has to have their reality shattered, then so be it. Rumble. If multiple legends need to perish, they dually perish. If entire grotto sanctums have to tremble and cry out, they shall do so. The will of the unnamed Kainos Emperor raged out with even more fervor as it seemed to have grown wilder than 2 days ago. The wills and souls of all beings in the surroundings who were watching everything feeling a sense of wildness and exhilaration as they bellowed out with destiny raging around them. Woohoo. Chapter 1665. A meeting in progress. The seas of destiny raged as many existences saw the breaking of shackles. Natalia Rostova alone and a single other being seeing the boosts of reality passages being quantified in real time by the infinite reality as even Noah raised his brows at the capability of the destiny reality passages. It made him all the more expectant when he forged his own modus operandi to break his shackles and observe just what ridiculous scenes he would cause. Exceed the limits of your souls, bodies. Edicts. Exceed all the limitations imposed on others, as this is the only way to gain true power. With the chaos stretching out across realities, countless opportunities await as you all have the chance to go out and seek them. WAA, there were too many realities, too many bloodlines and domains. Noah could not cover them all as now. It was time for his forces, where a single one had power exceeding any common seventh firmament overseer, to head out and seek their own fortune. We won't let you down, Father. OM. The vibrant voice of little Henry traveled out as after witnessing the formation of the destiny reality passages, the hunger for greatness only grew as every part of his soul sought to see what was out there. Noah let out a light smile as he nodded and waved his hands, finished the preparations and set off. I myself will have to slumber into an infinite dream soon. His words seemed ancient and archaic as he spoke, the many existences around him nearly being lost in them before they awoke from their stupor and moved to do their own tasks. Meanwhile, Noah himself reflected on the astounding changes he had gone through in the past 2 days. First were the astounding changes after actually reaching the limit of runic Tao lines on his body, with nearly every part of his stellar skin becoming etched with runic tattoos, and then the elevation of these Tao lines with runic Kainos lines of ascendancy that after the limit-breaking extreme mana refinement. They all further elevated into runic Kainos mana lines of ascendancy. They pulsed and coiled over his body like countless ancient snakes as his stellar cosmic form could only distinctly be made out amidst the brilliantly shining cerulean blue lines if he didn't dim them just a little. Their power was so unique and potent that when the 100 rounds of refinement finished, runic ecritures reading began to naturally rotate around Noah as each one actually granted resource regeneration that included essence of reality. The quantification of the boons was much more wondrous to visualize. Runic lines that stem from the extreme refinement of the body, origin, and soul with mana and the essence of reality. The runic Kainos mana lines of ascendancy complement and add on to all the sources of strength culminating within your body, origin, and soul, allowing for all of them to surround your body with passive strengthening and defense. The runic Kainos mana lines of ascendancy are even more unique as they cut the required resources of all caste abilities by half. With this including the resource of essence of reality. Your body has experienced extreme refinement with the essence of reality and mana. Your affinity to the natural laws of reality is increased by 25%. Conceptual runic ecritures begin to naturally form around you as the surging runic Kainos mana lines of ascendancy further grant a daily passive regeneration of 50,000 units of essence of reality, and they effectively double the regeneration of the essence of destiny and fortune. Current runic Kainos mana lines of ascendancy 100. Current true reality value boost, defensive damage, 100. Their usage was stupendous as apart from causing his body to seem like an ancient being made entirely out of energy. They came with many unique perks. The reduction of the required resource was now much more prominent from 1/4 to half. Where ridiculous abilities like that cost Noah 100,000 units of the essence of reality would actually be cut in half due to the vibrant runic Kainos mana lines of ascendancy. Furthermore, there was the ridiculous daily passive regeneration as the most astounding thing of all. Was the 100 true reality damage and defense values boost that was akin to the boosts of a taboo relic. It was even more dreadful with the runic Kainos mana lines of ascendancy as they didn't require huge units of the essence of reality to activate and simply granted a 100 base boost to damage and defense. Making Noah's offensive output an even more horrific concept, this was just a single one of the many astounding changes that had occurred in the past days, with the strengthening of his soul and the number of concepts he squeezed into himself being something dreadful to even imagine, across the vast expanse of the boundary between realities. The legion of primordial adjudicators led by Ezekiel tore across space as swirling essence wrapped around their group, heading towards another destination quietly as their dreadful power was kept in like a sleeping beast. Adjudicator Ezekiel and Adjudicator Nefertiti were at the very forefront as a hazy golden barrier of light wrapped around them to isolate them from everyone else. Ezekiel looking ahead with his abyssal stellar eyes as he spoke while thinking of many things. You never told me why you dislike your sister so much. His voice carried immense authority as someone like him who even common legends showed respect towards wouldn't bother talking to existences he didn't look at in high regard, with there obviously being some form of connection between these two beings. Nefertiti's eyes also gazed afar at the swirling space around them as her dark skin shone. Her eyes thinking back to many years ago as she spoke lightly. My father took a concubine from a unique dimension as she was the ultimate result, being born with an innate physique and bloodlines so profound that even powerful legends envied her. As she spoke, the memories she dredged up seemed to make her angry as she continued to speak with frustration. We were inseparable while growing up. But an incident occurred that made me realize just how naive and weak-willed she was. Given the chance to obtain something that even Grotto Sanctum masters would fight for, she actually turned it down while using me as the reason for it. The flames of anger and pain rose in the eyes of Nefertiti as the hazy golden veil around them became even thicker. The nearby ninth firmament existences not being able to see anything between Ezekiel and Nefertiti as she continued. I didn't want to leave you. These were the words that naive girl who could have had entire swaths of Grotto Sanctums under her feet by now said to me. She really ignored her destiny. For what? Her words finished quietly as Adjudicator Ezekiel silently listened. Waves of destiny surged up and down around them as silence reigned until the archaic voice of the dragon phoenix Ezekiel echoed out. The time is coming for me, you, your sister. All of those who have been building their ultimate foundation and accumulating destiny until now. The time for us to explode with fortune and exceed any of the established legends as we contend for supremacy. The strings of destiny of the Age of Emperors will pull everyone in whether they like it or not. When the dust settles. You might never see that naive girl you loved so much in the past. Boom! Arcs of light exploded from Nefertiti as she came to angrily gaze at Ezekiel due to his words, but his gaze was focused as he only stared ahead, rivers of illusory realities flashing in his eyes as he was one of the few riding the rough waves of destiny to hegemony. Chapter 1666 The Pure-Blooded Domains. The iridescent reality surged forward silently as dozens of ninth firmament royal humans surrounded it. The figure of Adjudicator Caitlin floated down towards Empress Genevieve as her dazzling white hair left behind wisps of flames, her stellar eyes shining with clashing illusory realities as she seemed entirely ethereal. She seemed like an upcoming queen in her late 20s as her gaze alone carried shocking power. Yet it seemed full of calmness and mercy as she finally took the time to gaze at everything after coming out of her thoughts about Adjudicator Nefertiti. Her eyes glanced over to Beatrix, who bowed down with respect, and then towards the unknown figure of a man with a devilish charm who currently had a human form glittering dark hair. This being actually nonchalantly finishing the cooking of an inu formless thigh of a primordial beast's Adjudicator Caitlin blinked her eyes to make sure she was seeing right as Empress Genevieve saw this scene and snorted while voicing out, "Don't take heed of that arrogant guy. He is just an enlightened peerless alchemist who can forge limit-breaking tools that I brought back from my journey, Alexander King." The brows of Caitlin raised slightly at this as she nodded, Noah's eyes and hers locking briefly as she gave a nod of acknowledgement that Noah returned in kind. Thereafter, Adjudicator Caitlin simply turned towards Genevieve as she didn't even stay on the subject of Noah and instead spoke of other events. 3 future candidate rulers in line to become Bloodline Masters perished. This list including Jordan, Aegon, and Brightspark. Genevieve didn't show an ounce of her coldness and callousness as Caitlin spoke. In the domains of the pure-blooded cardinal royal humans, she was an empress that was now one of the few candidate rulers of this bloodline, and she had to act like it, but she still replied with words of wisdom as she heard half of her competitors had died. Their destinies simply were not meant to witness the coming era. Caitlin turned to look closely at Genevieve after these words as she only nodded a while later, their surroundings beginning to brighten up at this moment as the authority of the pure-blooded domains they were entering began to show. Near the large grill, Noah's hands moved as the meat was cut up into glistening pieces that floated towards his mouth, his eyes bright as he felt his iridescent reality pass through a form of a field, the pure-blooded boundary, a boundary instituted by the terrifying existences of the pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodlines as this expansive illusory boundary stretched to cover the expanse of the lands they controlled. When one passed it, they would truly enter the lands of the most pristine beings that ruled over the past eons. BZZZT, past the barrier, the space of the boundary between realities continued as now, the dazzling sight of anchored vessels and stations could be seen stretching out for countless light years as space didn't seem barren and filled with rivers of reality anymore. It seemed full of life and power as powerful auras of existences could be felt in the myriad of vessels floating silently, and even more hardened soldiers were in unique circular towers like stations when they merely gazed out towards the pure-blooded boundary. Security is tighter due to the disruptions from primordial beasts. With the legions of primordial adjudicators and will-bearers sent out having pushed back their strongest forces so far, Adjudicator Caitlin spoke as the quasi-taboo vessel floated in, the scene within being one of wonder as past all the clusters of vessels and stellar circular space stations, one could see nearly line shimmering rivers of reality flowing upright and endlessly stretching out in the distance. This was unique as it wasn't how realities normally were positioned, meaning a powerful existence had dragged genuine realities and neatly arranged them near each other as if they were trees, Noah being able to see thousands of such endless rivers of reality pulsing all around him. He wasn't surprised by the shocking scenes he was seeing as they were in the memories of pure-blooded cardinal royal humans who had already lived here for millions of years, much of the places here Noah already knowing the names of as at this moment. They were heading towards the first multicolored cluster of many realities that had a specialized domain at the very center that was enacted by none other than a legend. Hundreds of realities surrounded his one location as one could see surging circular golden light wrapping around it, this domain mimicking a grotto sanctum even though it was nowhere close to it. The White Outer Peninsula, was it, the outermost area where the authority of the pure-blooded cardinal royal humans congregated. There were many other peninsulas surrounded by clusters of realities that were domains legends had enacted further in, but most of those entering the pure-blooded domains would first arrive into an outer peninsula as they could teleport to any other locations in the pure-blooded domains from there. So long as they had the proper authority, I escorted you here because things are rapidly changing due to the starting war. As they floated forward serenely, the voice of the dazzling adjudicator Caitlin continued to ring out. This also caused the tides of destiny to shift as the name of the one to become the bloodline master in the future has to be confirmed soon. With the elders proposing sending you, George, Namor, and Roseanne into the grotto sanctum that will be used at the field where commanders of primordial adjudicators and will-bearers will seek their last glimpses of destiny before they become legends. WAA, she finally mentioned something of great substance as even Noah's eyes perked up at that and listened closely. Oh? Have they already chosen the grotto sanctum they will allow the commanders to enter? Is it already explored, or it is an unexplored sanctum that was found by legends of the reality Ursity, infinite willow trees, and our bloodline? Adjudicator Caitlin replied calmly as her dazzling eyes gazed forward, so the opportunities within are boundless as nearly all existences at the stage of a legend's visage and above who can obtain a spot for this are planning to go. Oh? Genevieve's eyes raised at Caitlin's words as she poked back with her own devilish words. Does this mean that even you will be going into BZZZT? Waves of destiny silently weaved as the iridescent reality vessel came to a stop. Noah could not take it any further as they neared the entrance into the white outer peninsula. The figure of adjudicator Caitlin not even turning back towards Genevieve as she replied to her question while gazing into the unknown, bright emotions rising in her glazed eyes as her fair hands moved to touch the solidified crown above her head. I did not want to set that destiny for myself. But it seems I have to make a move this time around in order to make a certain person understand. WAA, in the unexplored sanctum filled with enough destiny to birth the next generation of Kainos emperors. Even I shall delve into it. A deeply hidden aura bloomed out at her words as even the calm gaze of the unnamed Kainos emperor behind her tightened. But this was nothing compared to how much his destiny was currently raging about when the unexplored grotto sanctum that commanders of primordial adjudicators and Wilbears would be entering was mentioned. Chapter 1667, The Pure-Blooded Domains. Due to the war, a destined event that the pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodlines undertook was brought to the forefront as those who had been accumulating fortune so far and building their foundation could finally take this chance to seek something that would make their advancement even more profound. Noah's destiny spun wildly as he heard about this, pulling upon the memories of his defeated enemies as this instance became clear. The last time such a thing had occurred was hundreds of millions of years ago. As if the chance was rising again now, Noah had to obtain entrance into such a mesmerizing location. He was already seeking entrance into a great deal of things as well as true sanguine clone with the character selection of a ninth firmament enlightened peerless alchemist entering into the pure-blooded domains. His main body was about to enter into an infinite dream, and it wasn't just for the purposes of his portions of soul seeking realities. But he was also seeking conscious entrance into the dream dimension. This was because he had to obtain certain materials in order to forge the blueprints of taboo relics, and some of them could only be attained in the dream dimension and even the mirror dimension. The dream dimension would be the hardest one to navigate as Noah actually wasn't all too worried about the mirror dimension. This was all due to the bloodlines of the olden emperors he had assimilated into the unnamed Kainos emperor bloodlines, with the dimensional archaic devil bird holding the olden bloodline of Speculum granting a particularly unique ability that was seamlessly added onto his Kainos bloodline. Speculum was another word for mirror, and this olden bloodline had granted Noah the stupendous ability that the dimensional archaic devil bird had displayed before that was termed mirror manipulation. Mirror manipulation, an innate ability of an olden bloodline that was influenced by the ravages of the mirror dimension. The boundaries between dimensions can be breached as you gain the capability to withstand the mirror essence within the mirror dimension and traverse through it. A small amount of control of the mirror essence can also be utilized by you to call forth the walls of the mirror dimension to surround your enemies. Every activation of this ability required 30,000 units of the essence of reality and grants a 24-hour authority to utilize the mirror essence of the mirror dimension. The assimilation of the three olden bloodlines brought a few new features onto the unnamed Kainos Emperor bloodline. But this particular skill was the biggest gain as it allowed Noah access into the mirror dimension apart from the ability of ruination. After she was elevated to quasi-taboo, ruination had also attained similar means to peer into the mirror dimension, but Noah would not have gained the authority to utilize mirror essence himself unless he had the ability of mirror manipulation. Many cards were in place as at this moment, Noah's main body returned to the cosmic Holy Land while the serendipity of cataclysmic reality set off with his son and many other powerful vassals. His figure was utterly mesmerizing as he went on to sit on his golden throne, his stellar lethe draping over everything in the back with the glimmer of illusory realities as akin to an ancient king pondering upon the mysteries of reality itself. Noah thought back to his other points of advancements. His soul, the mere mention of it caused his surroundings to tremble at the sheer pressure as after the passage of 2 days, the strength of his soul had come to exceed any parameters as even those at the stage of a legend's visage could not be comparable to him. He had burned so many minor, greater, quasi-insuperable, and even a few hundred weak insu parabili nomological edicts with the authority of the throne of Arcadian tyranny, that this single action had already crazily stretched the strength of his soul. When he then devoured the many soul crystals that he quintuplicated with ruination, the current terrifying result was achieved. And that's right. He could utilize quintuplicate with ruination after her elevation instead of quadruplicate, as this was another reason for his ridiculous rise in soul power and many other things. The description of this feature had to be looked at closely as it had more than just the feature of multiplying loot by 5 times at this moment. Quintuplicate. This feature of ruination has been elevated even further as previously unreplicable items can now be utilized so long as they have a single aspect that ruination could not multiply before. items that previously could not be multiplied. One of these items. Was the Olden Orb of Transmogrification, after her elevation. The 1400 Olden Orbs that came from resplendent treasure caches and could produce quasi-taboo edicts became 7,000, a number that guaranteed a ridiculous assortment of only quasi-taboo edicts would be enjoyed by Noah's hands, as they were also the reason why at this moment, Noah's soul had 1,200 quasi-taboo nomological edicts branded to his soul. From the measly restrictions where his soul couldn't even handle a few quasi-taboo edicts, it had now grown to the ridiculous levels that allowed it to seamlessly withstand 1,200 of such concepts. 600 had their flames utilized under his own 10 black tier ascendancy halos, and another 600 had their flames of authority fused into the 10 malleable ascendancy halos that were provided by Lethe. With this, the number of flames of edicts he had making up his ascendancy halos entire exceeded any limits that even the most talented ninth firmament existences could achieve, and this is just the beginning. His will surged out madly as his soul began to pulsate, Noah pulling upon the primordial epitaph of his system as he prepared to expand his will even further. Begin the second infinite dream. And this time, there shall not be a mere 100 portions of soul stretching out. His body was situated upon his throne as his eyes released a hazy luminous light, the essence of reality blooming around him as infinite dream was called upon. From Noah's soul, hundreds of twinkling lights began to shine as his domineering will swept out. 1,000 portions of souls. Stretch out into the unknown, chapter 1668. Into the dream dimension. Pulsing waves of cerulean light emanated from Noah's figure as his runic kainos mana lines of ascendancy danced in vibrant waves, his will surging out as 1,000 twinkling specks of light moved from his body and began floating out. They disappeared silently into the surrounding space as they didn't just drill through its fold, but they flashed with a regal authority of infinite dream as they crossed into a pristine new dimension, melded with the very space around them and yet at the same time entirely separate. The walls of the dream dimension were breached as Noah's soul released 1,000 portions of itself seamlessly, for an existence to take a significant portion of their soul, and then spread it into 1,000 parts. This was an extremely arduous task that very few could handle. Dividing 1,000 portions meant 1,000 differently thinking souls, with each of them seeking their own purpose. Even with Noah's ridiculously strong soul, this might not have been possible even now. But what did make it a possibility was the fact that Noah had utilized the dreamstones that he had obtained from the resplendent treasure caches, the dreamstones that allowed one to dream for 1,000,000 years with a single use. When Noah had used a single one of his dazzling stones, his consciousness was taken from his main body as he slumbered and experienced a shocking dream every single time. He rose from humble beginnings having absolutely nothing, and yet by the end of the dream he was always battling for supremacy. In very few dreams did he live a simple life, one of them a farmer, another merely a king, a human, an elf, a dragon. Not any of the myriad of races had been lived by him. Every single dreamstone took a few hours to experience, while it granted the soul 1,000,000 years of experience. 1,000,000 years of refining and fortification. And he couldn't consciously control any of these dreams as well in them. He truly felt like that was his genuine life, as he didn't recall yesterday he was Noah during the dreams. Every single day of these years felt entirely real, as after Noah spent his time in the cosmic Holy Land and utilized over 50 dreamstones. He had come out as a new man, with his eyes shining their brilliant visage in existence that had seen too much. It only took him a microsecond to reflect on the many dreams he had lived and on the many lives he had led as he came back to his singular real life with ease. After the 50th dreamstone, he stopped solely because his destiny told him to, the uses of these stones being more than how he utilized them in the beginning, as they were still something he could do that would grant him even more boundless benefits with the remaining half of the stones, but through them, his soul gained a sense of stability and strength that very few could achieve, as even the existences that had already lived for hundreds of millions of years. All of these weren't spent just thinking and tempering their souls. So the portions of Noah's souls that set off right now, but each one was filled with purpose as they were carried with the essence of the dream dimension along with the silent waves of destiny leading the way. 999 souls were carried silently to look for prime realities, emerging realities, and other unique realities that lay out there. But there was a singular portion of a soul remaining that did not take the same route. It was larger than all the others, and while wrapped by the essence of the infinite dream, it dug deeper into the veil of the dream dimension as it did not seek other realities. It instead sought to enter the depths of this unknown dimension. The unnamed Kainos Emperor entered a deep slumber as he focused a major part of his will and power into this singular portion of soul, with him actually traversing across the veils of the dream dimension. he felt as if he was stuck in a quagmire, his soul floating slowly as if countless chains were pulling on him, yet he continued relentlessly. He felt close to piercing an unknown barrier, a layer of a bubble that he was ready to burst and pierce through as the moment he did so. He would be allowed into a new land of wondrous opportunities and untold dangers. Boom, at this critical moment, his will surged out with intensity, smashing apart whatever restrictions that were suddenly placed to prevent him to forge forward. This portion of his soul passed through one veiled barrier as it seamlessly entered into a brand new space. Austere silence prevailed. It might have taken him long to wake up in the past and have his portion of soul to observe his surroundings, but with his overly strong soul and fortified will only a mere instant passed before the will contained within the soul woke up with fervor and began to look around. The very air and surroundings felt different. Every area around him was hazy and filled with gray sparkling misty light. This misty light made it hard to move even a single step, as one could feel themselves bound and shackled by an unknown force. You couldn't see what lay in front of you, nor could you see what lay behind you. And the more that you tried to struggle against this force, the heavier and more constricting the force became. Against such a force, the answer was not aggressiveness and exploding out power. Noah's soul calmed. He pulled upon the infinite dream as his mana and thousands of units of the essence of reality surged into it, pulling upon the surrounding essence of the dream dimension to wrap around his soul. The restrictions began gradually getting looser and looser as he began to move freely across the misty sparkling gray light. At the same time, the soul fully awakened and formed into a body, bright stellar ice coming in place as at this moment the far-reaching sight of the watcher and the gazer were activated. Chapter 1669 Into the Dream Dimension. Noah's mission for this portion of his soul was to withstand and not fall from the perils of the dream dimension while locating tens of thousands of units of the golden sand that could only be found within this dimension. He didn't know how powerful the existences he would come across would be, nor what other treasures might be waiting for him. But he did know that this soul would not leave until it either perished or came back with glimmering golden sand to help him forge yet another taboo relic. He began to wade across the gray misty light and into the unknown as before he could even get too far, his soul began to feel wavelengths of dangerous essence emanating from different directions. This essence carrying with it a resonating voice that seemed to be repeating the same thing over and over again that surged into his mind with purpose. Dreams and realities. What is reality, and what is a dream? Hung with ancientness. This voice felt thick and aged as it came in sequence while Noah floated across the thick gray mist. Are the vast realities themselves not merely an extension of dreams? A penetrative will that seemed like an attack onto the soul itself surged towards Noah as if he wasn't able to bypass it and move to explore the dream dimension even more. The journey of this clone would end very soon. 1,000 portions of his soul were sent out as this was not the end of Noah's plans. Even as his mesmerizing main body slumbered, there were still 5 other true sanguine clones that currently did not have any major tasks. Now one by one, they moved to accomplish even more things. One of the true sanguine clones floated in space with the figure of the dazzling Ruination while adorning the cosmic form. This clone speaking out calmly at this moment. Mirror manipulation. Crack. Space shattered and cracked into countless edges of mirror-like shards as Noah looked around him before seamlessly stepping into these shards of mirrors. With his figure beginning to disappear into the unknown, the figure of Ruination followed close behind as she stepped in with even more ease. Their destination being the wondrous and more than likely just as dangerous mirror dimension. Here, Noah could find the mirror essence crystals that were also required to form a taboo relic, and this true sanguine clone along with Ruination would take care of this task. Around the same time, another true sanguine clone was wrapped in a spatial light as he actually disappeared from the infinite reality and traveled fast distances, crossing the folds of space to finally appear close to the border of the primordial royal wolf bloodline that he had taken the life of one of its princesses. He had made an enemy of a bloodline master of this primordial bloodline in the past, where he only knew this existence to be in the 9th firmament of ascendancy then. With his more recent knowledge, he could ascertain that they were more than likely a legend's visage or an existence with even more power who was close to becoming a legend, as when he did so, he would more than likely be replaced by another bloodline master, as no legend would wish to merely oversee the day-to-day workings of their bloodline. The clone had teleported to his region not just because this being was a target, but because he was the only one among the many targets. This was because this true sanguine clone had the task of farming. Yes. Farming. Waves of destiny echoed out as they were pulled upon, a few strings loosened in relation to the veil of his own identity. But only in focus with this particular clone, and he was loosening it for no other reason than the fact that after he reduced it to a certain level, the concepts of existence as overseeing the primordial blacklist would be activated as those who sought to hunt him would be directed towards him. It was akin to setting bait, as he now merely waited for the fish to come to him. This was a task of this particular clone, as, taking our eyes away from this one, we would come upon another true sanguine clone that was currently in the depths of the blacksmith's forge, where at this moment, the glimmer of bountiful limit-breaking tools could be seen. Dazzling elixirs that would even make normal ninth firmament existences drool were lying out in mountainous piles, as nearby another true sanguine clone could be seen hammering down, as the allure of an enlightened primordial relic could already be seen forming. Refining pills and elixirs, and even enlightened primordial relics, or even sui generis enlightened primordial relics, generous primordial relics, WAA. This was what some clones were taking care of, and then apart from all of this, the other clone that remained had the task of seamlessly forging even more concepts. It didn't matter if there were minor, greater, or even insuperable. Any clone that didn't have a task to do was in charge of coming up with unique concepts that would soon after be corrupted by ruination and then elevated to quasi-taboo with an olden orb of transmogrification, just like all of the 1,200 nomological edicts that Noah currently had swimming within his soul. And their job also went past this, as after studying and comprehending over 1,000 quasi-taboo nomological edicts, Noah also wanted to try naturally forming them. He better understood what requirements they held and what conditions had to be met for someone to exceed insuperable and begin coming towards quasi-taboo or even taboo itself, and of course, the answer lay in the affinity to the natural laws of reality and how one influenced these laws themselves, as ultimately the concept of taboo was one that could ignore and eradicate the natural laws of reality and allowed one to instantly achieve the power of a legend's visage. Chapter 1670, The Bloodline Library. The myriad of primordial adjudicators following them stayed back as the figures of Adjudicator Caitlin and the party of Empress Genevieve entered the White Outer Peninsula, a mere mimic of a genuine grotto sanctum that a legend had enacted, a land that was surrounded by hundreds of realities, as inside of it boundless splendor could be seen. Even though one could consider it a small-sized false grotto sanctum, it was still a domain that twisted and folded space as the sheer space itself. Within it was too extensive to wrap your head around, vast. This was one of the renowned features of grotto sanctums, as a single one could have space within it equivalent to hundreds of realities. SHAA, passing through the barrier, uniquely established rules wrapped around the bodies of Adjudicator Caitlin and the Empress, the two of them carrying the highest recognized authority here, as the established rules were extended to the other beings in their party. A spatial light wrapping all of them up and sending them to a certain location in the White Outer Peninsula. If other beings with different authorities entered this false grotto sanctum, the established laws would recognize them and also teleport them to the areas that they were granted access to. As for the recent entrants, they were instantly teleported to one of the core areas of this false grotto sanctum, where true royalty and distinguished primordial adjudicators were allowed. The area inside was mesmerizing, as their figures appeared above a runic magic circle inscribed onto an expansive square-like white slab where dozens of other teleportation magic circles could be seen. Cylindrical golden pillars were situated on the left and right of this square as they shot upwards endlessly into a clear blue sky. Yes, a sky, not endless stellar space filled with cosmos or universes, but a vast blue sky one couldn't see the ends of as it stretched across all directions. This was one of the unique features of a grotto sanctum, where even a false one was designed to mimic this domain, where much of its space was actually covered by paradisiacal land or bodies of water instead of stellar bodies, as it was akin to one gargantuan world, a world where occasionally rivers of reality could be seen coursing through it, as one could enter them to find endless stellar space within. So realities themselves would only be mere pockets of space that one could enter within a grotto sanctum. The area that the four new entrants appeared in was extremely infinitesimal compared to the vastness of this space, with the golden cylindrical pillars leading towards a massive rainbow-colored tree that shone of illusory realities, this tree shooting up in an endless manner. As on its branches, crystal and glass-like castles could be seen, the auras of countless existences in the firmaments of ascendancy could be felt, as it was akin to bright twinkling fireflies showing off their light. With hundreds of auras of the ninth firmament existences also prevalent, as once more. This place was merely a small corner of the White Outer Peninsula that was a false grotto sanctum built by a legend. But this wasn't all. Oh, Genevieve raised her head up, as pervasive and all around them, they could feel a calm and oppressive aura that made itself known to all. An aura that far surpassed any others in the firmaments of ascendancy, as it felt like an unshaken sea constantly pressing down over their wills that they couldn't overcome. This was the will of a legend. Caitlin saw the surprise in the eyes of Genevieve and Beatrix as the former even asked, "This aura is, Uncle Brightborn happened to be over this time around. You should go pay your greetings after you get settled and meet with the elders." Caitlin replied with a light smile as she felt the familiarity of one of the false grotto sanctums she had spent a lot of her life in, momentarily letting go of the painful thoughts in her memory as her observatory eyes now captured more things. Things like the fact that Genevieve and Beatrix felt surprise when the aura of a legend pervasiveness crashed onto their souls, and yet the existence they brought. He actually gazed up towards this descending aura as his eyes sparkled with defiance and challenge. Who did little Jen bring not for them to be so boisterous as to have such a reaction against the will of a legend? This was the thought that crossed through her mind as her eyes refocused on the one introduced as Alexander King. Her dazed eyes were hiding many things as beneath the multicolored light, there was an illusory light of shattered mirrors within them as this granted Caitlin a unique sight that specifically saw things only someone of her origin could decipher. Being born of a unique existences in the mirror dimension and the bloodline of a legend, Caitlin had many things that even legends envied. One of them was an ability that allowed her to see any interferences of the mirror dimension and recognize any other existences that had connections or bloodlines stemming from such a dimension. She had long ago seen that this Alexander King actually held a thin trace of a bloodline tracing back to the mirror dimension, a trace that even legends would not be able to find even if they looked with their taboo nomological edicts. She was only able to gaze upon it due to holding a lineage from the mirror dimension, as this was a point that had caused her surprise while wondering why he would hide such a thing, but that was all. It didn't draw her interest too much as even the fact that he was an enlightened peerless alchemist didn't make her give him a special treatment, as while they were rare, such distinguished beings existed in the pure-blooded domains. Some even tried to form connections with her in the past by bringing their hard-forged elixirs or relics. So none of this drew her attention, but his defiant light while under the will of a legend did, as from his eyes, Caitlin was able to see boundless confidence. A light smile couldn't help but appear on her face as she could recall only a single other being that had such an expression when they faced the will of a legend. Perhaps someone exceptional hiding themselves? Only a passing thought in her mind as she saw lines of attendants in the 7th and 6th firmament of ascendancy adorned in matching golden attire appear from the reality tree ahead of them and come to their sides while bowing. Adjudicator, Empress, OOM, their respectful voices echoed out as for royalty like Genevieve and Caitlin. Average 6th and 7th firmament existences with abysmal destinies being mere servants to them, as Caitlin nodded with acknowledgement while turning towards Genevieve. After you freshen up, come to the Peninsula Observatory, that's where Uncle Brightborn is currently at. She had spoken out and was about to move to her own matters when Genevieve's next words stopped her in her tracks. Oh, I have to pay a visit to the Bloodline Library first. Then I'll head to meet Uncle. The Bloodline Library, a location that could be accessed from any peninsula across the pure-blooded domains where Cardinal Royal humans controlled, one that contained large amounts of techniques and books that taught of unique ways to manipulate essence to unleash devastating skills. And also the vault that contained other techniques like the runic ecritures of modus operandi under the authority of their bloodline. Why would Genevieve wish to visit such a place as the first thing after her return? The starry mirror-like glazed eyes of Caitlin glimmered as a calm smile began to curve within them. She had been swamped with too many thoughts recently that she needed something to take her mind off other matters. Her interest was piqued, her unique will focusing on Genevieve and the actions of her party. Chapter 1671, The Bloodline Library. Genevieve had a wild light flashing in her eyes as she ignored the nearby 6th and 7th firmament attendants while flying towards another runic magic circle that would teleport them to another place entirely. She was a candidate ruler that had already perused the Bloodline Library many times and seen all the runic ecritures of modus operandi within, and her mind buzzed with devilish thoughts as she wanted to see how Alexander would react to her straightforward way of doing things. Would he slip up in the days to come, as even now, the will of a genuine legend was covering everything? She held a taboo concept among many other tools, as no legend could ever suspect her or turn their gaze towards her direction, and it had been this way since she was born, as she had come across too many legends. But what about this being who, before he had shielded himself, she had seen he had an extremely young soul when they first met? Would he continue to be exceptional and exceed if the attention of a legend turned towards him? Or even the attention of a terrifying adjudicator that even legends envied? Let's keep you busy just for a little bit. WAA, her wild thoughts surged as her will carried on. Let's fatten you up and give you the things that you want while you struggle to keep attention off of you. And the moment that I can unlock those two taboo concepts, we shall see exactly where your main body lies is after that. Deadly thoughts crossed her mind as she moved. The Bloodline Library? Why head there at this time? The puzzled voice of the drop-dead gorgeous Caitlin rang out as Genevieve gave a light smile while pulling Beatrix and Noah onto another runic magic circle that led towards the entrance of their next location as she replied lightly, "We are just going to browse. Thank you for escorting us, says Caitlin. BZZZT, silver spatial light wrapped around them as essence from Genevieve activated another magic circle, their figures disappearing and leaving Caitlin behind with the many lines of bowing attendants and the enormous reality tree that spanned for many light years and held a great deal of crystalline castles and skyscrapers. Caitlin's eyes shone with interest as a second later, her surroundings broke off into mirror-like shards as with a flash, she also disappeared, the bloodline library of the pure-blooded cardinal royal humans, an area that only those with a unique authority could enter, with the recent teleportation taking Noah and the two powerful women on top of a stellar golden bridge that stretched off into a rising illusory white door that held the inscription of a book. All around the stellar golden bridge, fantastical glimmering space could be seen as this was one of the unique features of a false grotto sanctum. Passing through one teleportation could bring you onto a stellar pocket of space or into an area where you could view the vast endless skies and land of this paradisiacal domain. The Bloodline Library in particular was actually the name of vast forsaken treasure reality under the banner of royal humans, with it being accessed from any peninsula so long as one had the proper authority. You wanted the modus operandi, yes? Let's be forward about it and get it done then. With an expression of coldness, Genevieve went towards the white door as Noah gave a light smile while looking around him. Thinking about how long this back-and-forth relationship with Genevieve would last, she kept him close as he knew she was a disaster remnant who was more than likely plotting something against the royal humans, waiting for the perfect time when she unlocked more of her concepts to fully trace everything about him and take care of him as he was a loose end. It's just that Noah didn't think such a time would ever come. The chance for this empress to kill him, that he would never give it. As for Noah himself, he could use these circumstances to obtain the things he wanted as under her authority as a future ruler. Seeing the runic ecritures of modus operandi was easy enough. How different will it be? Will it come with a new limit-breaking extreme physique or? His eyes released dazzling lights as their figures were sucked in by the white doorway and they disappeared yet again into a forsaken treasure reality that was purely molded into a bloodline library. SHA. The new area they arrived in was a straight hall that was lined up by countless long-spanning shelves that stretched on for light years, built from the wood of reality trees. These shelves held thick books that held golden bindings that could only be opened by those with authority, with the space being so vast and filled with countless lines of shelves that one might get lost if they came here for the first time. The aura of many ninth and eighth firmament existences could be felt stretched out across this space that contained knowledge of countless eons. With Genevieve taking their party away from the countless shelves and towards a pulsating glowing white orb of light placed on an elevated pedestal past nearby bookshelves, she reached into this orb of light as she spoke calmly. Open up access to the Bloodline Ecritures Repository. OM. A thin light flashed that went on to cover Genevieve before. Beautiful runic words rose up before their eyes as to their right side. Yet another white door of light formed. Many barriers were required for one to go through, but Genevieve moved without care as wordlessly, she motioned for Noah and Beatrix to go in first while she followed behind last, their figures entering the Bloodline Ecritures Repository where runic ecritures of modus operandi could be found. As they disappeared, a mirror-like reflection could barely be discerned not too far from them as veiled within the walls of the mirror dimension in existence was watching the events playing out with an interested smile, her figure also disappearing soon after. Chapter 1672 Oppenheimer. Many doorways were passed through as the white door they went through last led into the Bloodline Ecritures Repository, a unique pocket of space that contained the runic ecritures of modus operandi that the pure-blooded cardinal royal humans collected and made available to its royalty. OOM. They appeared in a new space as they materialized to see 9 glimmering portals and stellar bridges leading towards them. Their surroundings sparkled with glimmering hazy stellar bodies as this location was an extremely strict one that very few had free access to, only beings with extreme authority like Genevieve having access. Thus, there was currently nobody here now as Genevieve spoke freely. 9 portals, each one leading to a different runic ecriture of modus operandi. If you are able to actually discern and understand any of them, their knowledge shall be yours to take. Now, go and choose. And make it quick. Astounding words echoed out as Noah's eyes released a marvelous light, surging waves of destiny coursing through them as only he knew just what big of a present was being handed to him. He didn't think Genevieve knew herself what she was truly giving him access to, as the collections of eons of years of history from a bloodline like the pure-blooded cardinal royal humans had borne many things, these runic ecritures of modus operandi merely being one of the many reasons why they had such a deep foundation. After being granted permission for such a thing, Noah didn't tarry as he took light steps to head towards the first glimmering portal on his right that shone with a green splendor. With a flash of light, he disappeared and left behind the figures of Genevieve and Beatrix as the former scowled while speaking out coldly. getting so happy just from the possibility of seeing a few runic ecritures of modus operandi. He doesn't know that most beings only ever choose to gaze at one or two even if they have access to all. Yes, the method of revolving one's reality was unique as it couldn't have any mistakes, and if one observed different methods of revolution and mimicked the method of one operandi with a different one or even trying to combine aspects of multiple operandis, they might just find their reality shattering and failure as they never broke past their shackles, and if Noah gazed at all 9 runic ecritures of modus operandi, he might just destroy his own will and make it all the more easier for me to find him. And he might not even be capable of opening all of them. A light of sharpness flashed in Genevieve's eyes as off to the side. Beatrix had a thoughtful expression as she truly wondered about her master's plans. Austere waves of green light emanated all around Noah as the first portal led him into a space filled with verdant green essence, a shining scroll floating at the center of this space that Noah floated towards with haste. A verdant scroll that he was now familiar with, the shape of looking somewhat similar to other runic ecritures of modus operandi that he had come across. Let's see, with a luminous gaze, he floated forward and reached out to touch the shining green scroll, leaking ancientness as the moment he came in contact with it. Bzzzt, arcs of essence fluttered out as Noah was actually rebuffed back. Oh, his gaze was questioning as he thought back to the eyes of Genevieve that carried a trace of sharpness, wondering what information this old existence had withheld as to read the runic ecritures of modus operandi in the bloodline ecriture repository. Point 1 had to utilize specific means. A thin barrier of light existed between Noah and the method of a wondrous modus operandi that he likely believed to be high tier, his destiny beginning to surge outwards to see what he had to do to solve. It's actually very simple. Rumble, a sonorous feminine voice rang out from thin air as Noah's shining eyes didn't show any surging waves, and they instead looked around calmly before they came to lock onto a certain position in space. A position that instantly broke into countless mirror-like shards as the seamless figure of a dazzling adjudicator came out, her glimmering white hair brightening up the verdant space as her glazed eyes carried immense weight and power. At such a level of a being actually coming into the picture in such a situation, Noah didn't panic in any way as he pulled his gaze from her to lock back into the shining verdant scroll before him, his voice coming out calmly. Oh? Do you care to share this simple method? His words entirely caught adjudicator Caitlin off guard, as she had expected a much different reaction to this being who had been inappropriately allowed into a location that he should not be in by Genevieve. Seeing his nonchalant demeanor, a light smile came to paint her lips as she nodded while floating forward. All of the runic ecritures of modus operandi in the bloodline ecriture repository have 2 methods for one to be capable of discerning the knowledge within them. I can tell you both. If you honestly answer me why little Jen allowed you in here. Her body palpated with a shocking power as everywhere she floated, space fractured into glimmering mirrors like shards as she came to float opposite to Noah and the shining verdant scroll. She and I made a deal, and she is just keeping up her end. Oh? You made a deal with one of the future candidate rulers of our bloodline? A hint of surprise rose in her eyes as with the way he worded it, Caitlin knew that he would not share just what the details of this deal was. She instead gazed at him up and down as she continued, You give off the aura of the 9th firmament of ascendancy, so you should have broken your shackles long ago. Why the interest in the runic ecritures of modus operandi in this repository? You cannot even share them with any others unless they come here physically themselves. Her glazed eyes shone with bright curiosity as after exchanging words so freely, Noah raised his eyes to focus on this existence once more. He had been calm and laid back this whole time because his destiny did not ring any danger bells. Yet he also knew he was dancing a fine line, as one wrong move or word could mean a great conflict, where this was a battle of words and will instead of power. Chapter 1673 Oppenheimer. 2. The figure of adjudicator Caitlin was floating serenely as essence from the mirror dimension freely surged around her, entirely under her control, as she stared closely at the figure of the laid-back existence who actually didn't bat an eye, and seemed to hold even more importance on the ancient green scroll between them. No side had begun this confrontation with hostility as they kept it that way, with it merely being a battle of words and will taking place at this moment as force or abilities had nothing in play. So Noah chose a set of shocking and incredulous words to come out of his mouth that would stop any more discussions, words that nobody would even believe as they were impossible. I am merely planning to use them as a reference, with my aim actually being to forge my own runic ecriture of modus operandi, a set of factual words that nobody would believe. This was especially so for an existence like Caitlin, who knew more mysteries than even most legends, as at Noah's words. Ha! She let out a light chuckle at them while shaking her head. The ridiculous thing is the fact that even your reflection in my mirror says the words you are saying are true even when I know they shouldn't be. This is interesting. Actually, one of the methods to read them actually comes down to knowing about the being who forged this runic écriture of modus operandi or any of the myriad of runic écritures floating out across the pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodlines, the existence who had forged the runic écriture of modus operandi currently floating before them. Noah's eyes twinkled as he pulled upon the many years of memories from the primordials he had killed, each of them having their idolizing thoughts directed towards a single being that could match a description of the one who had mass-produced many different variations of runic écritures of modus operandi that the primordial bloodlines took hold of. The Last Emperor, WAA, the Last Emperor. The Past Emperor. The True Emperor. There were multiple titles for this being, but his accomplishment were boundless as among a minuscule portion of them there was his design of multiple modus operandi that primordial bloodlines treasured and forged their paths with, yes. One of the methods is to simply utter his name, and the runic écriture of modus operandi will become free for you to browse. His name is one that requires thousands of units of the essence of reality just to say it. Caitlin spoke out with ease as afterward, her glazed mirror-like eyes moved from the verdant floating scroll and onto Noah as she spoke once more. If you do not know it, that is that. If you do not, just know that I am not making a big deal out of this because of little Jen and the fact that you hold a barely discernible trace of a bloodline from the mirror dimension. Her dazzling white hair shone brighter as she spoke, her fair hands coming to trace the magnificent green scroll before them as she continued. Seeing someone with even a trace of my home's bloodline made me sentimental, you see, and it is only after I confirmed with your mirror self that you didn't hold any malice towards the royal humans that I made my decision. I am still a primordial adjudicator though, and will not hesitate to do my job if ever see any changes from you. And I have my eyes on you now. WAA, extreme calm and seriousness were contained in her words as Noah looked at this unique being and nodded. Thank you. But you never told me about the second method though. Freemable.cm, silence reigned as adjudicator Caitlin blinked with slight wonder at the pace of this being, eventually shaking her head as the space around her began to break into mirror shards, nearly infuse 100,000 units of the essence of reality into the barrier around it. If you do not know the name, it is akin to paying homage to that great man as the scroll collects the essence and stores it within itself. She began to sink into the shattered mirror space as she spoke, her innocent expression changing slightly as she left behind a few last words. Again, do not mistake my actions and kindness right now as naivety. The moment I sense something out of place, I will make a move. SHAA, the adjudicator made her will clear as she disappeared in the next second, leaving Noah to stare at the dazzling green scroll as his will bolstered itself, the name of the existence who countless years ago had done an irrevocable action that put everyone where they were today. Everything about the runic écritures of modus operandi were shielded in the memories of others as Noah could never access the memories of the primordials he killed who had been through this bloodline écriture repository, but could access the memories of their idolization of a single being. His name was there as with thousands of units of the essence of reality welling up in his mouth. Noah's voice boomed out, Oppenheimer, RUUMBLE. Only when 10,000 units of the essence of reality were swirling in his mouth could he utter this name. Otherwise, one's very soul would always feel a heavy sense of undeniable authority as they found that they could not voice out anything about the identity of this being if they didn't have the sufficient essence of reality around them. Oppenheimer, the existence to have surpassed all other emperors in the last age of emperors as his name shook the history books. The existence to have utterly changed the way of life before and the way of life after as for the ages to come. His influence would always be there. The uttering of his name acted akin to a key as the verdant scroll before Noah's buzzed, an impenetrable barrier around it fading away as Noah's hands were finally able to land on it. BZZZT. Arcs of wondrous light bloomed as domineering waves of information surged into him, bringing with them yet another runic écriture of modus operandi for Noah to add to his roster. Burgeoning Emperor's runic écriture of modus operandi. WAA, Chapter 1674. Oppenheimer. 3. Bountiful information bloomed in Noah's mind as a wondrous modus operandi made its way to him, along with something else as well. A unique understanding of the revolution of reality that focuses on the aspect of life and vitality. It came as a result of its creator waking up and seeing the blossoming of a reality tree unique to a certain domain, this epiphany allowing for the birth of a new modus operandi as it was left behind in this region since then. Aside from the method of revolution of one's origin, the complementary ultimate skill of is included as breaking one's shackles. After achieving this physique will guarantee a range of 10 to 30 life reality passages depending on their foundation and fortune. The life force and vitality of all those who have gained access will be exponentially increased as the method of revolving one's origin to bloom astounding life force includes yet another high-tier runic écriture of modus operandi similar to Azure Emperor, but the differences were still there. Instead of destiny reality passages, one could forge life reality passages with this modus operandi as the possible ranges of formed passages were larger. Furthermore, it came with an extra addition of something else, a limit-breaking physique that was available to Noah, as when he perused through its details, he found its gains similar to the limit-breaking extreme mana physique in terms of guaranteed reality passages, but as for the method of forging it, refined under the vestigial flames mountain for 1,000,000 years? Well, Noah's brows tightened as he read the requirements for this extreme physique. Many thoughts forming in his mind as he released the close contact with the green scroll before him, watching as it floated away. As in seconds, another thin barrier formed around it. The stellar space was entirely quiet apart from the buzzing of this ancient scroll, Noah floating back towards the same portal he had come through as he was finished here. There were still 8 other runic écritures of modus operandi for him to obtain, as each of them would be an insurmountable reference for Noah to create his own modus operandi soon. He enjoyed the fact that at the 7th firmament of ascendancy, he could easily wipe the floor with 9th firmament existences. It was a unique feeling, but he still wanted to soon exceed the 7th firmament of ascendancy and break his shackles so he could enjoy the feeling of reality passages, mountainous like rivers of reality constantly surging essence into his body and refining his very cellular structure. It was something he wanted to get his hands on even more after he saw the details of the Destiny reality passages under Natalia. For this, he continued forward as he was swept up in a spatial light to appear on the multicolored bridging pathways of the Bloodline Écriture repository, where the figures of Genevieve and Beatrix looked at him in surprise. That quick, Genevieve's eyes shone sharply as Noah merely gave a light smile and nodded. "I'm somewhat talented," he replied calmly as he went towards the next portal, not mentioning anything about the adjudicator that had helped him, as when it came to his being, Noah actually found her more unfathomable than Genevieve. He had come to greatly understand his own destiny, especially with the advent of the Dictum Emperor becoming quasi-taboo and the millions of years he had spent dreaming with dreamstones. He could now easily discern any fortune he had with other beings, whether they would come to be enemies, or whether they were potential allies for the future. Genevieve uniquely fell on the side of the enemy, where as far as Noah understood his destiny, there was no future between him and her, as one of them would be perishing to the other. Even more uniquely, Beatrix was a potential ally with Noah, having only seen this possibility available after she kept her alive and he then obtained Lethe. Under Lethe, Noah had the capability of memory alteration as from the authority of a taboo edict. Noah was beginning to use it ever so slowly, not to target Genevieve herself, but the closest confidant she held around her. With that, "We shall peel your secrets sooner or later." His thoughts were wild and bold as we then came to Adjudicator Caitlin and some of the others Noah had seen lately. Destiny seemed to indicate that Adjudicator Nefertiti would be a great obstacle and enemy. Adjudicator Ezekiel was actually similar to Adjudicator Caitlin, as the both of them were pointed with the potential light of being allies. With this possibility flashing ever so often as with a single word or action, these beings could also turn to enemies. Noah didn't know where all of these weavings of destiny would lead, as more often than not, all of them would meet in the unexplored grotto sanctum that only the most excelling primordials within the pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodlines were allowed to enter. If Noah could make his way in there with the aid of his enemy who wanted to keep his clone close until she found his main body, his destiny told him that within that location, he would be able to break his shackles to achieve the most astounding results and propel upwards in the firmaments of ascendancy. But I have to lay out the foundation first. His thoughts were steady as he kept himself focused. Everything that destiny told was only a possibility, as he had to make the future happen himself. These were his thoughts as he passed through another portal and appeared before a crimson ancient-looking scroll surrounded by another impenetrable veil. His eyes flashed as essence gathered around his mouth once more. Oppenheimer, hung. The name of the last emperor reverberated out as it was followed by an ancient scroll landing in Noah's hands. Oppenheimer, the existence whose action set forth a change that even after countless eons, it could not be reversed. Noah didn't know if all the 9 modus operandi under the pure-blooded cardinal royal humans were made by him. But he had to have been an astounding individual, as merely waking up and seeing the blooming of a reality tree like the one he had seen in the Outer Peninsula had granted him an epiphany that bore fruit to a modus operandi. The one to have obtained the seat of a true emperor was unfathomable, as even Noah now made it his goal to learn more about this being and the history of what happened all those years ago. The memories of someone like Genevieve or Beatrix would be indispensable to learn. More about history among other means that Noah would take, his thoughts coming to a stop here as he felt the flow of information of another modus operandi. This was another high-tier runic literature of modus operandi as it was termed. It didn't contain another limit-breaking extreme physique, but it held a similar number of possible reality passages as the other high-tier runic literatures of modus operandi. Noah, seeing how it wouldn't matter to others how many of these methods to revolve one's reality they looked at, or even one was enough for them, but for Noah, the more he obtained, the better. WAA. The crimson scroll he felt pulled back again after he let go as he looked past the beautiful stellar rivers of essence and rushed back into the portal, intent on observing all 9 modus operandis before anything happened as his will forged forward. Chapter 1675 Vestigial Flames Mountain. Empress Genevieve and Beatrix stood in the dazzling stellar bridges of the Bloodline Literature Repository as they watched a single being calmly go from portal to portal, reading over the methods that everyone only chose one of with excitement as if they each held great meaning to him. Did he know the name, or is he just using 100,000 units of the essence of reality each time? Beatrix felt her head buzzing as she unconsciously voiced this out after Noah entered the 5th portal. If he didn't know the name of the last emperor and was spending 100,000 units of the essence of reality this whole time, that would be a dreadful concept, as Genevieve merely snorted while shaking her head. He must have known the name. Don't make him seem bigger than he is. Her mood seemed to have turned bad as she didn't expect to see Noah not even struggling, turning her head towards Beatrix as she came close and grabbed onto her head. BZZZT, arcs of billowing and pristine taboo essence bloomed out to wrap around Beatrix in a shocking fashion as she trembled, but continued to withstand it. I've imposed my own taboo authority on you that should be there for the next few days. I have to go take care of the matters of rulership and check out just what changes we have to adapt to because of the ongoing war. So I need you to not let him out of your sight. This authority should not allow him to do anything against you, as if he even tries. I will know. Her eyes shone with sharpness as she began to float away towards the runic magic circle that would lead one out of the Bloodline Literature Repository and back into the Bloodline Library, her stern voice continuing to ring out before she disappeared. Remember that he must not leave your sight. The moment he tries anything, just pull upon that taboo authority and I'll be there an instant later. WAA. She was the candidate ruler of an entire pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodline. She had many things that had to be done for her to keep up appearances if she wanted to confirm the seat of bloodline ruler for herself, if she ever wanted to obtain the keys to attain her revenge against this bloodline that had tried to kill her many eons ago. So Beatrix was left behind to observe the clone of a candidate Kainos emperor who had solidified his crown as she sighed deeply when she watched her master disappear. Must we seek revenge? Must we include him as an enemy? She had grown careful after watching this being butcher 7th, 8th, and 9th firmament existences a few days back, as she knew he had the power to wipe her out if he wished, where even the taboo authority of her own master just granted her a little bit of comfort. Well, he won't make a move in here when the visage of a genuine legend is washing down. So watch I shall. She patted her golden attire as she stood tall, her hair flickering from a shade of crimson to gold as she seemed to be lost in thought. Noah's figure returned from the 5th portal as he was making his way to the 6th when he stopped, seeing Genevieve not there anymore as he turned towards Beatrix with a devilish smile that instantly roused her into attention and care. She has many things to do and can't babysit you all the time. Finish up so we can leave without any incidents. Her words only caused the devilish smile on the unnamed Kainos emperor to deepen as he nodded while moving on to the next portal. Beatrix was extra careful around this being as she treated him with the level of danger she had seen before. All others that underestimated him had fallen under his heel. Maybe it was because of her master's pride and her position in the past. But Beatrix felt that even Empress Genevieve was still underestimating this being before her, even after all they had seen. She was also a legend in the past who had achieved a great stage of power. But her soul wasn't as strong enough to withstand everything, as she wasn't even an emperor, her situation now only being due to chance that a servant like her was dragged through death with her master. She needed many more years and resources to unlock her past glory as due to her own nature. She was very careful, so she continued to watch the one she knew as Alexander King with utter care as he went into the 6th, 7th. Until the 9th portals that each held a runic literature of modus operandi. He came out of the last portal with an accomplished expression as before he could even speak, Beatrix's voice rang out, "Let's head out now before anyone else coincidentally enters. I'll show you to where we'll be staying. Before that, arcs of light emanated from Noah's eyes as he floated towards Beatrix, this 8th firmament existence reinforcing her body with power as she prepared to pull upon her master's taboo authority at any time. Before that, let's go to the Vestigial Flames Mountain. The location that pure-blooded cardinal royal humans went to strengthen their physiques was mentioned as Beatrix looked towards Noah incredulously, recalling some of the limit-breaking extreme physique refinement techniques that were contained in some of the runic ecritures of modus operandi as she quickly connected certain refinement techniques to the vestigial flames mountain. You need to be refined under excruciating pain with the vestigial flames for over 1,000,000 years for just a single physique. We don't have the time for you to be just to take a look and see this process for myself, don't worry. Let's go, Noah replied calmly while waving his hands, floating past her to initiate the runic magic circle that led back to the bloodline library as Beatrix couldn't help but follow. Others needed 1,000,000 years to completely refine their bodies and obtain the burgeoning limit-breaking extreme physique. Did Noah really need to do the same? Chapter 1676 Vestigial Flames Mountain. Within a primordial temple in the domain of the Cardinal Royal Wolf bloodline. A seventh firmament primordial with an aged look and sparkling white hair spoke into a medallion as he was being circled by thin golden lines of destiny and karma. Sire, we've gotten traces of the one linked to the death of Princess Snow. How many forces shall we dispatch? Through the tying of destiny and fate, all the truly heinous criminals on the primordial blacklist could be traced down through the workings of destiny. Primordial seers were the prestigious beings tasked with such jobs as at this moment. Such a seer picked up on a trace of the one known as Osmont, the communication medallion. This being held pulsed with light as he waited briefly before a strong message came out. Our forces are already spread thin to guard the borders against primordial beasts. I shall spare a single legion. What is the location? Understood. It is the location of a certain clone of the unnamed Kainos Emperor was set as the bait was ready, and the prey were already assembled and on their way as it was bound to be a fantastical affair, far from such events in the boundary between realities across the walls of dimensions entirely. Noah's 1,000th portion of soul had solidified into a body in the dream dimension as he waded through its shocking surroundings, everything changing around him. Constantly as at this moment, he had entered a region that seemed to be swirling with silver sand. Distinct voices every now and then with no sources, but no structures, existences, or anything, just voices that seemed to carry tearing soul attacks as Noah still had no way of finding the unique material, golden sand, this whole time, even his astounding destiny pointing to different directions constantly, that is until, bzzzt. A thick storm of dream essence began to coagulate in front of him as the silver sand danced even more chaotically, actually beginning to form into shapes as in. The next instant, Noah saw a curved semi-lunar smile forming, then, the round shape of a head and two jewel-like eyes made entirely of sand along with a nose that told the root of this creature also formed. A devilish and heavy pressure spreading out at this moment as Noah came to a stop. Thin cerulean blue runic lines began to emanate light from his body as runic ecritures reading, mana, began to surround him, his eyes releasing a terrifying light as he felt a billowing soul attack come from all sides from the form of what seemed to be like the head of a cat. An illusory interchangeable head of a cat with a devilish smile formed from the silver sand all around him, and it also came with a will as the curved smile opened to release a mesmerizing voice that could cause any weak ninth firmament existences to fall into an eternal slumber, a new thing foreign to the land of dreams. The billowing waves of soul attack became even stronger as it spoke, Noah's soul beginning to pull from the authority of Lethe as thousands of units of the essence of reality began to bubble, this formed body also blooming out with 20 dazzling black tear ascendancy halos that came with astounding authority to withstand the coming waves of attacks. You have been inflicted with the debuffs of uncontrollable slumber, leaking soul, willless, the effects of uncontrollable slumber. Leaking soul, willless. Have been resisted. Prompts quantified the surrounding situation as waves of soul damage equivalent to thousands of true reality damage values boomed all around him constantly. Resource shield and runic ecritures of defense beginning to fully swirl around him as even the shield of oblivion was called upon, but everything that occurred actually caused the appeared devilish creature to smile more as its head twisted upside down, its voice continuing out, with such a strong soul and such age, you would do well in the land of dreams. Tell me, what dream do you seek here? What do you wish to accomplish? Noah's dazzling eyes faced the billowing attacks as the penetrative skills he had been casting this whole time finally returned with information about this phenomenon before him. Nightmare Sand Emperor, a nightmare dwelling in the dream dimension. Its nature is unique as it can appear as an existence in the first firmament of ascendancy, ninth firmament of ascendancy, or even a legend depending on the current accumulation of dreams. It is immune to all physical attacks and can only be hurt by the authority of taboo, making it a perilous existence to come across in the dream dimension. It is currently at the ninth firmament of ascendancy as overcoming this existence stand a chance to grant boons, a nightmare sand emperor that might have even been a legend if Noah had come across it at another time. His eyes shone luminously as his will bellowed out in return, I came to search for golden sand and for anything that the tides of destiny bring. WAA, for mere treasures? Disappointing, the smile on the nightmare sand faded and turned into a frown as the soul attacks became increasingly heavier. Noah's 20 ascendancy halos beginning to spin around him and giving off an obsidian glow. Dreams can make kings and emperors. Dreams give reason for anything that others do across realities and dimensions. Your dream is too small. Merely some materials. Is this all your soul can achieve? Is this the extent of your dream? Boom, billowing silver rays of light shot out from the jewel-like eyes of the nightmare sand emperor as Noah felt his very will be tested. My dream, hung, bountiful essence swirled around him as whenever his authority was questioned. His soul unconsciously fought back with even more fervor as from Lethe, oblivion, was called upon as Noah felt his soul filling with shocking power, his 20 black ascendancy halos swirling around him and becoming fused briefly as he released a wave of soul attack with his voice. My dream is not something the likes of you can question, bzzzt. Crack, like a billowing horn of apocalypse. His voice shattered outwards and destroyed ant speckles of silver sand in its place. Chapter 1677. Vestigial Flames Mountain. LLL, like a horn that called for the end, Noah's voice bellowed out and destroyed everything, even the sand-formed nightmare sand emperor shaking as a smile formed on it again. Interesting, its will was voiced out one last time before an instant later, its illusory form began to fade until only a smile was left, the smile forming into a golden light that instantly shot into Noah's body. Hung, an astounding achievement. You have withstood against the will of the nightmare sand emperor and obtained the ultimate ability Sandman, WAA. A new skill bloomed in Noah's mind as destiny danced wildly. From his fingertips, silver sand began to gather as the swirling silver sand around him began to feel clear and distinct, Noah actually making headway into the dream dimension at this moment. While this soul relished in this accomplishment in the dream dimension, Noah's clone with the character selection of Alexander King went through multiple teleportation runic circles that connected the vast pure-blooded domains of the cardinal royal humans, eventually leaving the first white outer peninsula they had arrived in as he went deeper to appear in another false grotto sanctum that was known by a single name, the Vestigial Flames Mountain. Again, what can you accomplish here? Master will be moving very soon as you will not be able to work on refining your physique for even a single year at this time. The voice of Beatrix continued to ring out as the two of them floated at the bottom of a truly vast mountain that was lit up with many different colored flames. The mountain was so large that their figures were akin to small specks of sand, the entire structure seeming so large that one couldn't even see the top of it, where a shocking level of heat was emanating out. The auras of countless beings could be felt and seen near the bottom of the mountain as men and women in tight-fitting attire or even with their bare bodies could be seen controlling the flames around them and having them course over their skin, their bodies glinting with a golden light. As they underwent refinement by flames, Noah's eyes fluttered either a gold light as he identified the vast structure before him and compiled all of its information into a single prompt. Vestigial Flames Mountain, the core of a false grotto sanctum that was enacted by an unknown legend who had managed to harness the core flames of a genuine grotto sanctum. The vestigial flames atop this mountain are unique as they have a positive effect on strengthening the body if one can withstand them, with the level of effect becoming more intense the higher up one travels on the mountain, as it also becomes unbearable for one to withstand. The top of the mountain contains the strongest amalgamation of vestigial flames that even the body of a ninth firmament existence would disintegrate under its immense heat. One could see yellow and orange flames swirling at the base of this mystical mountain, with the middle of the mountain surrounded by dazzling white flames. As when one went higher, cold and deadly blue flames could be seen raging, as even further above that, the sight of purple and gold flames roared out. Most of the training pure-blooded cardinal royal humans on this mountain were moving around at the very bottom. Noah could see their auras ranging from the 3rd to the 7th firmament of ascendancy, each of them trying to refine their physiques before they had to break their shackles to guarantee a large number of reality passages. But out of all of the beings moving within the Vestigial Flames Mountain, most could only complete a percentage of their physique, as even the strongest geniuses at the 7th firmament of ascendancy could only withstand the white flames near the middle of the mountain, with this level of flames only being capable of refining something like the burgeoning limit, breaking extreme physique by 50%. Unless one was truly exceptional and managed to reach the stage of blue flames while they hadn't broken their shackles and were still in the 7th firmament, they would never be able to achieve a physique. The reason why it could also take a million years, if not hundreds of millions of years, was that the vestigial flames were truly too hot. With existences having to refine their bodies with them slowly and over long extended period of time, theoretically, if one could easily withstand these ferocious flames that came from the core of a genuine grotto sanctum, they could refine their physiques much faster, as this was actually what 8th and 9th firmament existences did, even after they broke their shackles and couldn't add any more reality passages. They still came onto the vestigial flames mountain to completely refine their physiques, as the strongest at the 9th firmament of ascendancy could withstand the blue flames at the top, with the even more exceptional legends visaged here beings managing to even touch the purple flames, the shining gold flames that one could barely see towards the very peak. Only legends had been capable of stepping into them and coming out unscathed. This should definitely be interesting, Noah had such a thought as he reflected back to the 9 runic ecritures of modus operandi that he had obtained from the bloodline ecriture repository. From the 9 modus operandi, 3 of them had contained methods to refine one's physique, as there were different methods to refine all 3, but if one was talented enough, they could actually utilize the vestigial flames mountain for all 3. Of course, due to the singular origin and body of beings, it was widely known that one's body could only handle a single physique, with an astoundingly exceptional royal human being capable of completing 2 physiques when they arrived at the 9th firmament of ascendancy. There were very few beings in history who had managed to forge all 3 physiques under the royal humans, as it was mainly the most powerful legends, visage or genuine legends, who came back to do this when they were strong enough. The burgeoning limit-breaking extreme physique could be refined by any flames on the vestigial flames mountain, with higher flames increasing the pace and power of the physique. The second limit-breaking extreme physique was known as the chassis extreme physique, from the chassis emperor's runic ecriture of modus operandi. With this refinement required one to eat and devour unique materials refined under flames. Or the other method was to utilize the blue flames or higher leveled flames under the vestigial flames mountain to achieve the same effect. The third refinement technique was known to grant the Relegator's limit-breaking extreme physique, as it had its own first method of refinement that involved the essence of reality and bathing in medicinal baths with unique materials that only the scions who would become bloodline masters or leaders of squads of primordial adjudicators could manage to get their hands on. With its alternative refining method also being blue flames or higher on the vestigial flames mountain, each physique gave its own strengthening, as they were the reason why the pure-blooded cardinal royal humans were known for their pure physical force that could shatter realities, while all 8th and 9th firmament existences returning to the vestigial flames mountain to complete as many physiques as they could, even if they wouldn't receive the benefits of the reality passages that these physiques offered if they had attained them before they broke their shackles. Now, there was Noah. He had yet to break his shackles, as he already had attained a limit-breaking extreme physique from an emperor's bloodline, and his origin and soul were elevated to the extremes, as they were akin to a 9th firmament existence. Even though he was still at the 7th firmament of ascendancy, so what heights would he be able to achieve under the vestigial flames mountain? Would he be able to forge all 3 limit-breaking extreme physiques that only the most exceptional scions of the pure-blooded cardinal royal humans or their legends could forge, as they could withstand the highest levels of flames and had strong enough bodies to contain multiple physiques? This should definitely be fun. Noah's voice boomed out as he began to float towards the vestigial flames mountain, Beatrix watching his figure with an exasperated expression as she voiced out once more, catching the attention of nearby pure-blooded cardinal royal humans and some of those that were already refining their bodies at the bottom of the vestigial flames mountain. We really don't have years to be spending here, Alexander. Her sharp voice finally brought attention to their figures, as some quickly recognized the status of Beatrix, but Noah was unhindered, as he didn't even turn around, his voice coming out boisterously as his already sculpted body rushed up towards the vestigial flames mountain, utterly ignoring the base of it with low-level flames and shooting towards the glimmering cerulean flames. I will not need a million years. Merely a day should be enough. Or just a few hours. Explosive waves of majesty and destiny exploded out as his figure shot out like a glimmering star and began to accumulate even more eyes of the countless beings training on the vestigial flames mountain. Chapter 1678. What is he? Off to one unseen corner of the vestigial flames mountain, space-folded in a mirror-like structure as a small crystalline creature with its body being round and entirely covered by large eyes was hiding quietly. Its large eyes were covering everything in its line of sight as it relayed all that it saw towards another region within the pure-blooded domains, in a peninsula within the innermost region of the pure-blooded domains. Atop an enormous reality tree, a crystalline castle the size of a cosmos stood at the very peak. As inside of this vast castle, the figure of adjudicator Caitlin could be seen with size proportional to this dazzling building. She was currently standing in front of a large mirror that showed square segments of many seeds playing out, with a majority of them showing different areas in the boundary between realities that showed parties of adjudicator legions or movements of primordial beasts. Her glazed eyes watched everything as she sent commands frequently to different parties, but she took her eyes off the enormous mirror wall to gaze off to the side within a small round mirror that was relating a scene that a mirror beast was seeing of the vestigial flames mountain. She had attached a mirror beast to keep track of this small anomaly that Genevieve had brought back, her eyes occasionally glancing towards the scenes that the mirror beast relayed, as at this moment wondrous events were occurring on the vestigial flames mountain, hung, like a stellar light, and existent boisterously shot towards the region on the vast mountain where blue flames raged into stellar storms of utter wonder. Their pure temperature alone could melt the toughest metals, as only something as unique as the vestigial flames mountain could actually have ground and vegetation that shone with crystalline light, as they were all unaffected by the temperature, for countless eons. The very ground and plants of this mountain had stood under the ravages of the different tiers of flames, as the ground near the peak of the vestigial flames mountain was something that even weak legends would have trouble destroying. That is, the prominent pure-blooded cardinal royal humans in their buff forms and sculpted muscles saw Noah's figure as they questioned who this being was and what he was doing. Esteemed Beatrix just called him Alexander, the voices of 6th and 7th firmament royal humans echoed out, as some perceptive ones had seen Noah while he still floated with Beatrix, where someone of her stature was given the title of esteemed even though she was the attending of an empress. Someone of the 8th firmament of ascendancy deserved respect, as many would be cordially referred to as esteemed ones, while respected 9th firmament existences were sometimes termed tyrants. Alexander? What could he be trying to do by rushing up like this? A buzz of questions began to rise as more eyes were drawn over, Beatrix also floating closer to the burning heat of the vestigial flames mountain as she was apprehensive of what was about to happen. She had seen this being exceed expectations again and again, as she learned his blunt words were more often than not actually something true. When he told off the visage of the White Dragon Emperor, he was not false in his claims. When he faced the wool-bearers who had actually tracked down her and her master, he was still unhindered. So when he said he wouldn't need a million years to refine his physique and that it would at most take a day if not hours, Beatrix truly turned apprehensive as she could just dismiss these words. Shaa, the billowing of flames could be heard as the figure of Noah arrived in the vicinity of the raging blue flames, the clothes on his body slowly becoming disintegrated as his sculpted toned upper body was laid bare, with a hazy mist of essence coming to cover his lower blessed region, as only his fair knees and below could be seen, akin to shimmering shorts of essence becoming adorned for his lower body. The hair for this character selection was currently black as it twinkled with stellar light, his spotless fair hands reaching out as tendrils of blue flames began to wrap around them and surge towards the rest of his body. His eyes carried immense glory as he spoke out fearlessly. The countless beings who had their eyes drawn over by his actions watched on with even closer gazes as they realized this existence that gave off an aura at the 9th firmament of ascendancy was actually beginning to refine his body with a physique that all of them were currently trying to forge. The simplest physique that was collected under the banner of pure-blooded cardinal royal humans, as one could refine it simply with the flames of the vestigial flames mountain. It was rare to see a 9th firmament royal human who had yet to refine their bodies with this technique, but they all affirmed this when they saw a dazzling white lotus beginning to form on the forehead of the boisterous being. A white lotus, this symbol signified the first layer of the burgeoning limit-breaking extreme physique that focused on vitality and life, with a brighter shade of white signifying the second and third layers. For one to achieve the complete physique, they had to have completed all 10 layers of the burgeoning limit-breaking extreme physique, as the 4th to 5th layers were signified by a blue lotus of varying intensity, and the 7th to 9th layers were signified by a purple lotus of varying intensity also. The last and 10th layer was signified by an illusory golden lotus shining brilliant on the forehead of the existence that had achieved 100% completion of the burgeoning limit-breaking extreme physique. This was fine and all, but all those that had their attention drawn were wondering why this 9th firmament existence was showing off refining they had all undergone, even if he could handle the more intense blue tier flame. This was a given for his stage of power, as even though they were curious now and showed slight respect because of his realm, they would all move on to their own matters after a few hours, as nobody would simply watch another being refine their bodies for the next hundreds of thousands of years. This was why most of what could be seen on the vestigial flames mountain was calmness and raging flames, as no major waves were made here, the only times anything major occurred being when truly exceptional existences who stood out even at the stage of a legend's visage appeared, or genuine legends themselves coming through to bathe in the highest golden flames at the peak of the vestigial flames mountain. His power is to be respected, But the act of refining is something we can all d-dash. Some truly prideful royal humans had begun to raise their buff chests while speaking out, but they came to a stop an instant later as their focus was drawn on the white lotus in front of the head of the one known as Alexander. This white lotus that signified the first to third layers of the burgeoning limit-breaking extreme physique. Wasn't it brightening up much too quickly? Chapter 1679. What is he? Those who were about to look away were drawn in even more as even more eyes and wills focused over, many beings noticing the sculpted body of the one known as Alexander actually still rising up higher towards the peak of the mountain as cerulean blue flames rushed into his body. At the same time, the white lotus in front of his forehead represented the layers of the burgeoning limit-breaking extreme physique was becoming increasingly brighter at a pace that all of those who had refined knew. Should be something that occurs after years of refinement. Just to go from the first layer to the second, the average time of refinement was 100 years, from the second layer to the third. The average time was 1,000 years. This continued on as the average to complete all layers was about 1 million years, or one would be extremely familiar with the vestigial flames mountain after they spent this much time bathing in its flames. Yet why did it seem like this ascending being was changing the brightness of the white lotus so quickly? Noah was currently absorbed in a very unique sensation as the sparkling blue flames of the vestigial flames mountain surged into his body. The basis behind the refinement was 1. To withstand the heat of the flames as they carried out their unique quality to strengthen the very cells of one's body. With one slowly protecting themselves and absorbing the effects of these flames as over time. All parts of their bodies would be refined. Noah had taken in the flames with his clone as they circled over his body like tendrils of snakes and began to sink into it, directly beginning to refine both body and origin as these flames were instantaneously transferred to the main body that was slumbering in a throne in the cosmic Holy Land. The clone essentially acted like a passageway between the vestigial flames mountain and Noah's main body, raging flames being absorbed greedily and without any fear from Noah as a unique phenomenon occurred soon after he began. The dazzling cerulean blue runic kainos mana lines of ascendancy all over his main body in the cosmic Holy Land began to light up as the completed limit-breaking extreme mana physique came to life. This completed physique had already refined Noah's body and built a unique structure of runic lines all over him, and the vestigial flames coming in shockingly began to be sucked into the pulsing runic kainos mana lines of ascendancy at extreme speeds as their rate of refinement was being propelled to the extreme. They cried out for more of the vestigial flames as back on the pristine mountain, Noah's true sanguine clones began to hungrily devour in more and more flames as wherever his body flew past, he acted like a black hole that absorbed all the flames there, while others would slowly allow the tendrils of flames to sink into their skin. He was hungrily taking in all the blue flames for miles as his figure continued to fly up the mountain. But this wasn't all. What would be the true reality-breaking concept here today was the fact that all the flames were being absorbed by a clone that instantly transferred them into the main slumbering body that was the one to be refined, and this main body was within the cosmic Holy Land that after the constant advancements of the infinite reality, the time ratio had long since exceeded 10,000 to 1. This time discrepancy meant that Noah's main body would have finished using all the vestigial flames brought forth within a microsecond, while barely 10,000th of a microsecond passed in the outside cosmos. This time discrepancy had to be accounted for as seeing the flames being used up faster than they were coming in. The slumbering will of Noah's main body moved more. His will surged out maddeningly as the true sanguine clone in the vestigial flames mountain put its hands out while calling even more flames towards it, its absorption surface area continuing to increase while its body flew ever so higher as it caused a shocking phenomenon to bloom out, as if he was in the eye of the storm. All the surrounding blue flames of the vestigial flames mountain were being called on to and surging into him relentlessly. To match the time discrepancy, the clone could take it over 10,000 more times the normal number of vestigial flames that all went towards refining the main body. The white lotus that had appeared on his forehead brightening up rapidly due to this is over 10,000 microseconds of refinement could be done in the cosmic Holy Land while only a single microsecond passed outside, so his slumbering will still felt the coming flames were insufficient as it called out once again, more, surging soul waves connected with the clone ascending the vestigial flames mountain as it warped space to instantly appear on the border between blue and white flames, its body still ferociously calling everything in the vicinity as even the raging purple flames that only the ninth firmament existences could withstand didn't bother him. The stellar purple flames stemming from the very core of a grotto sanctum simply sank into his body endlessly as if their temperature was utterly nothing to him. His main body taking all of them in as they followed the path already laid down by runic mana lines of ascendancy to rapidly achieve the result of refinement. All of these factors were what made possible what happened next, as the pure-blooded cardinal royal humans on the vestigial flames mountain watched on in horror at this being insanely absorbing boundless rivers of raging flames. They saw the white lotus on his forehead go from dull white to shining white and then into sparkling radiant white within a matter of seconds, from the first and into the second and third layers of the burgeoning limit-breaking extreme physique. In mere seconds, the bellow of this being reverberated out as he continued to ascend, entirely leaving the boundary of the blue tier flames and surging head first into the purple tier flames that even ninth firmament existences had to be careful of. With the higher up he went, meaning even more burning temperatures, as if anyone even came close to the golden flames at the peak. They would normally be burnt away if they weren't legends or extremely powerful legends visage tier existences. The vestigial flames mountain was extremely vast, that it was multiple times larger than many realities, with Noah's single figure on the seas of purple flames being something as small as a raindrop, yet his small figure had begun causing visible changes on the infinitesimally small area within the sea of purple flames, as a rotating force of a storm of flames could be seen surging towards his figure if one looked from afar. The dazzling white lotus on his forehead actually releasing pulses of light as it went from white and into the glorious color of blue just 10 seconds after Noah began his refinement. From the first to the fourth layer of the burgeoning limit-breaking extreme physique, it only took 10 seconds as his rate of absorption and advancement only increased. Chapter 1680. What is he? Fuck. This was the singular word that Beatrix could use to express what she was seeing past the midpoint of the vestigial flames mountain at this time. He's doing it again. Her eyes held a hint of helplessness as she witnessed this being very easily surpass established norms, as even though he wasn't massacring 8th or 9th firmament existences while he was at the 7th firmament of ascendancy, he was now surviving flames that could burn normal 9th firmament existences while he crazily absorbed them for countless expanding trillions of miles. When the white lotus insignia on his forehead flashed from white to blue as he entered the fourth layer of the burgeoning limit-breaking extreme physique, Beatrix could do nothing but sigh at the ridiculousness as she sent forth a communication. Master, he is doing something again. A message went towards Empress Genevieve, who was dealing with other matters, as countless pure-blooded cardinal royal humans began to turn their eyes and wills towards the image of a single being who was absorbing dazzling and ferocious purple flames for a distance that had begun to enter into light years. As if the flames could not bother his body. As if the heat was meaningless to him. Of course, all the flames merely passed from the clone and onto a slumbering body with a shocking will, everything being withstood by the limit-breaking extreme mana physique as the gorgeous purple flames crossed through the paths of countless runic kainos mana lines of ascendancy and refined Noah's very cells. His main body was being strengthened rapidly in a domain of time as the true sanguine clone reflected the changes occurring in a short period of time. When the blue lotus bloomed, Noah's main body buzzed as from him. The runic écriture that read began to bloom in an illusory fashion as it pulsed with intense vitality. The same scene repeated around his true sanguine clone that had its sculpted chest laid bare, those seeing the runic écriture finally affirming their shock along with the brightening purple lotus that this being had truly gone multiple layers in a matter of seconds. What is this? This should not be possible. Prideful and powerful 7th firmament pure-blooded cardinal royal humans and below they were refining their bodies on the vestigial flames mountain had their minds shaken as they watched this scene. And thousands of other auras began to bloom soon after in the periphery of this mountain as other royal humans that were in other locations received word and teleported over. The only question in their mind was who this tyrant was, as they had not heard of him until now. The name Alexander was slowly making the rounds after Beatrix had called it out, with this information riding the waves of man's and entering the ears of others as they watched the small figure of the true sanguine clone moving like a stellar light, situated in the eye of the storm as ridiculously it rose even higher towards the peak of the mountain where the flames only became hotter, if he continued going upwards. No way, a newly appearing 8th firmament pure-blooded cardinal royal human voiced out in shock as even she would have been burnt to cinders by now. Impossible. At the same time in another area of space, a group of 9th firmament royal humans appeared as they vocalized the same thought, yet the being ascending the vestigial flames mountain did not heed their thoughts as he just continued to get higher. The purple lotus on his forehead was brightening up at a rapid pace as from the 4th layer, it very quickly blinked a brighter shade of purple as it entered the 5th layer. And Noah's incandescent figure truly wasn't stopping as he was even warping across space, moving light years to head closer and closer towards the peak of the vestigial flames mountain where one could see terrifying golden liquid flames golden flames that normally only legends utilized to refine their bodies safely, along with a select few powerhouses on the stage of a legend's visage who had unique constitutions. An example of this was Crack, the fair woman that had stopped watching from the eyes of a mirror beast as a mirror portal opened and shattered to reveal her dazzling white hair as her eyes watched Noah's figure curiously. A select few exceptional beings, many if not all, were well known, as the question that was now posed as they watched this being go towards the glimmer of golden flames was, what is he? Woo wap, space warped and folded as many light years were crossed. The figure ascending the mountain, having its rapidly rotating vortex of absorption, actually landed on the region of golden flames as they began to surge towards him. All those watching held their breath. The moment these flames touched this being, he would either be burnt to ashes, or they would have seen the appearance of an exceptional being who had talents similar to those in groups of adjudicators and will bearers. The allure of raging gold flames roared out as they were defiantly pulled towards the bellowing figure, surging forth to attack and drown out his body as they very quickly turned into draconic snakes that surged and sunk into his very skin. Silence reigned as the figure everyone was looking at didn't falter. His body trembled briefly as at this time, the clone had to stop and enact runic ecratures of defense and resource shields before passing the terrifying golden flames to the main body. So he stopped in place briefly as he readjusted, but the moment that the golden flames reached the main body and began to follow the path of Noah's very own runic kainos mana lines of ascendancy, that he began to move again as droves of obscene and terrifying stellar golden flames began to wash over him in full, the blue lotus in front of his forehead instantly changing into a dazzling blue light that within another second it broke apart and turned into a resplendent purple color. A few seconds after achieving the third layer of the burgeoning limit-breaking extreme physique, the sixth layer was reached as glorious green runic ecratures reading began to bloom around Noah in full force. Chapter 1681, A Shocking Foundation. Speechless, those watching were utterly speechless as they observed an obscene amount of flames nobody should be able to handle at once disappearing into the body of a single existence. As seconds later, he continued to break past the layers of the burgeoning limit-breaking extreme physique as he now raced past the sixth layer. His figure never stopped as he fully entered the region at the peak of the vestigial flames mountain that held only the allure of terrifying golden flames, his figure becoming bathed thoroughly with them as he looked like an ancient creature undergoing baptism. He floated with utter majesty and regality as while countless flames raged into him, he bellowed out a roar of dominance and authority that caused even the coming flames to tremble. His astounding will let itself be known as the ninth firmament pure-blooded cardinal royal humans that had recently appeared to observe the shocking event turned somber. In one corner of space, the figure of adjudicator Caitlin could be seen as she tapped her chin while watching this scene, her eyes being surprised but not revealing any traces of shock. She only had a single passing thought that would make any lesser beings tremble. He really does look and act similar to that guy as well. Her thoughts were her own as nobody would be privy to them, her jewel-like eyes watching with curiosity as the figure of Alexander stopped to take in everything. Tendrils of golden draconic flames constantly swirling into his body as he seemed like an untouchable existence. The purple lotus shone brighter with every passing second as soon enough, the seventh layer, a somber shout echoed out from a ninth firmament royal human that closely observed the change, and in another few seconds, the eighth layer, BZZZT, the words contained disbelief even as they came out, but the changes were undeniable as more and more runic ecratures began to bloom and surround the figure protectively. Back in the cosmic Holy Land, Noah was spending a significant amount of time having every part of his body refined by the golden vestigial flames, the blazing heat melting the nearby space as it surged into his very marrows and forged him like molten iron. The runic kainos mana lines of ascendancy truly made everything possible with getting a second physique, as when all of the countless lines over his body were filled with golden flames. Yet another layer was torn as the ninth layer of the burgeoning limit-breaking extreme physique was attained. Astounding power crackled on every part of Noah's body as the most fundamental change yet was occurring right now. His very origin and cosmos were painted and refined by the golden vestigial flames as his royal cosmos were burned with a golden hue, the power they emanated being terrifying as his physique was further changed inside out. Near the very top of the vestigial flames mountain, pure-blooded cardinal royal humans watched breathlessly as in the next moment, cylindrical rays of golden light began to shoot out from the purple lotus as it began to break down, this blinding light only increasing in intensity as in mere moments, a blinding, pure, and majestic golden lotus appeared. It was full of life and utmost wonder as it surged with essence into the body below it, granting it a shocking significance as it meant the 10th layer of the burgeoning limit breaking extreme physique was achieved. One must know that not even a minute had passed, so what took others a million years to do, Noah took less than a minute to accomplish. Of course, It didn't just happen out of nowhere, as many astounding factors had to be in play that no other beings could have achieved, but it was still a ridiculous achievement to have on his shoulder, as the audience watching this event on the vestigial flames mountain were utterly silent. It wasn't that they hadn't seen an existence with a completed burgeoning limit-breaking extreme physique before they had actually seen a decent amount of ninth firmament tyrants achieve it over the billions of years, they just hadn't seen one be completed in a minute. What an astounding foundation one had to have make this possible. And if one could have built such a foundation before they broke their shackles and formed their reality passages? Many shook their heads in amazement as they prepared to get to know who this being still surrounded by raging golden flames was, when they finally noticed the discrepancy is, why are the vestigial flames still surging towards him? Shock dawned in their eyes as it very quickly turned to understanding. In the 9 runic ecritures of modus operandi within the bloodline ecriture repository, there were 3 methods to refine one's physique. One entirely relied on any vestigial flames, while the chassis and relegator's limit-breaking extreme physique could be attained with other means, as the alternative was to start with blue vestigial flames, and the physiques could be completed if one could withstand the golden flames. This was why it was mainly known that legends would take their time to make a trip to the vestigial flames mountain to bathe in golden flames and add these additional physiques into their bodies and origins. But nobody had expected a ninth firmament existence to begin displaying such a scene today. Those watching didn't even dare to pose the question of whether his body could withstand multiple physiques, as they could only watch breathlessly when the surging golden flames were beckoned by the magisterial figure to surge into his body with even more fervor. 2 physiques were completed on his body as for his paramount foundation. He wouldn't stop here. 2 more would be forged today, as just with them in place, tens of reality passages were guaranteed, as the moment his main body woke from its slumber. His own runic ecriture of modus operandi would begin its design, as he was becoming more and more ready to break his own shackles. Meanwhile, another true sanguine clone was making progress in a unique dimension, as this clone was accompanied by the exquisite figure of Ruination, a resplendent robe with the runic ecriture reading draped over the back of this quasi-taboo relic, as she stood beside Noah while they were surrounded by crystal and mirrors all around them. With their path having been crossing through countless areas like this where the crystal and mirrors parted way as they forged forward, the clone beside Ruination was emitting wondrous waves of power at this moment, as the pulsing of illusory runic kainos mana lines of ascendancy could be seen on its body, while runic ecritures reading and surrounded him with constant hums as if they were paying homage to his body. An illusory golden lotus representing yet another completed physique could be seen on his forehead, as both he and Ruination had come to a stop while wading through the new environment of the mirror dimension. They came to a stop because this time, they finally came across something different from the crystal and movable mirror-like structures, as before their very eyes, they could see a fantastical scene. Looking entirely similar to Ruination and Noah's devilishly handsome figure, too. Existences that could be termed their clones stepped out of the countless mirrors and stared at them with terrifying glares emanating glorious power. Chapter 1682 Chosen Emperor. Portions of Noah's souls were spread out across the veils of dimensions under the infinite dream, these souls following the intricate weaving of the dream dimension with the vast realities to achieve unbelievable results. They crossed vast distances in short periods of time, as with the pull of destiny, they landed into their respective realities. There were 999 portions of souls, and most of them would come to land within emerging realities, as a few would have the chance for even more fantastical realities out there. Dozens of souls were able to follow the weaving of destiny and the essence of the dream dimension to land within prime realities, and then there was a single other notable soul that didn't land in an emerging or prime reality. A single soul that, after crossing the veils of dimensions and crossing the folding of space with dream essence, it came to and began to wake as it saw its foreign surroundings. Bleak. This was the only word to describe everything around this area, as while Noah's soul woke and spread its awareness out, he saw thin wisps of essence all around, as the shocking thing was the fact that his soul felt immense restrictions pressing down from all around, even though there was barely any essence in the surroundings. His soul formed into a body as seeing the stellar darkness all around him. Noah waved his hands as the authority of the dictum emperor and commandment bloomed out, a golden book appearing along with wisps of commandment as he voiced out, "Where am I right now? A forgotten reality, a visage from the olden times, from a past era that if anyone came across such a reality that had survived countless eons, they would come to find many secrets hidden within." As Noah's will began to propel outwards, he came across broken and shattered stellar bodies, barren space, and ancient structures, until finally, his will enveloped a region that rebuffed him right away as it came across an age domain filled with the essence of vicissitude. Olden structures rose and fell behind it as Noah couldn't get to see past this region, his eyes sharpening as he felt a billowing bestial aura emanate From this location, arcs of stellar light bloomed from his body as with a golden book in hand that had begun to write golden words on its pages. Noah went towards the source of power of a forgotten reality that he had just arrived in. The unique air of the mirror dimension sang with incoherent sounds as the forming and shattering on countless mirrors could be heard at all times. The clone that had ventured into this dimension finally came across something unique as in the dream dimension. Noah had rebuffed a nightmare sand emperor and attained an ultimate skill. And the clone that had pulled upon the strings of the primordial blacklist had a legion heading towards him at this moment. Then there were also the clones, forging relics and elixirs in the cosmic Holy Land while utilizing the robust sacred herbs and plants that were spread out over many galaxies. A change now happened for the clone in the mirror dimension as he stared at the exact replica of himself in ruination. The details of these creatures rising before his eyes, an amalgamation of self and non-self concepts that is kept alive by the essence of the mirror dimension. It can mimic the qualities and concepts of any existence to the extent that its soul can handle, with it being capable of taking on the identity of the existence it mimicked if they can entirely defeat the original. It can naturally mirror the concepts and abilities of its enemies the more it gazes and observes their essence, until they reach a state where they are even stronger than their chosen target. BZZZT, Mirror Beast Kings. Existences that were at this very moment actually copying Noah and Ruination, with their level of mimicking only rising over time as they became more familiar with the essence emanating from the two of them. Yet Noah only looked at the Mirror Beast King that looked just like him with coldness, as he seemed to be looking at himself with something major being out of place. His laid-back look caused the Mirror Beast King mimicking him to growl out dangerously, its body beginning to give off terrifying waves of power at the ninth firmament of ascendancy as a close replication of the essence of Apocalypse and Resplendent Emperor among others began to emanate from it. It was truly copying the concepts of its as such a beast posed great dangers in the mirror dimension for many. With it knowing one's concepts and moves the most, as more often than not, they would attain victory and rise in power. Yet Noah only looked coldly at this creature as he voiced out dominantly, "A mere king dares to mimic my qualities and concepts." Only his will surged out as the Mirror Beast King roared out in a similar manner to match Noah, its eyes actually beginning to shine in devilish excitement as it sensed the overabundance of concepts that Noah had, concepts that it was now mimicking rapidly. Its soul cheered on at finding such an exemplary enemy with so many concepts to mimic as just. When this Mirror Beast King was reaching even greater levels of power, its smile began to fade. It realized the concepts it was mimicking from this being. There were simply too many and of too high of quality. Too many quasi-taboo nomological edicts for its soup to hold. Too many intricate primordial epitaphs and bloodlines that in a matter of moments, the body of the Mirror Beast King mimicking Noah began to balloon outwards unstably as its soul began to tremble and crack from the sheer number of concepts it was trying to mimic. The rage of mimicking was so fast that when this creature noticed, it was already too late, as the soup strength of another being was the one thing mirror beasts could not replicate, and the soul of this creature simply could not handle the concepts of the body it tried to copy. So before Noah even made a move, boom! Crack. The figure of the Mirror Beast King inflated like a balloon as it exploded into countless mirror shards soon after. Intense silence descended after such a reality as the remaining Mirror Beast King mimicking Ruination shook with rising terror in its eyes. Chapter 1683, Chosen Emperor. An astounding achievement. Your concepts have exceeded the mimicking abilities of Mirror Beast Kings as the implosion of one has extracted the ultimate ability. Mirror Beast Summon. A prompt rose before Noah's eyes that turned towards the remaining Mirror Beast King. He still didn't make a move as the figure of Ruination floated forward serenely. Her crimson gold robe fluttered in the unique space as her emotionless eyes came close until eventually, the Mirror Beast King that looked exactly the same as her was right before her. The eyes of this Mirror Beast were shaking after the sudden death of its ally, and it actually remained frozen in place as the fair hands of Ruination rose to land on its cheek, the authority of an undeniable quasi-taboo relic that could easily manipulate mirror essence erupting out as the figure of the Mirror Beast King began to shatter into shards of mirror pieces soon after. This was the stage of power that Noah had achieved. This was his progress as after meeting creatures for the first time in the mirror dimension and defeating them, making headway to find what he needed would be all that much easier. "This is someone you brought over," a voice filled with calmness echoed out within an expansive hall of a crystalline skyscraper the size of a reality that was floating in space and surrounded by a sparkling multicolored circular shield of light that constantly gave out pulses of power. Runic ecritures constantly swirled over this dome-like structure containing the reality-sized fantasy skyscraper within, each of them vibrant with ecritures of defense that would make it hard for any ninth firmament existences to break through it. This dot was the Peninsula Observatory at the very deepest parts of pure-blooded domains of the royal humans that oversaw all the clusters of realities in this region, a place that the most prided rulers and even at times legends could be seen moving. Within, at this moment, the one who spoke was a middle-aged man with boundless charm and power, a solidified crown spinning calmly above his head as he emanated intense authority and regality. He was draped with a golden emperor's robe as vibrant dark hair washed over his shoulders, his jaws sharp as his eyes were naturally curved into a smile that released sparks of power. His aura was stably at the very peak of the ninth firmament of ascendancy, as he could overcome the thin barrier to reality whenever he wanted, and he was actually repressing himself for the past billions of years as he took on the task of the bloodline master of the pure-blood cardinal royal human bloodline. Yet, even with such a stature, this being was actually standing at this moment as there was another existence sitting down and emanating multiple times more authority atop a crystalline white throne. The bloodline master was standing beside this being as he addressed a respective Empress Genevieve, who nodded at this moment with humility, seeming nothing like the prideful empress who was a shocking personage in the past. He had asked a question while looking at a small illusory screen among millions of screens on the walls of the expansive hall they were in. This illusory screen showing the scene of the events occurring in the vestigial flames mountain that showed a single existence swallowing raging golden flames. Yes, Father. An enlightened peerless alchemist who also happens to have great talent and destiny. I figured he would make a great commander under me and elevate our bloodline even further. She spoke like a dutiful daughter, as none of the hatred she had for the whole pure-blooded cardinal royal human bloodline was shown, nobody being the wiser that legends of this bloodline had eradicated her and kept her body in origin for their own use too many years ago. She was biding her time as she acted in an exemplary fashion, being one of the few remaining candidates in line to obtain the title of the bloodline master, as with such an authority, she could gain access to where her body and origin were being held for all these years. As when that time came, it is an interesting creature with an above-average destiny. From the celestial vine bloodline, HM? Have him undergo the bloodline baptism to tie him to us. Will you be taking him as one of your guards to the unexplored grotto sanctum? BZZZT, an even more authoritative voice rung out, as it didn't stem from the bloodline master, but the being that had temporarily taken a seat on the white crystalline throne. As this being released shocking cascading waves of the undeniable authority of a legend. Yes, Uncle Brightborn. He was near the stage of a legend's visage, as after refining his body in the vestigial flames mountain, he should stably be there, as he will ensure my safety while seeking destiny. She spoke freely to a legend who sat on the white throne curiously, this being actually not looking like an old or middle-aged man, as he seemed like a barely matured boy above 15 years of age. Yet the power he released was undeniable, as his hair shone with a dark luster. Simple black robes draping over him as he nodded. But don't you already take it upon yourself to grant your people access to our ecritures even without seeking permission, little Jen? You know that you haven't attained the title of bloodline master yet. This being had a smile on his face as he spoke with a teasing expression, Empress Genevieve smiling shyly as she replied while bowing, I apologize for my impudence, uncle. I'll be more careful next time. It is merely the legacy that the great Oppenheimer left behind. It is no problem sharing it with our people. Now, onto the legions that assassinated our bloodline candidate rulers. The topic quickly moved on to what they considered important matters as Genevieve nodded while seemingly listening with all her focus. But her mind was actually swirling with thoughts and plans surrounding the one being they had just talked about, Alexander King. Such beings like him existed in the past, as they held their own title and standing. Very few beings knew such things, as it was rarely talked about publicly. But these beings were truly special, as they stood above many others, and Genevieve had affirmed her beliefs to Alexander being such a being after observing him all this time and his recent actions, as she now fully attached to him a certain title, chosen emperor, beings that were exceedingly blessed by destiny that others could only look on and envy at the things they accomplished. They were known as chosen emperors, as they were the ones who held the most lead in attaining the authority of a true emperor. Such beings were extremely special, but they were also great targets precisely due to their identity. Killing such beings was incredibly hard due to their destiny, as Genevieve knew this very well, and this was precisely why Genevieve had cemented him as a target. After everything she saw, she still only further solidified her mind to devour the entirety of this being. Yes, she had her pride as an existence that even had legends for servants in the past, as she had underestimated Alexander greatly in the past. Other beings would even choose to forge an alliance with an existence that had such a destiny, but Genevieve still chose the option of conflict. This was because the boons of swallowing a chosen emperor was obtaining their destiny and talent for yourself, as if Genevieve got her hands on this and paired it with the foundation and knowledge she had. The seat of the true emperor of the Kainos era might actually be achievable. It would be extremely hard. Killing chosen emperors was something only powerful legends had managed to achieve, and it was mostly through schemes and betrayals. But after seeing everything she had about Alexander King, Genevieve wanted to take on this task as she would do whatever it took to achieve it. Chapter 1684 Chosen Emperor. Empress Genevieve put a heavy task before her as she knew this extremely well. This was because she had seen how this being had played with ninth firmament enders and will bearers with ease while utilizing this body that was a mere clone, and apart from this clone, he had also shown two other clones that had appeared to finish up the whole battle a few days ago. Genevieve put all of this into account and then the main body of this being as well. And she still took on the task of locating and devouring this being with a level of self-confidence as even with all the astounding reserves of destiny and resources that were at the hands of this chosen emperor, she knew herself best. She knew the resources she held and what powers she could call forth. So long as certain conditions were met, there was still something she could do that would ensure victory. Even against a chosen emperor as obscene as this with all his resources and secrets, something that would allow her to wipe out anyone that had yet to forge a reality. Very few can dance expertly on the river of destiny. And I have been dancing for a long time. Let us see who shall remain on the stage when the dust settles. Her thoughts were dominating and wild as she affirmed her will, watching the scenes of the vestigial flames mountain where the being in question was actually going towards refining the other two limit-breaking extreme physiques right here. Physiques that due to him completing them before he broke his shackles would guarantee a crazy number of reality passages. Something so ridiculous is reminiscent of the foundation of those in the olden times, and it should near the current publicly known chosen emperors as well. Yes, there were a few beings living in these vast realities at this point in time who were known to be chosen emperors as they could move countless beings with a single wave of their hands. Some were the strongest combatants below the stage of legends, and then there were genuine legends themselves that were chosen emperors. Before Noah reached such a stage as well, Genevieve hoped to strike at that time. As for now, she focused on the two figures of regal beings before her and what they brought to attention. This time, it won't just be us, as the scions of the other four pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodlines will also be joining this venture. The legend who had the body of a mere 15-year-old spoke as above the head of this being. A sparkling solidified crown similar to the one above the bloodline master was spinning beautifully. His figure emanated constant power and authority as light and space seemed to be warping around his body constantly. His dominant eyes shining with the light of an illusory reality as he tapped his finger on the white crystalline throne before continuing. This is why I dropped by here to brief you all. I've already talked to little Caitlin and the others on what they need to look out for in this unexplored grotto sanctum, and now you are the last one, little Jen. Vibrant destiny erupted out as Genevieve nodded with seriousness while facing the gaze of a legend whose eyes flashed with ingenuity. I understand, Uncle Brightborn. What do I need to be on the lookout for? Within the unexplored grotto sanctum filled with opportunities and destinies where those at the peak of the ninth firmament who had been accumulating destiny and establishing their foundation could go on to break their last shackles and achieve the stage of reality. This was the purpose of all those entering, but this was still a grotto sanctum that legends normally explored. Places such as these have untold dangers within them precisely due to how packed they were with fortune and destiny, or even its surrounding atmosphere is so packed with unique types of essence that some of the entering beings will choose to and can finally break into reality the moment they arrive. So your enemies won't just be a legend's visage. But you will more than likely come across genuine legends trying to hinder you. The legend Brightborn spoke of such matters calmly as Genevieve nodded and continued to listen. This is why you all must group together and reinforce each other. With the capabilities of someone like Caitlin in the lead, you all will be capable of escaping from a legend as the moment any of you find the chance to break through, you can move much more freely. For you it is even more difficult as this journey can help you build your ultimate foundation, but you can choose not to break through if you still seek the title of Bloodline Master when you return. A myriad of thoughts came out from the legend as he advised on the journey to come, eventually arriving at the true topic and purpose of his visit today as he spoke of what he told Caitlin and all the others since he arrived. Lastly, and the thing I want you all to be on the lookout for is this. BZZZZT, arcs of multicolored light bloomed out as Brightborn waved his hands and caused a blindingly dazzling item to appear in his hands. It sucked in all the surroundings' grandeur as it announced itself to be more majestic than even the aura of the legend holding it, the item being a circular crystal that held a swirling multicolored river of reality constantly swirling within it, a grotto acre. The mere mention of this wondrous piece of art in his hands caused it to buzz and reinvigorate the origins of all those here as it released a wondrous multicolored light. Even the eyes of the legend bring covered by a mesmerizing light as he held onto this circular pearl of multicolored light and continued. The reason that many legends explore grotto sanctums and fight over them are these grotto nakers, and you all will actually have the chance to obtain these treasures that may not be of much use to you now but are indispensable when you are legends. Chapter 1685 From Dream to Reality. If you come across a grotto naker or anything like it and bring it out, you can turn it into to me to get anything you wish for. Whap! The pearl holding a swirling multicolored crystal faded away from view as the legend Brightborn finished his words. Grotto naker. It was an item that Genevieve was familiar with as she also sought such items in the past herself after the proliferation of realities. Why would I hand them over to you when I can utilize them myself? She sneered inwardly. As she thought, but she kept her outward gaze of respect while nodding. I understand. The path this time will be dangerous, but I don't see any complications. Even if the time comes that we have to fight off the other bloodlines participating in this prized event. It didn't just involve the reality Ursity, infinite willow trees, and the royal humans whose legends had located the chosen unexplored grotto sanctum. It would also include the scions of the dragon phoenix bloodline and lastly, the primordial bloodline that occupied the unshakable top position. The pure-blooded cardinal royal astral bloodline. Existences whose very origin stemmed from stellar concepts and constructs as traversing through the stages of power was easy for them, winged. Celestial beings whose very bodies exhumed the light of cosmos and realities as on the leaderboard of primordials. They stood at the very peak. The 5 pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodlines were all under the banner of primordials, but they still had loyalty to their own bloodlines as when they entered the unexplored grotto sanctum, conflict would break out amongst themselves as some might even face death from their very own people. Among those who would be entering, the most feared and respected were the scions of the dragon phoenix bloodlines for their brutality, the scions of the reality Ursity for their unreasonable and immovable righteousness, and the scions of the astral bloodline that were simply because they were the face of primordials that even other primordial bloodlines feared going against them. The infinite willow trees were also extremely powerful as they would have made it among those most feared, but their nature was more gentle and reclusive as they kept to themselves, making it so that one would rarely have conflict with them unless they really sought it. Pure-blooded cardinal royal humans were in between as even with their robust physiques, they weren't the most feared amongst the pure-blooded cardinal bloodlines. But even with this knowledge, Genevieve's mind still focused on the scions of the astral bloodline. If I happen to isolate one of them or even a reality Ursity, it would also be extremely helpful to devour them. These were the thoughts crossing Genevieve's mind as if she could devour these beings as well and create a stupendous foundation. She could also take another path and forego her candidacy to become a bloodline ruler as she forged her reality and became a legend within this unexplored grotto sanctum, which would also grant her a level of authority to access where they hid her body. There were many paths one could take as the workings of destiny would decide which one would be followed, the specifics of the upcoming expedition continuing to be discussed within the Peninsula Observatory as outside of this location, events continued to unfold. In the vestigial flames mountain, Noah was near the very peak as his body constantly devoured golden vestigial flames, beginning to refine the chassis and relegator's limit-breaking extreme physiques as he was truly going on the path of building his ultimate foundation. An unsurpassable foundation that even the most talented primordials could not compare to and then exceed that even further. For this, Noah didn't just plan on completing the physiques he had obtained so far as going past that he wanted to forge his own physique that would help him attain the largest number of reality passages before he broke his shackles, a physique to topple all others as he just had to base the body, origin, and soul refinement that he had been seeing so far with something entirely his own. The essence of the dictum emperor and tyrannical emperor were dancing wildly in his mind for the possibilities of how he could do it as he experienced the refinement of golden flames atop the vestigial flames mountain. And the answer actually led to the third construct of his infinite system. He had infinite resources and infinite dream, and he now wanted a physique that would continue to refine his body endlessly. Why did there have to be a stopping point at 100% refinement? Why couldn't there be continued strengthening and refinement over time? WAA. The thought alone caused wild waves of destiny to churn chaotically as what was left behind was figuring out a feasible way of doing it. Nearly all of the existences in the firmaments of ascendancy played with systems in a certain way, whether it was by the passive strengthening of their bodies and souls, methods of altering reality to boost abilities in a certain field, or in unique ways like Noah was doing to forge his infinite system with droves of the essence of reality and mana. barely any of the systems of the beings Noah had killed so far had come close to matching the ones he had made, or something as unique as the necromancer system or idle gaming system that Eckert had, showing how wide of a range there was to the effectiveness and power of systems. For other beings, it was merely auxiliary to their power, as it didn't play a major part in their lives, and for other beings like Noah it could fundamentally change how they operated and how they snatched destiny. At this moment in time, all that was left was for Noah to ponder on exactly how to forge a technique of limit-breaking extreme physique refinement into his concept of system, as it would be harder and more arduous than the previous constructs he had made. But with his destiny, he could already see that it was possible. And there was a certain dimension he could utilize to aid him in doing just this, the dimension where there was little distinction between false and real, between dream and reality, the answers for the endlessly refining physique lay in the dream dimension, chapter 1686, From Dream to Reality. In the hazy space filled with silver spicules of sand, the figure of Noah's 1000th soul could be seen as his fair hands were dancing mesmerizingly, the silver sand in the surroundings falling under his control with ease as they rose and fell under his will. This was all due to that he had attained after withstanding the will of the Nightmare Sand Emperor. An ability that grants the authority of dream manipulation, with the user gaining a level of control of the sands of dreams within the dream dimension. With this authority, they can also intrude upon, shape, and manipulate the dreams of others. When proficient enough and a sufficient price is paid, the user's manipulated dreams can even affect outside reality, as the barrier between what is real and what is false becomes a thin distinction. The inhabitants of the dream dimension are more visible to you as lines of dreams can be drawn from you and what you dream to achieve. Sandman is only a preliminary ability for those proficient in traversing the dream dimension, and there are ways possible to obtain even higher authorities that can make dreams indistinguishable from reality. A wondrous ability that allowed Noah to move across the dream dimensions more easily, and the one that made him recall the words of the Nightmare Sand Emperor over and over again. Dreams could make emperors, as they even gave reason for every action that an existence took. A father dreams of taking care of his family and keeping them safe, so he goes to work day in and day out. A man dreams of wealth, power, and women. And so he moves to make such a thing achievable. A woman dreams of having power and authority to not need protection from others. So she does everything to make that possible. Everyone has dreams, as they base what they do on these abstract concepts, with some failing to achieve their dreams as others eventually achieve everything as they make their dreams into reality. Noah wanted to make his dreams into reality in the truest sense, as he affirmed it was somewhat difficult for him to forge the infinite resources an infinite dream construct, but he was able to do it as he already had concepts that contributed to their making. The concept of an ever-evolving physique that affected the number of reality passages he would form, his origin, his current strength and future strength, and ultimately the type of foundation he would forge. It was a task that required too many achievements, as large reserves of the essence of reality would not be enough to bring it to fruition, and this was where the essence and concept of the dream dimension came in. The essence of a dimension that could make one's dream into a reality would be what Noah would include in the primordial epitaph for the second construct of the infinite system. It was also something he had to use in the near future, as he also developed his own runic écriture of modus operandi, all knowledge, and laid down rules stated how the breaking of one's shackles opened the pathway to a certain number of reality passages. Did Noah also have to abide by these restrictions? Did he truly have to put a cap on the number of reality passages he could have? Destiny flowed and ebbed powerfully with these thoughts as Noah's eyes in the infinitesimally small region of the dream dimension shone. First, let's locate golden sand, was activated in full as essence of reality began to be pulled upon from the faraway slumbering main body, lines of dreams emanating from Noah as they shot into the mass of silver sand and sought out the treasures of the dream dimension. In a region of space within the boundary between realities, another one of Noah's clones could be seen floating in space calmly, situated in a meditative position as his hand was resting on his chin while looking forward. Expectantly, he had been waiting like this for quite some time as his body released hidden waves of destiny, the direction he was looking at being where his destiny told him his targets would come from as soon enough. The allure of an enormous cerulean disc-like vessel could be seen tearing apart through space, moving unknown light-years every second as within moments. It covered everything in Noah's field of vision. It gave off the aura of a primordial relic as atop this disc-like vessel. One could find waves of immense coldness permeating throughout as dozens of figures of seventh firmament cerulean blue royal wolves could be seen. Their bodies gave off ferocious glints as their fur sparkled in the dark space, a wolf larger than all others standing in front of this small legion as he stepped out with regality and looked at Noah Osmont. You shall be questioned and then killed for contributing to the death of Princess Snow. Make it easier by revealing the rest of your associates. And we will make it painless. HONG. The legion sent out by the royal wolf bloodline had arrived after Noah dropped some leads for them to follow, and Noah looked at the force made of 57th Firmament royal wolves as it would have definitely been overkill for any other 7th Firmament blacklister, but for him, I will also make it painless. BZZZZT. While still seated in a meditative position, Noah's hands motioned downwards while his body erupted with just 10 dazzling golden ascendancy halos. For the enemies before him, he didn't even need a tenth of the true power he could dish out currently, as the limit-breaking extreme mana physique alone granted an extra 100 base true reality damage values to all his attacks. Lethe granted another 100 through Oblivion, and now the newly refined burgeoning limit-breaking extreme physique that caused runic ecritures of to swirl around him. This also granted another 100 to true reality damage and even 150 to true reality defense values. Chapter 1687 From Dream to Reality. LLL, refined under the vestigial flames of a grotto sanctum core, your body has been reborn from flames as your very cells exude immense vitality. Runic ecritures of begin to naturally form and rotate around you as each one passively protects you from incoming true reality damage values and grants 10% total vitality and health regeneration every microsecond. Due to the extreme boundaries your body has reached under this refinement, a base 100 true reality damage values and 150 true reality defense values is granted to all abilities and attacks, a stupendous boost from the burgeoning limit-breaking extreme physique, as Noah expected a similar level of boost from the chassis and relegator's limit-breaking extreme physiques that he was still refining with the golden vestigial flames at this very moment. As he looked at the huge figures of royal wolves before his eyes, he merely utilized the authority of 10 ascendancy halos. As he didn't even show their true colors, beckoning down with his mere finger as far above the glacial disk vessel, space began to rupture as something terrifying was called down. BZZT, an ability that at its base value, it only dealt 20 true reality damage values. But when accounting for the additional 100 values from the runic Kainos mana lines of ascendancy and an additional 100 from the burgeoning limit-breaking extreme physique, along with the boosts of the quasi-taboo relics that Noah Ward IT was to even think about, as his taboo relics boosts were not yet even counted. But he did not even need to activate as just from a single cast with the authority of one ascendancy halo that held a 100x multiplier. The damage exceeded the minimum threshold for one to be capable of erasing the natural laws of reality. One didn't even have to destroy their minds imagining the damage output with all of his 20 ascendancy halos fused to him and what their ridiculous total multiplier would be, as just this was more than enough for dozens of 7th tier existences. OOM. The space above them tore and cried out as the tip of a sword blazing with the light of a reality pierced through, enlarging with every microsecond as before it even arrived. It already bore down immense weight and pressure towards their targets. The cerulean blue fur on the royal wolves rose up in fright as they were only able to send their wills and eyes up to look and see an enormous ascendant sort of reality, horrifically tearing apart space and making it a blank white wherever it passed, a sword 5 times their size as it locked them down where they couldn't even move a muscle. The whole space shuddered and cried out as it was akin to a page being cut. The glacial vessel the royal wolves were on mere drawing on paper as when the ascendant sort of reality came down, it smoothly smashed into and cut them as if it was merely a sharp object passing through paper. SHAA, an eerie sound of space being torn and turned white and the origins of many beings shattering at once could be heard as without even moving from his spot, Noah had merely motioned with his hands as he decimated a legion of 7th firmament existences, the allure of beautiful prompts of loot rose over Noah's eyes as shards of a seed of reality rolled in along with reality crystals and bountiful bloodlines of edicts that were devoured into his unnamed Kainos Emperor bloodline naturally. Along with their edicts that Noah could burn to elevate his soul even further, the elevation of his soul would always continue as time passed, with him having to become even stronger as he didn't just want to stop at being capable of dividing 1,000 portions of his soul when he utilized Infinite Dream. He wanted to be able to send out thousands of portions of souls as to elevate his infinite reality to the next stage. Thousands of fused realities were needed, so these dozens of 7th firmament existences with their many minor, greater, quasi-insuperable, and insuperable nomological edicts, Noah actually considered them high-tier loot simply because of the tools they provided for him to strengthen his soul. Billowing spatial storms ensued with utter chaos as essence of reality naturally seeped from the seams of surrounding space to heal the destroyed blank white area into normality, a shout actually being heard in this region of spatial storms as the spray figure of a single royal wolf could be seen unharmed. It wasn't because he was something unique or extremely strong, but you simply weren't selected as a target. The ascendant sort of reality was utterly cataclysmic, but it selected its targets under Noah's will as a single royal wolf was left behind. Noah's true sanguine clone remained floating in a seated position in space as, his arm coming to stroke his chin calmly and with a devilish smile as he spoke to the trembling seventh firmament royal wolf that was gazing around in utter fear and disbelief. Go on. Tell them what happened here. Let's see what more you all can bring. A direct challenge was cast out at this moment as the instant Noah's words landed, the royal wolf turned into a streak of blue light as he ran away fearfully while looking back every microsecond as if a cruel devil had its eyes on his back that could pounce on him at any moment. The tides of destiny flowed serenely as Noah simply watched the retreating figure, closing his eyes and going through the newly gained edicts to see if any concepts held unique ideas for him to forge into his own better ones. As always, he could continue to try and improve, as this clone waited for a train of loot to come his way. The portion of soul that had actually arrived into a forgotten reality had arrived in the boundary of the space that leaked ancientness and oldness. The surroundings were filled with bleakness and a pervasive black essence that made everything hard to see, but Noah's solidified soul holding the golden book could see the shocking sight of endless ruins beginning before him, long-spanning structures that at first, one would think they were buildings, but when they looked at the shattered pieces of these humongous structures, they would actually notice them to similarly match to body parts and bones, mountainous skulls of different species as vast as cosmos, somehow a preserved and pulsing heart the size of a universe leaking a black fluid that formed into a sea around it. A finger that glimmered with the dimming light of a reality as it was multiple cosmos vast in size. Boundless oddities seemed to lay before Noah's eyes as when he began floating towards this region, his soul began to buzz with activity. Chapter 1688. A grave from a past era. An expanse of shocking ruins lay before Noah's eyes as each one was more wondrous than the last. The bleak darkness filling everything was unique as when he entered the region where the ruins began, things could actually be seen more clearly as destroyed structures and body parts of ancient beings could be seen strewn all around. Noah's solidified soul was garbed in a simple white robe as he couldn't call upon his entire strength with a mere portion of his soul. And the ruins caused everything to be enveloped with a terrifying sense of pressure that caused even him to feel a sense of suffocation. He grasped the golden book in his hands tightly before even proceeding forward as he voiced out thoughtfully, "Are there any spatial restrictions similar to Forsaken Treasure realities?" No, Master. This forgotten reality is merely located in an extremely far away pocket of space. Good. His will moved out as he pulled upon the connection of his main body and locked onto the positioning of where his portion of soul was. Each reality was unique and held its own restrictions, as the past Forsaken Treasure reality had spatial restrictions that didn't even allow one to teleport within the reality, much less into or out of it. But this forgotten reality did not seem to have such a restriction, as this allowed Noah to call upon a true sanguine clone to come here. The mere portion of his soul would not be enough for what was to come, as at this moment, droves of mana and the essence of reality was burned in Noah's origin, a spatial light erupting out near him as soon after, a devilishly handsome Noah with boundlessly domineering pressure stepped out of the spatial light. His body was covered by runic kainos mana lines of ascendancy and runic ecritures powerfully reading mana and life, his skin painted with stellar cosmos releasing a beautiful hue of colors. The spatial light faded around him as the portion of soul that had anchored to this location and called him over turned into a streak of light that shot into the head of the true sanguine clone and disappeared right after. Noah felt his full strength coursing through him as he nodded, bountiful light erupting from him as 20 black tier ascendancy halos soon bloomed from his body, his clone calling upon their authority at this moment so he could move easier in this oppressively dangerous location and be ready for any threats that came. This was a forgotten reality, a visage of the past contained in a vast pocket of space, as it could hold treasures or secrets, or even possibly vestiges of the past that might still be alive even now. With his preparations in place, Noah fully entered the ruins and observed everything around him, even his surging will being restricted to the areas he could see as he marveled at the oddities around him. The strewn out body parts that were still preserved even now, the grand broken structures made of material he could pinpoint, they all seemed utterly unique as Noah came in front of a pulsating heart the size of a universe that was leaking out a vile black essence that he instantly recognized to be pandemonium. Bzzzt. Arcs of golden light erupted from his eyes as author's jurisdiction and reader's viewpoint pulled in information on all his surroundings, a prompt rising about the heart. Before his eyes soon after, desolate Kuan Peng's heart, a heart from an ancient beast that was prominent in a past age. Its body has perished during a cataclysmic battle, but the heart refuses to fade as it has been feeding on the essence of reality and the natural essence of pandemonium it was born with to continue beating to this day. It has now fallen under the category of an ultimate taboo material as it can be utilized to enhance already forged taboo relics, giving those relics the chance to awaken the will and bloodline of the race this heart belonged to. It can also be utilized as a substitute material for most required ingredients to form a taboo relic, with the item born also having the chance to attain a trace of the Kuan Pang bloodline if the forger is proficient enough. Handling it is extremely hard as sufficient strength is required. A mere pulsing heart in the periphery of the ruins actually turned out to be the heart of a being that held an ancient bloodline Noah had yet to even hear of Kuan Pang. His eyes brightened up as he wondered about the other things around him, his eyes coming to land on the skulls and bones around him stretching the size of universes or cosmos, along with the finger that glimmered with the dimming light of a reality that was multiple cosmos vast in size, appendage of the ruined emperor, a finger from a fallen emperor whose destiny exceeded most others in his age. It has fallen to the ravages of time as all the remaining destiny has been condensed into it, its core holding the pervasive will of the ruined emperor as it can be activated 2 times to release this will onto one's enemies. Each activation will require 100,000 units of the essence of reality as it activates, the ruined will of the reality crusher, that rages out a base true reality damage value of 1,000-5000. Depending on the caster's authority and power, the released will of the ruined emperor can cause damage as low as a legend's visage and as high as a powerful attack of a beginner legend. Another item with shocking history and usage appeared as a mere finger that could potentially release an attack of a legend. It was something wild as even Noah's Keystone Ascendant skill tree held some abilities that at their base only held a range of 5 or 20 base true reality damage values. It was the authority of his ascendancy halos that came through to multiply this damage value to crazy levels, and this was how it worked for everyone else. All of the existences in the firmaments of ascendancy relied on the authority of their halos formed by their flames of edicts to multiply the damage of their abilities. With the higher tier halos like Noah's Black Ascendancy halos having much higher damage and defense value multipliers, this was why in the highest stage of the firmaments of ascendancy and for those beginning their path as legends, they all strove to forge quasi-taboo and taboo nomological edicts to attain stupendous authorities that elevated their power even higher. Chapter 1689, A Grave from a Past Era. Something like the appendage of the ruined emperor, that could actually only be utilized twice had a base damage value of 1,000 to 5,000. Depending on who utilized it, the multiplier of such damage was unbelievable, as if one just said their true reality damage value was 1000x when fused with their halos. This was damage in the millions as it far exceeded the mere 20,000 true reality damage value threshold that was required to eradicate the natural laws of reality and form blank white space. It was enough to be considered a saving talisman for any existence that had yet to become a legend as Noah reached out for it right away. Hung. His will barreled out greedily as he reached out for both this and the desolate Kuan Pang's heart, his will wrapping around them to bring them into his expansive space when BZZZT baleful black arcs of light rebuffed his will the moment he imposed it on the items to call them onto him, these arcs of light utterly inviolable as they dissipated all of Noah's surrounding will in an instant. Noah stared forward with shining eyes at such a result as he cracked his neck and stretched his body soon after, ready to explode to attain what he wanted, as it seemed that nothing would ever be so easy. But a moment later, interesting, a maddening voice full of age and ancientness boomed out from all around. You are the 188th being to have fallen into this grave that buried many fools eons ago. Noah's eyes released resplendent rays of light as his ascendancy halos retreated into his body to fuse with him right away, his soul feeling a shocking level of threat from this voice alone. While it seemed nonchalant, you have no need to worry. I am merely a will that is hard to kill even with time. And I am just preserving the remains of old friends. Since destiny has drawn you here, I will give you the same options I gave the others. Withstand my aged remembrance, and learn about the history of those who fell here, and you shall be allowed to leave with 5 remnant relics like the ones you were reaching out to. Noah was already erupting with an aurora of wings and into the true form of a samsara cosmic Tao origin when these words booked out calmly, his will convening with his origin as he found no falsehood within these words that didn't seem to have a source. I will also give you a warning that some others have ignored. Even legends have fallen into this grave as they try to desecrate the remains of those here and go against my will. And this is the result. The stable ruins filled with age shocking began to shift and move as further inside the ruins, structures were moved aside as others were brought forward. What came forward this time was truly dreadful as the figure of an existence split in half could be seen, a shattered river of reality still dazzling with incandescent light cleanly cleaving in two being visible on their chest. The figure was humanoid as it was the size of a cosmos, its head cleanly preserved as one could see crimson horns rising from its forehead as flames still burned at the tips of these horns. This dot was a fallen legend who held a look of authority and power even in death, as if he did with this look with his death being too quick for him to even notice. Bzzzt. Soon after, the ancient ruin shifted again as another body floated forward, this time the shattered shell of an enormous turtle being seen as the cosmos painted over it were already dim, an air of sadness and desolation surrounding it as it was another dead legend. Withstand my aged remembrance, and learn of the history of the fallen, and you can leave with 5 of what they left behind. Or leave as is, and your memories of this place shall be wiped out. What shall it be? The surroundings calmed. Noah didn't bother with anything else, as the only thing he convened with was his destiny. It had never led him wrong before, and its boundless seas would not lead him wrong now, as they told him. There was great fortune to be found in this forgotten reality, and whatever the story is that caused this to be the grave of many legends, the more shocking thing was that he might not be able to fuse this reality into his infinite reality after everything was done, as the will overseeing it. Could even decimate legends. Let's do it. While fused with his ascendancy halos, the raging essence within his body calmed as, while looking like a cluster of 10 billion cosmos, his will voiced out, I shall withstand your aged remembrance, WAA, a voice of determination that the aged will overseeing everything gave an unseen nod to, the surrounding ruins beginning to shake as a black light that was painting and holding all the ruins in place shone out. Coagulation together to form into a dense trapezoidal obsidian crystal that came to float in front of Noah, a dark crystal that continued to receive the obsidian authority of this forgotten reality. As soon after, it released a black pillar of light that shot towards Noah's body. He didn't shake or flutter as this light sank into his mind, his form of cosmos only shining with greater light as its vision changed. He didn't see the ruins before his eyes anymore as a shocking image began to rise before him, a scene of boundless wonder and beauty that he had no authority to see playing out before him at this moment. Before the will of primordials changed many things, there were the ancient bloodlines that lorded over the vast and nigh endless singular reality. Noah's soul shuddered as he was shown a scene from ages past, a scene of an era that had long since passed. A scene of a time before the infinite realities came to be. Chapter 1690. The Age of Destiny. In the ages past, there was only ever the concept of reality. Bzzzt. Terrifying swirls of power and pressure of a will cascaded onto Noah's mind as he bore a heavy oppression to be shown the things he was currently seeing, this being the process of aged remembrance that one had to go through if they wanted to have the chance of taking out 5 things from this forgotten reality. Noah's exceptionally strong soul bore everything, as he had his mana, destiny, fortune, and essence of reality on standby to soothe and strengthen his soul whenever the ancient will that was imposing its memories onto him became too heavy. The idea of infinite realities was not even something that danced in the minds of any beings, with reality being something that continued to expand outwards endlessly as nobody had even found where its edges were. As the aged voice came down, Noah's vision opened to a scene of utter stupor as he could see an endless blue sky and an earth below whose very sand glimmered with the stellar light of stars. It seemed to stretch out for many light years as it gave a feeling of vastness, but its endlessly expanding horizons made one feel extremely small. If one's will stretched out for millions of light years more, they would be able to notice bright colored rifts and portals stretched throughout, hiding unknown wonders within. As for some areas of the skies, there would even be a sudden transition from sky to stellar space that would go on for many more light years. There were many words to describe the feel of the endless skies and stellar earth, but only a single feeling came to light as Noah watched it all. Boundless. Before the olden times ended, the last age of emperors was known as the Age of Destiny. Hung. As the aged will spoke, Noah's surroundings unfurled with even more wonder as across the skies, seas of golden essence bloomed and stretched out for light years on end, the stellar earth below rising with lush vegetation that glimmered with universes and cosmos. Unique animals without conscious wills could be seen grazing on the stellar earth as their bodies were robust and the size of mountains, droves of 4-legged beasts walking around the stellar earth calmly as they foraged and ate from the dense vegetation around them. The unique thing was their bodies showing illusory origins of universes and cosmos that showed their realm. And these were mere beasts that were at the lowest rungs of power as they lived their lives simply. It was an age where everything flourished as destiny was exceedingly more dense than any of the past ages, with more candidate emperors being born and more mysterious domain spaces filled with dangers and treasures materializing throughout, constantly forming. It was also the age where the ancient bloodlines moved with fervor to grasp onto this abundant destiny, each one wishing to have their bloodline be the one to birth the true emperor. The vibrant skies filled with golden seas of destiny changed as they were replaced with scenes of the illusory images of many creatures, each portraying a different bloodline. The ancient bloodlines were on good terms even while competing, with the prominent ones in the lead being the fierce Koan Pang, nature. Spirits, Cheelants, celestial nymphs, eldritch champions, and many more. There were also bloodlines rising in power within this age that began making major waves, these bloodlines namely being the astral bloodline, infinite willow trees, reality Ursity. And a few more. The images shifted to show shocking beings as Noah's eyes were mesmerized by the astounding figure of the one called Koan Pang, a glorious beast leaking horrifying majesty as it seemed to be a fusion of a mythical bird and a deep-sea emperor that held flames swirling all over its body, its skin alone littered and made entirely of runic ecritures as it boasted terrifying majesty. The nature spirits were wondrous as their bodies seemed entirely made of different wavelengths of light, their form constantly changing as they seemed to meld with the surrounding natural laws of reality, essence of reality naturally suffusing into them and bathing them with power. The Cheelants, eldritch champions, and celestial nymphs were just as majestic, but Noah's eyes could help but be carried towards the rising bloodlines that he knew about now as the pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodlines. The dazzling image of an ancient tree that glimmered with the light of stars could be seen floating side by side with the shocking visage of a creature taking on the form of something reminiscent to a bear, but this bear-like creature imposed astounding majesty as a river of reality coursed over its entire body, its irises unique shape like spinning golden crowns. This dot was the mere image of a reality Ursity, besides it was an image that should be foreign to Noah. But he recognized it somewhat as it was a constantly changing form of cosmos, the entire figure made up of stellar bodies, as it actually reminded him of the true form he took on right now of a samsara cosmic Tao origin. This dot was a creature of the astral bloodline. Each bloodline held their own uniqueness as they ruled over vast stretches of land that went on for untold light years. The more land under their authority, granting them more power and destiny, as the goal of every bloodline was to expand and increase what they already had. The surroundings changed once more as the illusory figures of bloodlines faded from the dazzling skies, the old voice taking a pause as it seemed to be gazing at Noah's mind. When it saw him calmly take in the surroundings while waiting for more and not being disturbed, it continued on. In these vast stretches of land and endless domain spaces of reality, oddities and mysteries were many, as a certain group had picked up on shocking news during their journey. A group that had rushed back towards the prosperous lands of the Olden Alliance where the countless ancient bloodlines had their representatives residing. Noah's will felt even more strain as a new stage of the aged remembrance continued, shocking secrets about to be unveiled at this moment. Chapter 1691, The Age of Destiny. Noah's destiny was surging madly as he paid utmost attention, his vision of the dazzling endless skies and starry earth below changing as something new came to be shown. In this austere region of blue skies, multicolored light surged around a certain area as there one could see a glorious legion of existences enthroned in uniform heavy armor, and were all actually situated on regal warhorses whose robust black bodies were inscribed with runic lines that released golden flames. These black horses with golden flaming runic lines had golden flames surging at the soles of their limbs as they floated in the skies, while carrying on their backs what looked like hardened soldiers and generals at the very forefront. One such particular general was in existence, adorned in a crimson heavy armor that had an illusory reality shining on it, his eyes sharp and unyielding as his dark hair was tied into an exalted bun on his back. Above his head, a solidified crown could be seen floating majestically as around it, runic ecritures reading, Emperor, could actually be seen swirling gloriously. The power thus being released was utterly frightening, as even his warhorse was different from the others, its body actually shining with purple-blue cosmos as even brighter golden flames surged at its feet to keep it floating in the air. This was a small legion under Commander Foam that he moved with for thousands of years to scour the lands after he picked up traces of information foretelling of a shocking plan that would be carried out by a group of unknown bloodlines. Groups of bloodlines that would later come to be known as the Cardinal Royal Primordial Bloodlines, WAA. The legion tore across the skies as the war horses flew with austere majesty, the golden war horse at the very forefront carrying an important personage that when Noah focused on him, his eyes opened wider as he observed faint illusory images of not a single reality but many realities flashing vibrantly within his body. This was an existence that had far exceeded the stage of reality, as the mere aura he gave off was akin to an unshakable existence that could not be shaken by anything. Commander Foam had come across the information after observing another commander secretly meet with a group of personages from multiple weaker bloodlines like the immemorial dwarfs, royal wolves, and a few more. The contents of their talks were so heinous that he sent word to the Olden Alliance to let this news be known by all. Across the skies the legion tore, unhindered by nothing, as for over a dozen days they moved and warped across space of these exceedingly vast lands of reality. finally arriving in the lands of the Olden Alliance on the 15th day. Noah's luminous eyes were just about to take it the sight of these ancient lands and their structures when once more, the scene changed as this time. It showed Commander Fong dismounting from his warhorse as a few from his legion followed him through majestic golden doors that revealed the shocking visage of many others figures within. Through the golden doors was a stellar domain space that held many floating thrones, beings enshrouded by a hazy golden light situated on these thrones as they represented the ancient bloodlines of the Age of Destiny. Noah could not see past the hazy golden light that covered them in any way as beside their floating thrones. The powerful shadows of their bloodlines could be seen around them as hundreds of figures floated serenely and with majesty all over this stellar domain of space, mind. These were only mere representatives of the ancient bloodlines as their power was in no way the core of these bloodlines, but even such beings were too profound for even memories to display. When Commander Fong entered this stellar domain of space, he bowed towards everyone respectfully as before he even rose a booming voice thundered out from one of the thrones, "You are greatly exceeding your capabilities to irresponsibly call for an assembly with your few merits, young Fong." The eardrums of any beings who held any origin lesser than reality would have burst along with their heads if they heard this voice, but Commander Fong rose from his bow and actually only nodded towards the figure that had spoken as his voice began to emanate calmly. "I called for this assembly and rushed back to stand before you all because of heavy machinations that I have come across. Machinations that involve going against and harming the very will of reality." Boom! Destiny exploded out shockingly at such words as the atmosphere in this domain of space became utterly cold, nobody speaking out a word until another voice from a different throne echoed out. "What could you be asserting, Commander Fong? For you to call us all here and lay such dangerous claims, does it mean they apply to those here?" This voice stemmed from a throne that was surrounded by existences with shining stellar bodies, Commander Fong raising his head calmly towards it as he replied soon after before any discussion arose, "They are machinations spreading among prominent bloodlines, yes. Machinations that could affect everything we know if we let them come to pass." The air in the surroundings tightened as silence ensued, a silence that was broken once more by yet another voice, this one filled with wisdom and ancientness. "I commend you for not blatantly lying down any accusations against such charges on any bloodlines yet. Your reason for calling this assembly is to obtain the permission and authority from this assembly to carry out an investigation on all involved bloodlines." Preposterous, Commander Fong, you sure are becoming bold. Booming voices rose out as Commander Fong withstood all of them, remaining calm as he continued to speak. "The other option was for me to make my move on suspected bloodlines right away. Killing all that must die as war and bloodshed would have bloomed out once more." His words caused the surroundings to turn cold as a snort rang out right after, a domineering voice from another throne echoing out, "Is this your play to bid for the seat of the true emperor? Kill all those you want by simply stating they are beings trying to harm the very reality we flourish in." Bzzzt. Shocking words that caused the expressions of all those in this stellar domain space to change as maddening power began to leak out from all around, but before it could explode out, everyone, A calming and aged voice resounded once more as it came from the throne that held the hazy being who was surrounded by existences whose bodies were made of pure stellar light. "We do not need to break into conflict over such an issue. An accusation such as this can simply be investigated as Commander Fong wishes, as we will all know the truth." The air calmed as many beings looked at each other. The eyes of Commander Fong turned sharp as he saw this person out of all beings actually cooperating, keeping his thoughts hidden as the existence upon the throne pointed towards a few beings around him. "You all can act as our bloodline representatives to aid Commander Fong in his investigation." The enthroned existence pointed to over 20 existences whose bodies exuded the light of stars as he pointed to one final one with an even greater authority, Commander Oppenheimer. "Make sure to give Commander Fong any support he needs on this." The one that was being addressed nodded respectfully as he bowed towards the being on the throne, the stellar existence actually holding a solidified crown above his head similar to Commander Fong as his eyes shone with a boundless light that nobody here could see nor understand. Chapter 1692, The Age of Destiny. Oppenheimer. Noah actually heard this name uttered once more as it was actually a commander being addressed, a being that seemed like a subordinate of the one chosen to represent the astral bloodline in this olden assembly. This was the same being that had risen to occupy the seat of a true emperor? The scene paused as uniquely, boundless light shone on the bowing figure of Oppenheimer. Noah felt the pressure from aged remembrance intensify even further as his vision trembled slightly when he tried to focus on the image of Oppenheimer. Most of those who arrived at this point of the remembrance could not withstand the visage of Oppenheimer as they broke down. You are among the few who can calmly continue. The voice of the being that had been shifting the scenes before Noah's Eyes this who time came through as the image before him stabilized. Yes, the aged will within the forgotten reality continued to narrate once more as everything seemed to be focused on the single existence that was surrounded by those from the astral bloodline. So he had to naturally be of the same bloodline, right? Noah couldn't affirm this as similar to the beings sitting on the thrones. There was a hazy golden light surrounding Oppenheimer, and it was much denser than even those sitting on the thrones, as the only thing visible for him was the solidified throne above his head, an existence that at that time, many did not even think of or have any high aspirations about. He was merely a distinguished commander who also held candidacy to be the true emperor like many others, but he wasn't among the pool of beings that many thought would lead. Those who were thought to have a chance to attain the seat of the true emperor were those who ruled over the ancient bloodlines, the ones who presided and foresaw countless light years of space. Oppenheimer. He wasn't even a chosen emperor blessed with astounding destiny, and yet in the age of destiny he grasped the most destiny as he superseded even chosen emperors to do what he did. What, chosen emperors? This name floated in Noah's mind from the memories of the wool-bearers he had swallowed, as they were in tune with more abstruse knowledge than others. What Noah knew about them was the singular fact that those who became true emperors of their age were more often than not chosen emperors with astounding destiny. So much so that it was the laid-down truth known by all that Oppenheimer was such a being as well. Falsehood. Noah came across something unique at this moment. The memories of others were true, but they could also contain falsehood if these beings believed information as fact merely because it was passed down as the truth about history that Noah was collecting from the memories of others. It might not be entirely accurate, as even this astounding while he was seeing the memories of at this time had to also be questioned. But when it came to the memories he was seeing, even his destiny was inclined towards them being true as he proceeded carefully. At that stage, nobody had the name Oppenheimer in their radar. Not even Commander Phone. The narrating voice continued after pausing on the shielded figure of Oppenheimer, its voice even more somber for the events that were about to come. Commander Phone discovered the machinations of some bloodlines and sought to unveil them, being granted authority by the Olden Assembly to investigate these claims along with representatives of their bloodlines. The aged voice of the wool within the forgotten reality rang out again as the scene of the stellar domain of space where austere beings were enthroned began to tremble. The hazy astral figure of Oppenheimer going towards Commander Phone while followed behind by other existences from the astral bloodline being seen. Before the scene entirely faded, the voice of the enthroned existence that was surrounded by the astral beings could be heard once more. The other bloodlines can also send in their people to aid in this investigation, with the truth being established as if there is any merit. Those who actually dared to make such schemes will face the wrath of all ancient bloodlines. The will carried undeniable authority as figures of other ancient bloodlines began to go towards Commander Phone, the astounding visage of the Kuan Pang outshining all others as their bodies glinted with golden majesty, with the representatives of all the ancient bloodlines joining the fray. The already unstable scene faded as Noah found his vision seeing blank stellar darkness. I was merely a soldier under Commander Phone at that time, so the memories I have are limited to what I saw. After the assembly and being granted authority to investigate, then came the cataclysm for me and many others. The surroundings began to change once more. This time, the scene forming was a bloody one. It began with free-flowing rivers of golden blood and strewn body parts of ancient bloodlines. Commander Phone was an astounding existence, but even he did not think the machinations to harm the very will of reality involved so many bloodlines. He took it upon himself that he would root out any poisonous rats along the way if they showed their fangs, or even if half of the ancient bloodline representatives turned out to be the culprits, the other half with him would be able to contain them all and get the proof they needed. He had this mindset because of the trust in his own power, as everything should have gone according to plan. Had it not been for a single being that exceeded all logic, the bloody scene opened up more as Noah saw the ruptured bodies of glimmering warhorses, Shilans, eldritch champions, and even the magisterial Kuan Pang beginning to show. There was a circle of coldly staring existences surrounding the bloody scene, as at its forefront was none other than Oppenheimer. Chapter 1693, The Age of Destiny. LV, a bloody scene of rivers of golden blood freely flowing, the glorious form of a fusion of a kingly bird and fish spitting out golden flames from its very scales and feathers could be seen, its beak grasped by the two hands of a hazy crowned figure that pulled apart the beak of this majestic creature and tore it apart like it was nothing. A creature that held many layers of glimmering realities. Torn in half with his mere hands, as he seemed to hold an unshakable authority that surpassed any defenses the Kuan Pang held. Many things were in Commander Feng's calculations, but Commander Oppenheimer exceeded any made calculations, as a few days after setting off from the Olden Assembly, the bloodline representatives of Astral, Reality Ursity, Infinite Willow Trees, Dragon Phoenix, and Royal Humans all moved in tacit agreement to attack all other representatives in a locked-off pocket of space. Even this wasn't enough to hinder Commander Fong, as the perpetrators had revealed themselves, with all that was left being to withstand and expose them. But things went awry when a singular being exposed his power. More of the scene opened up. The brilliant bodies of many representatives of the astral, reality Ursity, Dragon Phoenix, infinite willow trees, and royal humans could be seen bound by arcs of light and blood, their aura giving off feelings of immense tiredness as even they were looking towards the figure that had ripped apart a Kuan Pang like it was nothing. You have hidden yourself deeply, Commander Oppenheimer, at the center of the bloody golden sea forming. The calm voice of Commander Fong came out as one could see his origin leaking out stellar light in an unstable fashion, the very golden blood that leaking out of him actually being surrounded and filled with runic ecritures reading, vitality. These wisps of golden blood had formed into lines that connected to a few beings near Oppenheimer, one of them being a soldier that the vision Noah was seeing was centered around. This dot was the being that the ancient will residing in the forgotten reality was. After the words of Commander Fong on the scene, the hazy figure of Oppenheimer didn't seem to retort back or say anything else, his hand merely bearing down towards Commander Fong and all those remaining around him, boosted up by his life force, BZZZZT. The golden blood full of vitality that was holding the few remaining soldiers alive trembled as it was disconnected even before the unfathomable hand of Commander Oppenheimer arrived. The eyes of a certain soldier dimming as with it, did the scene. Noah watched in silence as the pressure on his soul slowly began to fade. This was the last scene I held, as a minuscule portion of my will survived remarkably due to something Commander Fong had done, with me only coming to countless years later in this pocket of reality with a few remnants of that battle contained here as well. That was the last time I lived in the Age of Destiny, and I only awoke to find out I was in a new age entirely. I know not how the party of bloodline representatives led by Commander Oppenheimer explained themselves upon their return. I do not know how they cleared their suspicions. I only knew after waking up countless years later how this very reality felt different, as only when a few entrants came here did I learn roughly of what had happened. Merely that somehow, the silent and unremarkable Commander Oppenheimer had achieved exactly what we were worried about, as there are still many things unknown as to how it all occurred. I also do not know whether the being that had initially tried to stop all this is alive or dead, and thus comes the reason for my aged remembrance. OOM. The bloody scene faded as Noah was enveloped in darkness again before a new vision began to show itself. As this occurred, Noah's mind was buzzing with questions about what had occurred back then. Did war break out between the ancient bloodlines before the true emperor was enthroned? How did Commander Oppenheimer go from bowing down to a substitute representative of the astral bloodline in the Olden Alliance to begin the existence that superseded current rulers and emperors of that time to obtain the authority of the true emperor? And where were the Kuan Pang, Shilans, and other ancient bloodlines Noah had now learned of? Were they among the non-primordial bloodlines currently closed off in other realities? Were they like the Tellus who had allied with primordial beasts during this ensuing chaos? There were too many questions and little answers, Noah's mind buzzing from it all as he didn't know where to begin to answer them. He dug into the memories of all the beings he killed and what they knew of all the bloodlines. Out there, a small picture gradually being painted in his mind as he thought of ancient bloodlines and where they could now be as the forming scene before him finished. It was none other than the image of a Grand Commander Fong situated on a golden warhorse brimming with power. Alive or dead? Since I did not see it with my own eyes, my will has persevered all these years, as this is the reason for my aged remembrance. To have someone take on the task of merely finding out whether Commander Fong perished on that day. Noah could hear the pain and respect in the old will as his eyes shone sharply, his own will surging out as his thoughts echoed out. Time alone has ground out any vestige of history. How would one find out the status of such an existence so long before? How would one even begin to track down the visage of beings that were wiped out to not reveal what primordials were going to do even before Oppenheimer attained the seat of a true emperor? He couldn't help but raise his questions against the sentimental nature of the old will that was trying to confirm something extremely hard. Silence ensued thereafter as the illusory image of Commander Fong remained, the solidified crown above his head shining with untold splendor, as only after a few seconds did the narrating voice return. I still have a visage of the ancient true blood that the commander had spared before I perished. This is something I will grant to the one who will take in on the task of my aged remembrance. With it, even if the task is near impossible. Traces of history should still be possible to be found. The truth of how things ended back then. Just what their confirmation. Chapter 1694 Resonance. The truth of how things ended back then. Just what their confirmation. The aged will bellowed out as a heavy task was laid out at this moment. the secret of the past age of destiny and the events that had occurred to allow the fundamental change of reality itself were extremely crucial. Understanding how things were altered so greatly by Oppenheimer and those who followed him was something that very few beings could confidently rise up to do. So what would someone like Noah do? He stayed silent as the overbearing will cascading onto him lessened as the image of Commander Fong faded, his vision eventually returning back to the ruins of the forgotten reality as the shocking vestiges of history floated silently. The vibrant pulsing Kuan Peng's heart, an appendage of the ruined emperor, flashed before his eyes as innumerable thoughts were hidden behind the flashing light. You have withstood the aged remembrances. I will stay true to my words and allow you to pick 5 remnant relics, but what say you on the task of discerning what happened all those years ago to Commander Fong? The olden will was straightforward as it stated things simply. As for Noah and his thoughts, he truly didn't have any reason to deny seeking the mystery behind what happened in the past, with it even getting him closer to understanding a being as spectacular as Oppenheimer and Commander Fong. Bzzzt, his will was robust as arcs of light shot from his eyes, his voice coming out with his decision soon after. It is merely to locate traces of history. I can find this out for you. Glorious and unseen waves of destiny bloomed. The aged voice was silent for the first time after Noah retorted back, the silence stretching for over a dozen seconds as Noah waited calmly. Your agreement is the first aspect. 18 other existences apart from you reached this point and agreed, all of them similar to you, thinking about the visage of the ancient true blood of Commander Fong and what being tied to such a destiny would grant them. It is natural to want boons and treasures, but you also have to be strong enough and destined enough to take them. The second aspect apart from your agreement is for you to actually be capable of withstanding the visage of the ancient true blood of Commander Fong. A sort of remnant destiny and will of a long-forgotten era, as all 18 other beings before you that had reached this point and chose to receive it were not accepted by this will as they perished. They perished because even though it is a remnant destiny and will of the age of destiny, it is still Commander Feng's visage of ancient true blood, as it knows right away if the existence trying to accept it is tied to those who had made machinations back then. It senses right away if the soul of this existence seeks the same gains as those bloodlines in the past, or they are not truthful in locating the truth of the past. And it rages out as in the past billions of years, the other 18 beings that had accepted it all perished under the visage of the ancient true blood. Silence ensued as it was broken soon after by the same aged voice. 5 among those 18 were those who had achieved the measly beginner stages of reality. As if to cement the terrible dangers of continuing on this path and accepting the mission of finding out the truth by taking in the remnant will and destiny of Commander Fong, the olden will made it clear that not just those in the firmaments of ascendancy, even legends, had perished if their hearts weren't true or they were moving with primordials. Do you still wish to proceed? A final question that would be a decider for something major was asked. The olden will was tired. Too many years had passed, too many things had happened. All it wanted to know was the truth of what had happened back then, but it had never been successful even after it came to. It was restricted and bound by shackles nobody in this era could understand. Its minuscule portion of will not dissipating due to its unique bloodline and sheer willpower to find out the truth before perishing. This olden will had watched too many beings fail the aged remembrance when they entered this pocket of reality, and then it had proceeded to watch 18 of those that withstood aged remembrance also perish from not being able to pass the test of the remnant will and destiny of Commander Fong. The destiny of Commander Fong was something unquestionable, as he was a genuine chosen emperor with the visage of ancient true blood that merely held an aspect of him still being powerful enough to discern the true nature and destiny of the one accepting it. If their destiny and disposition were nowhere close to Commander Fong, they would be utterly rejected with their souls destroyed soon after. For the past 18 existences, the most promising one had only had a mere 0.05% resonance with the remnant will and destiny of Commander Fong. After all these years, my own will and even the barely remaining residual will within the ancient true blood is about to fade. The thoughts of the olden will were somber and filled with sadness as it watched the calm existence who wasn't faltered or shaken by his words. If this time fails as well, would this be the last time? Would there be even one more chance after this? Or will I simply join the unconscious sprouting realities in this changed world? Terrifying thoughts that would shake the souls of even legends rang out as this olden will focused on the unhindered existence that spoke with confidence as if he owned the very space he floated in. It is merely accepting a small portion of a will that has survived for eons. I will accept it easily and see what needs to be done. Chapter 1695 Resonance. The most recent being to receive the remnant will and destiny of Commander Fong was extremely confident, as he wasn't the first to be like this. But the olden will could do nothing apart from giving it a try like before, so it forged forward and simply let the flow of destiny decide how things would play out. Bzzzt, the vast stretches of the ruins began to tremble as something began to be called upon at its very depths. In the past, the blood of Commander Foam filled with runic ecritures had seeped into the bodies of this Olden Will and a few other soldiers during the terrifying battle, traces of merely the will and destiny of this blood being preserved over time under the portion of soul of the Olden Will. This remnant will and destiny of Commander Foam was now called upon from the deepest parts of the forgotten reality as it pushed aside any vestige clustered within this reality and surged towards the only living existence within it. It was akin to an aurora of a golden will and authority surging out as it was directed by the Olden Will to head towards and surge into the body of a single being. Leave everything up to fate. Let us see what level of resonance you can achieve. If it is even 1%, I will suit the remnant will and destiny of Commander Foam to not lash out to destroy your soul as truly, the time and chances are running out. Melancholy was hidden in the thoughts of the Olden Will as it observed what changes would bloom as the compatibility of this being was tested with the remnant will and destiny of Commander Foam. Surrounded by aged remnants of a long-forgotten past, Noah's true sanguine clone still retained his true form when the remnant will and destiny of Commander Foam surged into him. It seemed like a mere aurora of light. But even this minuscule trace of will carried immense authority as it sank into his soul. The Olden Will watched with slight apprehension for signs of resonance, its aged will becoming somber as seconds passed without anything happening. What is this? Has the will been entirely expanded already? A despondency began to set in the old soldier's will as it seemed the Olden Will was destined to never find out what happened to its commander. Normally when the remnant will and destiny of Commander Foam descended onto an existence, a shining light of authority would begin to bloom from their bodies if there was any resonance. The shining light actually followed the color spectrum of authority, namely the sequence of white, blue, purple, and gold. All the previous entrants that had reached this point had their most promising ones release a dim light to represent a decimal percentage of resonance, but the being before his eyes wasn't displaying any colors at all. Forgive me, Commander. The despondent Olden Will sighed as it was about to move to retrieve whatever remained of the diminished will, but the voice of the Olden Will couldn't help but exclaim out loud as the authority it held all this time over the remnant will and destiny of Commander Foam didn't seem to work anymore. Bzzzt, space and time seemed to come to a lull as even the thoughts of the Olden Will were restricted. The body of Noah's true sanguine clone was silent as the remnant will and destiny of Commander Foam had passed through it and followed the source to arrive within the origin of Noah's main body in a faraway cosmic holy land. So there was a slight delay in what the Olden Will observed as in the next instant, boom, a blinding, magisterial, and utterly horrific golden light surged out from the true sanguine clone to cover the vast ruins of the forgotten reality. But this was nothing. This true sanguine clone was merely an extension of Noah's will that was affected, Noah's slumbering main body being the source of all this, as at this moment a blinding and inviolable golden light had maddeningly surged out to bathe over not just the cosmic holy land, but it was spreading out over the innumerable universes from all the fused realities within the infinite reality. HONG, glorious prompts were rising before the eyes of all true sanguine clones no matter where they were. The one acting as Alexander in the vestigial flames mountain taking in golden vestigial flames back to the slumbering main body, the one waiting for more legions of the royal cosmic wolves to bring themselves to him. The one traversing the edges of the mirror dimension with ruination, the one traversing the edges of the dream dimension. And the clone that was within the forgotten reality itself. These prompts rose before all of their eyes as Noah's will moved to focus them on the true sanguine clone within the forgotten reality, even though his slumbering main body was the one facing the shocking resonance of wills and soul. The very blood within his body was vibrating and shaking with austere power at this moment as his biggest accomplishment of a bloodline began to burn with glory. Bzzzt, Noah's slumbering body on the golden throne of the cosmic holy land rose unconsciously, still surrounded by the golden vestigial flames being brought by another clone as at this moment, a unique will matched with his own with such intensity that it was scaring the Olden Will that was only seeing a reflection of it in the forgotten reality. As for Noah's own people in the infinite reality, little Henry and the others still had their main bodies in the infinite reality as they left. With clones of Noah's animus summons and their own to traverse the vast realities on the serendipity of cataclysmic reality to seek their own destiny, so they were all able to observe the shocking phenomenon of an inviolable golden light encompassing the vast stretches of the infinite reality. The phenomenon was utterly pristine and awe-inducing as nobody was affected more than the fading Olden Will within the forgotten reality. The aged voice had lost its calm that came with countless years of existence as some events truly took even the most knowledgeable beings by surprise. WAA. Chapter 1696 Resonance. The one to receive the remnant will and destiny of Commander Foam had to be someone that was entirely opposed to what the primordials did, as if they stemmed from primordial bloodlines. Things would turn problematic very quickly. Noah held the pure-blooded Cardinal Royal Infinite Willow Tree bloodline and Royal Human bloodline. And yet this didn't seem to hinder the intent of the remnant will and destiny of Commander Foam, as it looked past it all and achieved perfect resonance. It had resonated with his soul, as the dying will of an existence that had nearly faded was able to find something so profound in Noah's soul that it utterly matched anything and everything it could have sought to perfection. 100% resonance was a statement that said there was no other existence out there who could be better suited to receive this will. So what was seen within Noah to make this will grant such a high evaluation, wondrous destiny? The olden will that had gone into shock found itself unconsciously voicing out while feeling the cascading golden light of perfect resonance wash over the forgotten reality. A golden light that actually began to pull upon the visage of the remnant relics and the visage of defeated existences within this reality. The olden will notice this as it quickly got out of its stupor and probed, becoming even more shocked soon after. The remnant will and destiny of Commander Foam is pulling upon any remaining olden destiny and wills to achieve something past perfect resonance. The olden will was shocked by this conclusion, as it could even feel its own residual will getting pulled. But unlike the remnant relics and bodies within this forgotten reality, it could withstand the pull and remain as it was. What are you? In its shock, the olden will stared at the floating body of a calm existence that had begun to pull in much more than expected from the forgotten reality. Not knowing of any of the wondrous changes being brought about with the remnant will and destiny of Commander Foam, you have achieved perfect resonance with a blood trace of will and destiny stemming from the age of destiny. This action pulling upon the strings of the spacetime continuum is an aspect of the visage of the will contained in the ancient true blood blooms within you. Blinding light surged around Noah as the prompts rained through his mind. The age of destiny absolute skill, bloodline runic écriture inscription, has been attained. Something glorious that Noah did not expect began to be branded onto his soul. But this wasn't all. The remnant will and destiny of Commander Foam heavily approves of your destiny and the unnamed Kainos Emperor bloodline it carries. The ridiculously overbearing light became even more ridiculous as the visages of wills and destinies that had been pulled from the forgotten reality were all collected and infused into this already ridiculous process to achieve an even greater result. The infinitesimally minute trace of destiny from the remnant will merges with your soul. Your maximum reserves of fortune and destiny have been increased by 20 times. An utterly ridiculous prompt rise before Noah's eyes as his slumbering body twitched. Before an apocalyptic golden wave of fortune and destiny erupted from it. Outside of the cosmic Holy Land, little Henry was floating in front of Queen Adelaide and his grandmother among many other beings, as they were all surrounded by the cascading waves of golden light that caused them to turn their heads towards its source. Father must have come across a fortuitous event, with this merely being the aftereffects. We can ask him when it dies. Bom. At this moment in time was when ridiculously, Noah's already obscene reserves of fortune and destiny that he believed exceeded all beings in the firmaments of ascendancy were somehow multiplied 20 times by merging with a mere infinitesimally minute trace of destiny from the remnant will and destiny of Commander Foam. Golden seas of destiny and fortune maddeningly rushed out from his body as they permeated everywhere, little Henry and the others becoming drowned in this sea of destiny as they could only watch in a stupor while their own destinies bubbled excitedly. Even Noah was shocked by what this development represented, as he even felt his domineering will knocked down a little, 20 times. His already ridiculous reserves of fortune and destiny were truly surging upwards in a straight line, as they would have made any graph that was tracking his progress seem illogical. Just how vast was that being's destiny and fortune that a sliver of his will granted this? As an existence from the age of destiny, was he just someone exceptional to have his destiny be so outrageous? Bountiful questions. But no answers came as more prompts rained down. Due to merging the remnant will and destiny of a visage of ancient true blood, the standing of the unnamed Kainos Emperor bloodline has been further elevated. His golden blood became heavy and pristine as it bubbled forth slowly with intensity, his heart beginning to beat loudly as if it was a stellar drum. Stretching out across realities, the unnamed Kainos Emperor bloodline has made a great advancement, exceeding the halfway point to become a venerable bloodline. BZZZT, a destiny link has been established with a will of a past era. This destiny link pulling you towards anything associated with the merged will. The shining golden light was brightest at this point in time, as it signified the most glorious moment before everything died down. In the forgotten reality, the olden will was shaking to its very core as whether it was actually reality or merely its imagination. It saw a shocking scene around the figure of Noah's true sanguine clone that was surrounded by the cascading waves of golden light. Whether it was due to perfect resonance or something else entirely, the sight of the Olden Will saw that around Noah's body, an illusory form of an existence it knew all too well began to superimpose itself. WAA, Chapter 1697, The Remnant Relics of the Forgotten Reality. A shocking illusory image was superimposing itself on the being undergoing a perfect resonance, an illusory form of an existence that the Olden Will had made its obsession a form of a commander situated upon a golden warhorse that bellowed out with boundless glory. The eyes of the illusory existence it knew all too well flashed brightly as they seemed to land on the very core of the Olden Will, appearing for only a microsecond before soon after it disappeared entirely as the surging golden light began to die down. The Olden Will within the forgotten reality was entirely silent as it watched the shocking resonance go towards a close. It was about to end, and the being directly involved in it knew this well as within his mind. One last glimmering prompt appeared to finish off a perfect resonance of wills of different eras. The age of destiny absolute skill, Emperor's aged remembrance, has been attained. The blaring golden seas that had shot out like storms from Noah began to recede. The remnant will and destiny of Commander Fong had all but faded where apart from the last prompt, there was still one more thing that remained before this will was entirely extinguished. It was a message, an imperceptible set of words that somehow stretched out across space and time. If you can reign in destiny, it might actually be possible. A rumbling, an ancient voice, it left behind that message. And that was it. The remnant will was entirely extinguished. All the wondrous lights began to die down as Noah's body only gave off mere pulses of golden light, his eyes opening as they showed a residual golden sea within them. Yet his thoughts were many as he thought about the message left behind as well as all the boons he had attained this time around. What might be possible, many of the old existences or anyone pretentious that Noah had met so far loved to speak with abstruse words or riddles as they were never straightforward. Why must they be cryptic when they can just as easily lay out a clear message that made things go all that much faster? Noah shook the light frustrations away as his luminous eyes honed in on the boons gained so far, his eyes coming to focus on the conceptualized gains of the Age of Destiny absolute skills, Bloodline Runic Ekriture Inscription, and Emperor's Aged Remembrance. But Bloodline Runic Ekriture Inscription, the rare art of inscribing runic ekritures into one's very blood has now become a possibility. Currently, the runic ekriture of vitality has been learned and can be formed through the expenditure of 100,000 units of the essence of reality. A single vitality runic ekriture passively increases true reality defense values by 10. The number of runic ekritures that can be formed is dependent on essence of reality and the physique of the body to be capable of withstanding a large number of runic ekritures coursing through one's very own blood. If one's physique is weak while withstanding the authority of runic ekritures passing through their vessels, their bodies and origin will instead face deterioration from the pressure of power they cannot withstand. Emperor's Aged Remembrance, as you progress from here on out, coming across anything linking the will and destiny of Commander Fong will trigger this ability as memories that stretch across the space-time continuum will be obtained. The passive triggering of the ability has no resource requirement, but the essence of reality can be utilized to focus on specific memories once the ability is active. Brilliant new skills bloomed as each had its own usage, with Emperor's Aged Remembrance promising more history and understanding of the past events so long as Noah came across any traces of this chosen emperor that had nearly gotten in the way of making the infinite realities possible. Then there was Bloodline Runic Ekriture Inscription. Noah recalled the golden blood of Commander Fong leaking out and surging into his soldiers as it was littered with bountiful glimmering runic ekritures that read, Vitality, and he now knew that even a single one of those ekritures took 100,000 units of the essence of reality to forge as it granted a passive boost of 10 true reality defense values. So long as one's physique could withstand these ekritures etched onto their true blood, they could continue to increase their defense values endlessly. And Noah had seen just from the golden blood flowing out of Commander Fong minuscule runic ekritures of vitality in the tens of thousands. He was speechless at such a reality. It revealed a shocking number of base true reality defense values before they were even multiplied with any authority through the casting of abilities, as the concept of it alone was utterly dreadful while showing the immense power that the beings in the Age of Destiny wielded. How different are the scales of power from the Age of Destiny to the current age. Noah's mesmerizing voice echoed out in the forgotten reality as the shocked Olden Will came to. Focusing onto him as its voice that was now filled with emotion boomed out, were you able to obtain the Destiny Link? That will be the most crucial in finding out traces of Commander Fong. The wool wondered about the results of perfect resonance as Noah's head rose, a calm smile becoming plastered on his face as he nodded, that, and more. Commander Feng's remnant wool has helped me greatly as I won't take the task to locate his destiny lightly. Bright waves of destiny flowed out as the olden wool that had been passing through the ravages of time felt a great weight lifted off of its shoulders. Good. The aged voice felt free of worries as soon after, it continued in a serious tone. I know not of your destiny. But you achieved a perfect resonance with Commander Feng's will, an action that should not have even been a possibility. But with it in place, an old soldier like me who merely followed him can only use the last of what remains on my will to make sure of your success. I know how crucial destiny and treasures are. So I will not stop you from taking whatever you wish from this forgotten reality. Chapter 1698, The Remnant Relics of the Forgotten Reality. The remnant will and destiny of Commander Feng had made it very clear that if the truth could be found out, it would be through this being that had arrived in this ancient graveyard. The olden will would not stand in the way of such destiny, especially after seeing the image of Commander Feng flash around this being, no matter how briefly. So the olden will went past the limitation it had given before that said Noah could only take 5 remnant relics as now. Whatever he wished within this forgotten reality could be his. Noah's figure smiled brilliantly at such a development as he held himself back from playing with bloodline runic écriture inscription and gazed into the slightly altered ruins around him. Then, all of the remnant relics in here are mine for the taking. The olden will paused silently before speaking out. All that remains, yes. Although during your resonance, the remnant wills and destinies within the corpses or items here had a large majority of their essence drawn out to maintain and exceed the best possible results, Noah's smile faded as he looked at the ruins closely, seeing at this moment that the austere ancient-looking structures, cosmic-sized body parts, and other oddities he hadn't even explored began to turn to ash at this moment. No, he felt like his heart was aching and hurting greatly from any of the loot that was fading, but he also couldn't complain too much as the boons he had gotten from the perfect resonance was simply too much. His reserves of destiny and fortune had exploded by over 20 times as he even gained Age of Destiny absolute skills. All of these might not have landed in his hands if the resonance was not maintained or exceeded to attain the best results, but it was still painful as he controlled his aching heart while speaking out. Can you bring forward all of the remaining remnant relics, corpses, and unique items that could be of use? After this, I shall put my remaining will in a half state of sleep to preserve myself for as long as possible, whether it takes you a few hundred or a few million years to uncover what happened back then. I want to be here to learn about it. A blaring storm of essence surged from all corners of the forgotten reality as the aged will spoke. The things that had all their wills and destinies turning entirely to dust as those that still remained began to be pulled forward, even though a majority of remnant visages had their wills and destinies drawn. This ancient graveyard still had many things that escaped the ravenous pull of resonance. Bountiful oddities and wonders began to float before Noah's eyes as they shone with a piercing light, the details of these items being revealed. The items could be arranged into categories as there were body parts or organs of unknown creatures, broken up relics, or inanimate structures that had not fallen until now as they screamed of age and vicissitude. Iris of the cosmic archer, thread of the forgotten emperor, nymph's righteous grace, broken sternum of the eldritch king. The body parts or organs were similar to the uses of desolate Kuan Peng's heart, as over the years, much of their will and destiny were ground down as they fell into the category of ultimate taboo materials. With such items, enhancing taboo relics would be a given as similar to the Kuan Peng's heart. Many were listed as ultimate taboo materials capable of replacing the required materials from a blueprint of a unique relic. There were also body parts like the appendage of the ruined emperor that contained a violent will that could be released once or twice to dish out terrifying damage equivalent to or close to the strike of a legend as long as one could activate them. There were bountiful things for Noah to obtain as while he looked at them, his hands began to beckon as these oddities flew towards him in a calm fashion, the desolate Kuan Peng's heart being one of the first things that still remained that he collected. So long as we do not disrespect and desecrate their remains, all of them would be happy to be able to aid the one who was seeking traces of Commander Feng. As the many body parts of unique races and bloodlines entered Noah's expansive space, the olden will continued to speak as Noah listened to it closely, his eyes twinkling as he replied calmly, "Since I can take everything, I also plan to take this very forgotten reality. There should be no issues with that, right?" Unseen surprise passed through the olden will at such words. "If you already have such capability, yes. I will be falling into deep slumber soon, as I will only wake when you come back with news of the happenings of history." Noah's smile only brightened up at such words as he gazed at this reality around him filled with darkness and age. He wondered what unique space would be created in the infinite reality after he fused this into it, as well as a question that he posed to the very will of the infinite reality that he was connected to. When there is a conscious will such as this in a fused reality, will you be able to merge with it seamlessly and obtain its memories? Noah wondered of what would happen to the olden will as soon after. The will of his infinite reality replied to him, "It is uncertain, Master. The will stems from a sliver of an existence that has gone to impose itself on a reality. It might take time to fully assimilate it onto myself and obtain whatever memories it has, memories of the age of destiny. Memories of how beings were many billions of years ago." Noah's gaze wanted to see it all as while collecting the remaining remnant relics of the forgotten reality, his will began to spread out to attain a unique authority and pull this age domain of space onto his infinite reality. Chapter 1699, A Most Wanted Blacklister. Across the bounds of the vast realities, atop a glacial mountain the size of 1,000 cosmos, an innumerable number of cerulean royal cosmic wolves could be seen bowing towards the peak with utmost regality. Countless blue-furred wolves with arcs of vibrant light cascading over their bodies ranged from the 6th firmament to the 9th firmament of paid homage to the existence at the peak of this glacial mountain, this existence being the bloodline master of the royal cosmic wolf. Bloodline. Such a bloodline was among the over a dozen whose statues lined up the primordial temple spread out over the vast realities, where even though it was considered a second-tier primordial bloodline compared to the 5 pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodlines, it still held immense power as there were many legends born from this bloodline. They had even recently subjugated the primal titans of the Isles of the Gilded Forge and all other realities these beings were in as they obtained blacksmiths to obtain another constant source of relics. Their power was rising ever higher as the conflict stemming from primordial beasts and their allied bloodlines had only propelled them to increase the range of their dominion. Yet right now, there was another issue brought up to the coldly glistening claws of the bloodline master whose body alone exceeded all other royal cosmic wolves by 5 times, with an illusory crown now shining on his head. The bloodline master's bestial eyes gazed down coldly towards a bowing wolf that had its snout touching the frozen earth below them. The culprit of Little Snow's death has been located this whole time, as even after a legion is sent to bring him in, you all couldn't succeed. The surrounding air of this glacial mountain buzzed as the bowing royal cosmic wolf at the 7th firmament fearfully replied. He called down a blade glimmering with countless cosmos that eradicated our whole legion. Master. He is not at the 7th firmament as it states on the primordial blacklist, as I feel like he even exceeds the 8th firmament. He let me go so I could report back and call even more legions against him. As if he is challenging our very authority as a bloodline by showing whatever we send will not be able to do anything against him. Bzzzt. Immense coldness spread out as the fearfully speaking 7th firmament royal wolf remembered the cold gaze of the devilishly handsome man. He wishes to challenge the authority of a primordial bloodline? The eyes of the bloodline master released domineering light as he gazed past the bowing royal wolf and towards his armored generals lined up in neat rows around the glacial mountain. He does carry one of the destined names. So there could be more to this existence. Destined names, a set of a few names that prominent existences in the primordial bloodlines held as they were passed down to many primordials as a show of respect. Among them were Noah, Ezekiel, Agon, and a few others. But what was unique was the fact that the most influential and astounding primordial who had changed everything in the past age, his name was nowhere to be found in the ranks of primordials. Other names were respected as they were handed to their progeny, but the name of Oppenheimer was respected as one unique, couldn't find it given to anyone else in the primordial bloodlines. After all, who could bear the weight in comparison of such a name? The royal wolf emperor had this passing thought as he quickly turned back to his generals. How many legions that aren't stationed to counter primordial beasts can we send out? Master, we can mobilize 12 destroyer legions, 8 glacial legions, and 2 of the royal legions are still on standby. Multiple legions of royal cosmic wolves led by prominently powerful 9th firmament wolves were mentioned as the bloodline master nodded. Good. Let it be known in the primordial blacklist that this Noah Osmont is at the danger level of the 9th firmament of ascendancy. Grant him the most wanted status and elevate his bounty while spreading it to the nearby primordial bloodlines that a most wanted blacklister is bodacious enough to challenge the will of primordials as he hasn't even moved from his location. The eyes of the royal wolf emperor shone with age and malice as he continued, since he is this confident to challenge our will, let us not put our own forces at risk to grind down his existence as we can employ others to take the brunt force for us. Get everything in order. Yes, sire. Cold storms raged as orders passed down. The glacial, royal, and destroyer legions of the Royal Cosmic Wolves were put on standby to move as in a nearby primordial temple, the bounty of a certain Blacklister being elevated immensely. The vast realities were already chaotic with many primordial legions spread out, but word began to spread locally as primordial bloodlines near the domains of the Royal Cosmic Wolves caught wind of an existence trying to deny the authority of a primordial bloodline. In a certain reality filled with technological vessels mixed with pulsing mana, treat the enemy as if he was another primordial beast to get rid of. Go, a command from a unique spirit race commander boomed out as glistening armored mechanical suits releasing vibrant auras at the 8th and ninth firmament of ascendancy formed into a legion and set off. In another reality, this will be an interesting case. Go forth with beauty and grace and take the head of this existence. Do not let him stay in the most wanted of the primordial blacklist for too long. Yes, bellows of affirmation rang out as even the cardinal royal bloodline of Empyrean elves set off with a legion of exceedingly beautiful experts ranging all the way to the 9th firmament of ascendancy. All of them and more were heading towards a single location. A location that held a single true sanguine clone that waited silently and with utmost calmness, a clone of a being that was undertaking great tasks at this same period of time in multiple different areas. Chapter 1700. A most wanted blacklister. A true sanguine clone floated calmly in an austere position within the boundary between realities, his figure emanating extreme calmness as the character selection for this clone was a 9th firmament existence. When one truly probed at his stage, his hair shone with an obsidian glow as he seemed like a devilishly handsome being from the human race. The allure of a solidified crown actually missing above his head as he seemed normal in every aspect. Normal, but his body was emanating a bestial glow as he floated in space in a seated position free of worries. This glow was that of an oppressive light of power contained in such a small body as it was merely a reflection of what Noah's main body was doing at this moment. As another true sanguine clone collected and learned about all the uses of the remaining remnant relics in the forgotten reality, Noah's collective will had already initiated changes with his slumbering main body that still remained sleeping on the golden throne within the cosmic Holy Land. His main body was slumbering, and yet it was surrounded by golden vestigial flames that refined an additional 2 physiques as at this same time. His will surged out to call upon hundreds of ascendant flasks of life and death. These flasks appeared along with another one of his true sanguine clones that had been forging relics and elixirs, the stopper on these radiant elixirs already being popped off as Noah planned to spend hundreds of thousands of units of the essence of reality in the next few minutes. This was because he couldn't wait before he began the process of bloodline runic écriture inscription, a method that allowed Noah to learn how to forge an écriture of vitality that granted him an addition of 10 true reality defense values. One must realize a completed limit-breaking extreme physique from one of the most powerful bloodlines of the current age granted a base addition of 100 values to both defense and damage. The method of inscribing runic écritures onto one's very blood was even more ancient and pristine, as this age of destiny absolute skill allowed one to endlessly increase their defense values so long as their body and physique could handle it. Naturally, Noah had to try it right away to see how much his current body could achieve. Bloodline runic écriture inscription, BZZZT, his true sanguine clone spoke as even though the cost of the ability was 100,000 units, only 50,000 units of the essence of reality were spent as the effects of the runic kainos mana lines of ascendancy reigned supreme. A blinding verdant light blasted apart the space above Noah's throne in the cosmic Holy Land. The spent multicolored essence of reality burning and causing the sprouting of a dazzling runic écriture that was forming into the character of vitality. The character burned with resplendent green flames as it was larger than Noah's slumbering figure by over 100 times, and it turned into an oppressive illusory light that smashed towards him an instant later. HUUUM. A brilliant luster of verdant light flashed as vitality became smaller the closer it came, and it eventually sank into Noah's body and disappeared entirely soon enough as his figure trembled a little. And a runic écriture of vitality has been etched into your bloodline, granting 10 true reality defense values. A prompt rose in his mind as his body began to emit an unconscious light of profound might. His body had barely felt any impact from the addition of the first runic écriture of vitality as soon after, the presiding clone watched the main body while speaking ruthlessly, again, hung. Another 50,000 units of the essence of reality were burned as an ascendant flask of life and death was also swallowed by the true sanguine clone, replenishing all the resource reserves as another runic écriture formed before quickly rushing towards Noah again. The bestial explosive force was emanating from his slumbering main body more and more as across the vastness of space, his clones began to emit the same unbridled force. Such pressure was what the first of the many legions that were being mobilized from the efforts of the Royal Cosmic Wolves felt. From the glimmering darkness of the boundary between realities, cosmic-sized white vessels in the form of enormous glacial mountains or frozen disks were arriving in sequence as they were the legions from the royal cosmic wolves bloodline. Billowing pressure was released from these legions as each one held ninth firmament generals, but uniquely none of them made a move even after they locked onto the seated figure floating in space. WAA, the legions stopped a distance away without making a move as from his spot. Noah gazed towards them with a curious smile as he even stroked his chin while looking towards their direction. This is the blacklister that we are being cautioned against. Atop one of the floating glacial mountains, a blue and white furred wolven general floated forward with a ferocious look when it saw the provocative gaze on Noah, yet the voice of another general reined everything in. Pull in your pride and follow the words of the bloodline master. We are already granting him more attention than he deserves by diverting a portion of our legions here when primordial beasts and their colluding bloodlines are going rampant. Since we've even attracted our two neighboring bloodline, just wait for all of them to arrive so we can finish this cleanly. WAA, a voice that stemmed from a powerful wolf larger than most of them, here a voice of an existence that stood powerfully at the ninth firmament of ascendancy, as it was unclear whether he had reached a legend's visage. Yes, Commander, the royal cosmic wolves were reined in as their legions covered a third of the space near a singular figure as they didn't make a move. It didn't take too long to hear a droning sound of a vibrant engine come to life. The legions of the Cardinal Royal Spirit race also arriving as they stood within and atop techno vessels that pulsed with futuristic light. A particular vessel was shaped like a flat cube as atop it, the glistening color of metal armaments inscribed in runic acritures could be seen as these robotic structures housed the unique forms of the spirit race at their core. The race of beings proficient in combining technology and magic had arrived as with their arrival came a breath of profound knowledge and grace.